Hello,
Hey,
everyone. We are
we are
live.
we are finally here. This has been a lot of work. So,
Yes, it's been a couple months of work altogether, and it is our second Flutteristas Conference. So excited.
and we're so glad that you're all here. So
Yeah, please.
no, I was going to say I think that we have a few housekeeping bits to get done real quick. So let's go ahead and do that. All right. So this is pretty much standard with what we've got. So obviously we're out here on YouTube. So everybody be nice while we're doing it. Ask your questions. But our speakers have all worked really hard to get here. So let's be constructive and nice, but get your questions in, of course. Don't post anything if it's adult, rude, or offensive. Don't advertise or promote, and don't spam. It kind of ruins the experience for everybody. And for sure, and I feel so bad, but I have to say, um, the what I hate to have to say it is no harassment's going to be tolerated. And if you harass any of our speakers or any of us, you will be kicked out. And we do share those with everybody else, so that's not good. And of course, the biggest thing that we've got to do here is everybody's have a great time. So we've got that out of the way. So Ezra, who are the Flutteristas?
Of course. Maybe I can also start with introducing myself. And
I'm sorry,
amazing to
we
have
should
you
both
all
introduce
here.
ourselves.
Yes.
Sorry, everybody. Yes, of course. Go ahead.
Totally. I'm Esra from Istanbul, Turkey, and one of the organizers of Flutteristas. And Flutteristas is a worldwide community of people whose gender identity either female or non-binary and who have an interest for the Flutter SDK. And we were started by Emily back in the day, and when she had to leave, Steph and Danielle took over. And can you please introduce yourself, Danielle?
Oh, of course. Hi, everybody. I forget. I'm Danielle. I live in Georgia, the United States, and yeah, absolutely, the Flutteristas are an important part. So I couldn't raise my hand fast enough when Emily said they had to go, and so I'm like, yes, please. This is too important. We have to keep going. And then we've grown to having a pretty good steering committee now, so that's been nice. And then, yes. And so here we are with our Flutteristas Conference. And by the way, we're kind of split into a few parts and stuff like that. So in a few minutes, I'm going to go away. I'll come back and I'm going to be hosting, other parts of this. And I'm going to let Ezra take over the capable stuff. But I asked if I could come on and just say a couple of words to start off our conference with. And this is just because I am so incredibly proud of what we're doing here. And I'm so proud of what we're doing here because it's been a long time coming. And so like Ezra said, this is our second conference. And I'm thinking back to 3 years ago, I think it is now. Google had sponsored us with some speaker training, to help us get better. And as we were doing some, administrative stuff with that, I was talking with Eli, and it occurred to me that, well, gee, if we're getting speaker training, we need a place to speak. And so we should have a conference. And I mean, Eli was like, oh my gosh, yes, we must do this. And so from that little idea, we're now at our second conference. And I know that for this one, I had a lot of deadlines at work and stuff like that. And if it had been up to me, this wouldn't be happening. And we've had such a great group of women that have come in and taken over every aspect of this. It's been amazing. And so thank you all for coming here. It's been a lot of fun for us to be able to put this on. And I can't wait for you to see what we got for you.
Of course. Thank you for telling us the backstory and everything related to Flutteristas Conference. We're really happy to have you here as a host as well. And I would like to introduce our other host, my co-host here as well. So can we just bring up Valeria and Manuela, please?
And I'm going to go away. I'll be back in a couple hours, people.
All right. See you.
Bye, Danielle.
So maybe you can also start with introducing yourself, Valeria.
Sure. Hi. Hi, everyone. My name is Valeria Duran Ruiz. It's so nice to be here finally at our conference. We have been working so hard with an amazing team again, and it is just a thrill to finally be here. I am a lead Flutter engineer at Tech Violet, and I'm also the founder. And as you can see, I have Sparky and Dash playing some sort of game over here. So got those friends going on. Yeah, so we've been working really hard for this conference. I am so excited for all the speakers that we have coming. Just amazing, amazing Flutteristas from all over the world. And I'm so excited to be here. I'm so happy to be here with you, Ezra and Manuela. And Manuela, I'll leave it to you.
Yes, hi everyone. My name is Manuela. I'm also a Flutterista. And first things first, I just want to thank all of our sponsors. So our gold sponsors, Invertase, Flutter Engineering IO, Showbird, and also on our other sponsors, FlutterFlow, Codeco, and Widgetbook, for making this possible. So we have a few giveaways today planned. And yeah, so I would say big applause, but I can't hear you. So let's keep it in our thoughts and say thank you so much from the bottom of our hearts. And yes, today's first talk will be about building community. And as a Flutter meetup organizer myself, I'm super excited for that. So the first talk is building a first Flutter community, lessons from Flutter Fiesta Singapore by Ruchi. So yeah, Ruchi, the stage is yours.
Good morning, afternoon, evening, ladies and gentlemen, developers, Flutter enthusiasts, and everyone joining us from around the world. I am Ruchi Dhar, and I am founder of Voipains. Today we embark on a journey of building your first Flutter community through lessons I learned from the Flutter Fiesta event, which I organized in collaboration with Google Singapore this year. Whether you are a seasoned developer, a newcomer to the Flutter ecosystem, tech event organizer, or simply someone with passion for technology, there's something here for everyone. In the next 20 minutes, we would be discussing these points. What is Flutter Fiesta? Power of Flutter community, lessons learned, challenges faced while organizing the event, future plans after organizing the event, and finally, building your own Flutter community. So, what is Flutter Fiesta event all about? Here we go. Flutter Fiesta was basically a gathering of mobile enthusiasts for cross-platform excellence, which was conducted on 26th August, Saturday at Google Office Singapore. It was more than just an event. It was a celebration of the boundless possibilities that Flutter brings to the world of app development. Food and drinks were also provided during networking. This picture is from Eventbrite page of Flutter Fiesta, used for marketing and registration of the participants. Eventbrite is available in almost all countries and helps in planning the event and tracking the participation and turnout. Flutter Fiesta was the first in-person Flutter event of 2023 that I organized in collaboration with Google Developer Space and GDG Singapore. This talk is regarding my experience, lessons, and suggestions as to how one can also organize events and start building their own tech community. So let's start with power of Flutter community. Why do communities matter? Communities are the lifeblood of any open source project, and Flutter is no exception. They play a pivotal role in the growth, adoption, and sustainability of Flutter. Flutter community encompasses a global network of developers, designers, and enthusiasts who share a common passion for creating beautiful and performance-centric apps. It's a diverse and inclusive ecosystem that welcomes individuals from all walks of life. Flutter's community has achieved remarkable milestones with 240K followers on Twitter and 175K members on Meetup. It spans across continents through meetups, conferences, and online forums, connecting developers from North America to Asia, Europe to Africa. Right now, we have Flutteristas connecting developers all across the world. Isn't it great? The Flutter community is more than just a collection of code. It's the most popular cross-platform framework in the world of innovation, a hub for knowledge exchange, and a support system for those venturing into the world of cross-platform app development. Now let's deep dive into the lessons that I learned while organizing the Flutter Fiesta event. Lesson number 1, inclusivity. The event wasn't just for seasoned Flutter experts, but welcomed all genders, age groups, proficiency level, whether being beginners, newcomers, seasoned professionals, enthusiasts, all attended the event. Inclusivity is crucial for the growth of any tech community. It ensures that no one feels excluded or left behind, fostering a sense of belonging. By embracing individuals of different backgrounds, skill levels, and perspectives, we enrich the community with fresh ideas and diverse viewpoints. This diversity is a driving force for innovation. Lesson number 1 teaches us that building a Flutter community starts with open arms and a welcoming attitude. It's about creating an environment where everyone feels valued and can contribute their unique talents to the collective success of community. Lesson number 2, knowledge sharing. Flutter Fiesta was a treasure trove of knowledge. It featured technical sessions led by experts, hands-on demos, and insightful presentations. Developers had the opportunity to learn about the latest Flutter advancements, best practices, and real-world use cases. The topics range from complex coding to low-code to no-code to state management. The spirit of sharing was palpable. Knowledge sharing is the heartbeat of any tech community. By sharing knowledge, community members empower each other to overcome challenges, stay up to date with industry trends, and collectively push the boundaries of what's possible with Flutter, creating a cycle of continuous learning. Lesson number 2 underscores the importance of giving back to the community through knowledge sharing. Whether you are a seasoned developer or a newcomer, your insights and experiences can benefit others. Embrace the role of both a learner and a teacher within the Flutter community to help it thrive. Lesson number 3, networking. Attendees had the opportunity to meet peers, industry experts, potential collaborators, and event organizers. Networking wasn't limited to formal events. It happened organically during breaks, over pizzas and drinks, and through interactive Q&A session after the presentation. Networking is often the catalyst for innovation and growth in any community. It allows individuals to connect, exchange ideas, and form valuable relationships. In the context of Flutter, networking can lead to job opportunities, project collaborations, and even lifelong friendships. It opens doors to new perspectives and opportunities for personal and professional development. Some people came up to me and indicated their interest for speaking at future events or attending more such events. Lesson number 3 emphasizes that building a Flutter community involves creating spaces where networking is encouraged. Whether it's through organized events or informal gatherings, fostering connections can lead to long-term benefits for both individuals and community as a whole. Lesson number 4, collaboration. Flutter Fiesta showcased the power of collaboration. Developers, startups, and established companies came together to share their experiences and forge partnerships. Collaborations weren't limited to tech. They extended to design, marketing, and business development, creating a holistic ecosystem around Flutter. Local companies also collaborate with Google for branding and sponsorship, which are showcased during the event. Within the Flutter community, collaborations can lead to the development of high-quality plugins, open source projects, and innovative apps. These partnerships strengthen the ecosystem and benefit all its members. Lesson number 4 underscores that collaboration is a key ingredient in building a thriving Flutter community. Encourage cross-disciplinary interactions, explore partnership opportunities, and foster an environment where diverse talents can come together to create something greater than the sum of its parts. Lesson number 5, celebrating success. Success stories were shared, highlighting how Flutter had transformed businesses and careers. Speakers shared case studies from their respective organizations with examples. Celebrating success within the community is a powerful motivator. It acknowledges the hard work and dedication of individuals and teams, inspiring others to strive for excellence. Recognizing achievements also creates a sense of pride and belonging within the community. It reinforces the idea that everyone's contribution, no matter how big or small, are valued and make a difference. Lesson number 5 teaches us that celebrating success is essential for building a positive and supportive Flutter community. Take the time to acknowledge and appreciate the accomplishments of community members. By doing so, you inspire others to aim higher and continue pushing the boundaries of what can be achieved with Flutter. Lesson number 6, and the last lesson, is sustaining engagement. One of the key challenges in community building is sustaining engagement. Beyond a single event like Flutter Fiesta, it's essential to keep the community active and thriving. We had a panel discussion after the presentations where audience was asking questions from the speakers and clearing their doubts, not just related to the event, but in general Flutter. We also gave out Flutter t-shirts to the audience members. Networking also helped in sustaining the engagement, where people exchange contacts and can connect in future for any project or mentorship. Sustaining engagement ensures that members stay connected, share knowledge, and continue their growth journey. By maintaining a consistent presence, the community becomes a reliable resource for developers seeking support, mentorship, or simply a sense of belonging. It also attracts new members who are drawn to the active and dynamic nature of the community. Lesson number 6 teaches us that community building is an ongoing effort. To keep your Flutter community vibrant, it's crucial to invest in strategies that sustain engagement beyond a single event. Whether it's through online platforms, regular meetups, or creative challenges, the goal is to keep the community alive and thriving. Now let's talk about the challenges faced while organizing the event and the future plan after organizing the event. Here we go. Now, challenges included a lot. The first one is search for speakers. I sent LinkedIn connection requests to many Flutter experts, both with and without speaking experience, to maintain the mix at the event. I got a lot of rejections, especially from female speakers, who cited reasons like shyness, consciousness, not confident to speak in public, and some of them didn't because of their company policies. But after persistent effort, I was able to finalize 3 speakers covering a variety of topics. Creating an attractive event page for people to sign up and also turn out was another challenge that I faced. Had to write details about the event, taking into consideration that maximum people join from all backgrounds. The tech landscape evolves rapidly. Keeping the community up to date with the latest Flutter advancements and trends can be challenging, but is necessary for its relevance, especially with no-code, low-code tools coming up. Challenges are opportunities for growth. They encourage the community to adapt, innovate, and find creative solutions. Rather than seeing them as roadblocks, view them as stepping stones for improvement. Embrace the lessons they offer and use them as opportunities to make your Flutter community stronger and more resilient, even if it requires pivoting. Sometimes you might have to deviate from the plan as things might not turn out the way you wanted. I wanted a female speaker at the event, but that didn't happen. Still went ahead with the event. Now let's talk about the future plans. We plan to scale up and organize multiple such events in the future, globally as well as locally. This would help to connect with Flutter enthusiasts worldwide and expand the reach of the community. I am in touch with local Flutter community admins who are not very active here to take charge and make the community vibrant and active. You can do the same in your locality. It is important to commit to diversity and inclusion by actively seeking out underrepresented voices and providing opportunities for all to thrive. Plan also includes exploring partnerships with other tech communities, organizations, and sponsors to enhance the resources and opportunities available to Flutter developers. Speaking with audience also helps to gain insights about their feedback on the event and also ask for suggestions and improvement. Need to know what exactly the audience is looking for. Flutter Fiesta's success doesn't end with the event itself. It serves as a foundation for future endeavors and community growth. Now we move to the last and the most important part of the talk, which is building your own community. How can one become a community builder? Well, building a Flutter community is not limited to large-scale events like Flutter Fiesta. It's about empowering individuals to create their own local and niche communities. This empowerment involves providing guidance, resources, and mentorship to those who want to start their own Flutter-focused groups or initiatives. You can also start your own community locally with following steps. The first one, define your vision. Start by defining the vision and purpose of your community. What specific goals do you want to achieve and what kind of environment do you want to create for your members? Gather enthusiasts. Identify individuals who share your passion for Flutter. These could be colleagues, friends, or fellow developers from your local area or online network. Choose a platform. Decide on the platform for your community. This could be a physical meetup, an online forum, a social media group, or a combination of these. Organize events. Plan regular events such as meetups, workshops, challenges, hackathons to keep the community engaged and provide value to its members. Promote inclusivity. Ensure that your community is inclusive and welcoming to all, regardless of their skill level or background. Lastly, leverage resources. Tap into resources available through Flutter's official channels and reach out to experienced community organizers and developers for guidance and collaboration. By following these steps and embracing the spirit of community, you can contribute to the growth and vitality of the Flutter ecosystem in your own region or niches. Ending with a beautiful and meaningful quote in this context, technology is best when it brings people together. Isn't that what community building is all about? Thank you so much for listening to me. I want to thank Flutteristas for giving me this opportunity to speak and share my experiences with everyone. Hope this helped you guys and gives you the confidence to start your own community. You can connect with me through these social media channels. I'm also an advisor and consultant to startups, and this is my website, Voipains. Now, ending this talk with some beautiful pictures from the event Flutter Fiesta at Google Singapore. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. We are back. So first of all, thank you for your amazing presentation, and for everyone who is listening to this talk. And right now, if you'd like to ask some questions, please comment down to our YouTube chat by putting Q in front so that we can we can notice it better and easier. That's quite important. And we will have a separate Q&A session for each speaker coming soon, which you can see it in our agenda. And Manuela, can you please introduce our agenda to us?
Sure. So our agenda is as follows. So we have always a few talks. I'm not gonna read out every point on the agenda. You can find the detailed agenda on the flutteristas.org website. You will see that we have a lot of talks, then a Q&A part, and then of course also some activity parts where you can win some nice giveaways from our sponsors. So stay tuned for that. And I hand all over to Valeria. So this is agenda slide 1 of 3. And we do have also a second slide probably. Yes, exactly. So we will start again with a sponsored session. We have the harnessing the power of speech to text in Flutter, and Courage for Change or Another Switch stories, and CI/CD Under the Hood, supercharge your Flutter development with CI/CD. And then again, a sponsored session by Shorebird. We will have some breaks between those parts. So stay tuned for that and have a lot of fun with that. And in the end, we also have a closing with all the Flutteristas, with our hosts. And yeah, I give the word to Valeria.
Ezra, I hear we have a really cool activity to do the map. So can you tell us a little bit about that?
Amazing. And I would like to just go for also mentioning, now I can see in YouTube comments that everybody is writing where they are watching us from. And we have an activity for that. It's called like Flutter Map activity. Please scan this QR code and share your location with us so that we will get it. And we are planning to show to you like wherever the attendees are. And this is like currently worldwide organized and worldwide getting budget global conference. Please scan the QR code and share your location with us. Thank you. And meanwhile you are doing this, then we can go for our next talk.
Nice. Well, as a huge fan of beautiful UIs, I am so excited to have our next speaker with us. Her name is Gayatri Devri Srinivasan is joining us with her talk, Crafting Dynamic UIs with Render Objects, Widgets, and Custom Paints. Take it away, Gayatri.
Hey everyone, welcome back to our Flutteristas Conference this year, and I'm really excited to be part of the same. And I'm happy to share that this is the first time I got the opportunity to deliver a session for our very own Flutteristas community. And here today, I have got a session for you on the topic of crafting dynamic UI with custom render objects, widgets, and custom paints. And giving a short of a basic intro from my side, myself Gayatri Devi Srinivasan, and I'm working as an Android and Flutter developer at Dgrid, and also I am a woman tech makers ambassador, and sometimes I take up the role of technical speaker and share my thoughts through technical write-ups sometimes. Also, I am also a contributing to many open source communities, mainly into Flutter development, including our own Flutteristas community. So, before getting to know the nitty gritty details of how a developer can develop a widget or a component using a render object in Flutter, let us understand first what is a rendering process in Flutter, how does it takes place, and what exactly is render objects. So First of all, as a Flutter developer, we may all familiar with this architectural diagram. There we can able to view a portion called rendering just below the widgets thing. So rendering is usually responsible for rendering a widget into a screen by converting a widget into pixels on the screen. So usually a Flutter rendering process involves a series of steps, which includes layouting, painting, and compositing. And giving a little brief about the each steps, the layouting is responsible for sizing and position of each widget on your screen, and painting is responsible for rendering up the UI of the widget. And the other side, compositing is responsible for combining all the divided up pixeled widget into a single image and display them onto the screen. So these three steps covers up the old rendering process. So you may have a question, so what does a render object do in this scene? So let us I clear out that point. Render objects. So, render objects are responsible for the layouting and painting of a widget, and it also define widget position and appearance on the screen. For example, if a widget want to if the widget is positioning on the screen based on some coordinate, so the render objects will determine where the exactly the widget is going to be placed or positioned onto a single screen. So it also create and provides us a tree structure representing the widget hierarchy. You may all know or familiar with what is a widget hierarchy is. So we all may know like everything in Flutter is a widget. Whatever we create, whatever we build, or whatever we try to build, or everything will be done with widget. But where the render object scenes is coming up. So before getting to know in-depth concepts on render objects need and the process of creating life cycles involved, let us first discuss up the thing what are going behind a widget and what widgets do in Flutter. Widget is like kind of eccentric approach, where there is a proportioned or proposed way of using a particular component, and we can customize but not much. And also it is declarative in nature according to Flutter, and Flutter uses the most familiar single pass layout algorithm for developing or rendering up a widget onto your screen. And also widget allows us to create seamless UI development. And to consider and getting to know about what is a render object, we have like three primary trees in Flutter usually, while going through developing some components, which includes widgets, elements, and rendering. Widgets responsible for a tree like structure which provides us the hierarchy of a component or a parent to child or child to parent component. On the other side, element is responsible for giving us details on current element displaying on the screen and holds the scenes behind. Rendering is the process of rendering up widgets and elements onto the screens. And what does it involves like in the life cycle of a render object? Usually we may all know life cycle states in our Flutter framework, but with respect to render object, we have some life cycle methods, which includes create render object method, perform layout, paint, describe semantics configuration. So, giving a short of a little brief on each method, create render object is responsible for the initiation or creation of the render object widget in Flutter. On the other hand, perform layout is responsible for sizing and positioning of each render object widget whichever we are creating up. And paint is responsible for rendering up the whole UI onto the screen, and describe semantics configuration will handle all the jobs with respect to displaying and rendering face of the object or widget we have created into a stateless or stateful widget. So marking changes, so we may all know we have been involved in some of the gesture deduction works in Flutter using button or something, or also we are familiar with the set state functionality. It updates the state changes and those things. But in with respect to render object, how can we mark the changes, how can we update particular color or a size or positioning of a widget? We have some methods and function with regards to that. That includes mark needs layout, mark needs paint, mark needs semantic update, and these three methods usually comes into the scene of development when a developer tends to change the render object behavior, color, or layouting property with respect to some condition. So in that particular condition, if we want to change their sizes or colors or the UI, we may get these methods into the scene. So mark needs layout, of course, like responsible for updating your layout properties, and mark needs paint and semantics responsible for updating your painting, like that is the UI part, and semantic update is responsible for setting up the complete UI into a stateless or stateful widget. So these methods ensure us the consistency in of render object updates. So how can we handle frames usually in render object? If you are a Flutter developer, I think we may have been familiar with Flutter Inspector. There you will have a option at the right top corner of your Flutter Inspector called Render Tree. There, which where you can able to view each of the widget frames. So how can we handle that frames in render objects? By tracking changes and catched values. For instance, if you are updating a particular color of a render object widget, you need to track the changes or you need to track the catched value in order to avoid the repetition of the codes here. And also, it is like individual responsibility of each leaf render object or single child render object widget to manage their own painting and performing of layout. Also, they will collaborate with the stateful widget or stateless widget for smooth UI rendering. So, what with respect to specialized render objects? There is a concept called tailored render object, which allows a developer to create optimize the layout design. Consider a case where you simply just create a circular progress indicator, and on the other hand, using create render object method, you will end up writing 20 to 30 lines of code compared to using a built-in widget. So why should we follow render object method? Because here you have more options for the customization, reusability, and you can handle optimization more compared to the built-in widget. So when to use render object? So first, before getting into the demo or how can we started to work on the render object, why should I need to use render object first? First, you need to for overcoming the limitation of single pass layout algorithm. Consider a case where in column widget you have some limitations of using widgets one to down or up to down or left to right, and compared to consider a case of row widget where you don't have options to more customization. On the other hand, on the stack compared to column and row, you have some options for customization, and even in stack you will like end up in some drawback. So in order to overcome limitations of these type of limitations, we need to go with the render object approach. And also for nested layout cases, and if there is a situation where there are like overlapping of elements in a same screen, there you can go ahead with the render object approach. And also for the better performance optimization part. So it's a demo time. Now I get into the code demo of how the what is a render object, how can we declare a render object in a dart file, and how can we run or monitor the performance with the help of that. So getting to the code, here I have around one or two lines of code. So before explaining the code part, I'm more towards showing interested towards showing up what is the actual output, and what have been we build up. So just restarting my application I have built, just opening up. This is just this app bar is not getting involved with respect to the render object. Only the arc of the circle which I have drawn here. I have drawn it using the leaf render object that is a part of render object widget approach. So here usually I have declared a header file. Uh, so starting from bottom, usually we have void main function where our up entry point of the application, and here I have a run app method returning a material app, and I have a scaffold with a app bar where I have declared the title. Let's shorten the title for a better view. Yeah, perfect. So here on the center of the screen, I have called my render object widget creator, that is custom circular progress indicator. Instead of going with the basic circular progress indicator widget, here I have created my own widget with the help of render object approach. So getting started with the code, in render object usually we come across the concept of leaf render object and single render object child widget. So you may have brief description for these things on the quick links I have provided on the end of presentation. So for now I'll start with the steps for creating up a leaf render object widget. Here usually I declare we usually extends a class name with stateless or stateful widget, but in this approach you need to extend a widget with leaf render object widget. So here I need to create a circular progress indicator, that is a simple circle. I'm going to draw a single circle where I'm giving the value of the radius, that is the radius of the circle, the stroke width, and the color. These are some of the parameters I am going to give for my very own widget I am creating up. Then we have the create render object method which I was talking about before. Here we need to actually declare return our render custom circular progress indicator, that is which we create up extending the render box. Render box is responsible for creating up a UI for a particular component in the render object approach. So here we need to actually paint whatever thing we need. So with the usage of void paint method, we are passing the paint context and offset for positioning up our very own widget. And I am simply drawing up a paint, and I am passing the custom color property here, and the stroke width. Here I am setting up the offsets for my circular indicator. Then I am just drawing a arc and returning a start angle, sweep angle, and the paint properties into my draw arc paint method. Then I am actually performing the layout with the usage of perform layout method. So once my UI creation is done with the usage of render box, I am calling that up in the create render object method in order to trigger like my render object to display onto the screen. And if you need to update something like with respect to value, color, or stroke, you may like have like pass that value inside the update render object method. And once these everything is done, we can pass this to any of the widgets, like into a stateless widget or stateful widget. And here you can have the options to change the values. So here, with the values change, you can customize your properties. 0.4. So by this way, you can like create your own complex widget, which you can't do with basic like widget with the material or some other packages on Flutter framework. And we may have the question, why should I need to follow this approach while there is an option for a built-in like UI wide range of widgets available in Flutter and wide ranges of package. Because here you do have access for creating up your own customization properties, and also you do have options for painting up a more complex scenery. For example, consider a case of creating a gaming app. There you need to create a complete scenery on your mind to the screen. So in that cases, you can go ahead with this render object approach. So it may be beneficial for the development phase, also for with respect to the performance optimization level. Here I have some of the quick references uh, for you after the session end. Like
Hello, thank you for your presentation. It was great. Meanwhile, we can remind you that you can see our agenda and website, and you can stick with us. What I can also announce to you is in our social media accounts, you can see in our Twitter, LinkedIn, and Instagram that we just shared a post saying, please tag your two friends to win a dash. Then you can just win this awesome dash by tagging your friends only. And we will also have a lot of various activities that you can win dash.
So, and after this amazing presentation of Gayatri, we gonna have a nice presentation by Ashita about Flutter desktop apps. So it's the missing guide to packaging and distributing Flutter desktop apps. So I give it to you, Ashita.
Hi everyone, I am Ashita and today I'll be talking about packaging and distributing Flutter desktop apps as an indie developer. But before I begin, I would like to share my Flutter story. So, like most of you folks, I started my Flutter journey building mobile apps using Flutter. One of the first production grade app I built was EdPunk, which is a mobile first learning platform for Bharat, and it is still running without any hiccups and has seen multiple releases across various Flutter versions. And while building these apps, one of the key challenges I faced was to easily find good third party packages that I could use to integrate components or add new features in my app. So I started building Flutter Gems, which is a visual guide for the Flutter package ecosystem, which has well categorized Dart and Flutter packages. And it has received a lot of love from the community and has helped more than 1 million developers till date. Flutter Gems also has a community on Discord, which you can join using the given bit.ly link. There you can ask any questions related to this talk or any other doubts regarding Dart, Flutter, or any other open source technology. But then I also started experimenting with Flutter Desktop when it was still in beta and always wanted to build a useful desktop application to showcase the power of the Flutter ecosystem. And as developers, you must know that we tend to play a lot around APIs. So I started building API Dash, which is an open source API client, an alternative to Postman from scratch using Flutter. And using API Dash, you can easily test and explore your APIs. You can preview multimedia API responses like PDF, as you can see on the screen, image, and audio as well. And it also lets you generate API integration code in Dart and other programming languages. And it is the only API client which generates Dart code, which makes me super proud. So currently, API Dash is distributed solely via GitHub and is available for macOS Universal Build, Windows 64-bit exe, Linux Debian, and RPM packages for both Intel and ARM based chips. As I was building an open source Flutter app, I wanted to distribute it the way open source community does through downloadable package installers like .app or .dmg for macOS, .exe file for Windows, and .rpm file for Red Hat based Linux, and .deb file for Debian based Linux systems. Now, when I want to do this, the documentation on Flutter official website was very, very limited on how we could actually package and distribute in this manner. So, what I wanted to do through this session was share my learnings as the knowledge of packaging and distributing apps the indie way is very, very limited. So, what we'll do next is we'll go through the process of creating these distributions one by one. So, we'll start with macOS as it is easier to bundle and distribute compared to the other two platforms. We can build and distribute a universal package for macOS which will work for both Intel chips and Apple Silicon chips like M1 and M2. So now the way to begin it is we'll start by following the official building macOS apps guide with Flutter, and there are some prerequisites, so you should definitely go through them. And then what we do is we execute flutter build command and open the workspace in Xcode. So to do that, we'll write flutter build macOS and we'll open it in our Xcode. So these are the commands. Then you have to make sure that you fill the signing section. The section is highlighted on the screen, and Apple provides you a free development certificate in case you are a registered user that can be used for signing your app. You then have to add relevant entitlements and you have to enable hardened runtime. So you can see there's an option enabled hardened runtime. Make sure it's set to yes. The next is, if you have a paid developer account which costs around $99 per developer, you can create an archive using the product menu. Go to the menu, product, and select archive. And you have to notarize your app so that it does not show any malicious software warning upon opening the app for the first time by a user. Now, what happens when you don't have a paid account? So in that case, you need to follow the following steps. So for that, you have to execute flutter build macOS command in release mode. So to do that, you write flutter build macOS release, and it will build the app and place it in macOS build products release folder. So as you can see on the screen, it's in build products release. We have our API-app. Now we need to code sign this app, and we can do that using the security command where it will find the valid signatures. So now we code sign this app using the code sign command. As you can see, this is the code sign command, and we are going to verify it. So we are also verifying it here. Now, after doing these steps, you are free to distribute this file and people can drop it in their applications folder and run it as macOS allows sideloading. But usually .app files are distributed via .dmg disk images, which allows users to easily install applications. So we'll be creating one using the appdmg node package. So to do that, we'll use npm install and we'll have to install both our Node.js and appdmg package. So you can see the command for that. And now what we do is we are going to create a folder and add a background image, icon, and also create a config.json file. Now what this config.json file contains is it is a file which has all the information such as path of release version of app, your background image, your icon image, the location of contents, and all other specs. So these are the three files that we need to create. And post this, we'll be running our appdmg command, and the dmg file is generated that you can go ahead and distribute. So you can see it says your image is ready, api-.dmg. So now that we are done with macOS, let's move on to the next platform, Windows. So again, to begin, go through the official Building Windows app with Flutter guide and make sure you have installed Visual Studio or Visual Studio Build tools to build your Windows desktop app. So we'll be using InnoSetup here. So to be able to use that, you have to download and install the InnoSetup software, which will help us create the executable file. We'll be executing build command, which will create the exe file along with some DLL files. So to do that, we'll copy Visual Studio DLL files as it is specified in the official build for Windows doc to place it alongside the generated build in the release folder. So you can see that. And next we launch the inno setup and create a new script using script wizard. You'll have to enter your app details like application name, application version, the application publisher, application website, etc. And select the main exe file. You also have to select all the DLL files using add files. Now add the data folder using add folder. And simply proceed with the remaining guided steps. Once the script is generated, just hit the run button to generate the single installer file. So you can see this is the run button. You'll have to hit it and it is going to generate your installer file. And with this, we are done with Windows. Now we'll get our exe and you can simply distribute it. So now let's move to Linux. For Linux, we'll be building both our .deb and .rpm files. So for building for Linux, you need to either use a Linux machine or a Linux distro running on a VM to build Linux desktop apps in Flutter. So this is one of the prerequisites that you need to have while building Linux, while building for Linux. And there are certain prerequisites in this case. So if you are building a .deb bundle, you will need a Debian Linux distribution like Debian, Ubuntu, or Linux Mint. If you are building a .rpm bundle, you will need Red Hat Linux distribution like Red Hat Linux, Fedora, Rocky, etc. In case you want to generate ARM64 or ARC64 bundles, your CPU architecture should be Apple Silicon or ARM based, and you need a Intel 64-bit architecture to be able to generate AMD 64 or x86 64 bundles. So these are the important things that you have to remember. And again, the official Building Linux Apps guide with Flutter is a very good starting point to help you get started. So before beginning, just make sure that all the libs that are required for building Linux desktop apps are downloaded. So you can see that we need these libraries to be able to download. And to install each of these tools, you simply have to run the following command. This command is something that we'll have to run. Now we can use the Flutter distributor tool to build our apps on Linux. And it can be easily installed and activated using the Dart pub global activate command. Post this, we need to create distribute options YAML to our project root directory to provide command line specifications. And in this case, we are building a Debian build. Now what we'll do next is we are going to create a configuration for our Debian build named makeconfig.yaml and add it to our project Linux packaging deb directory. And here we can specify our metadata, app category, dependencies, and all other info that is required to create an installer. After doing this, we'll be running Flutter distributor, which will help us generate the build. Now the package can be installed via sudo dpkg or sudo apt install command. And the app can be uninstalled using again sudo dpkg or sudo apt remove command. Now building a .rpm is also a very similar process, and you can try it out on your own. And in case you have any difficulty, you can reach out to me on Discord or any other platform and I'll be happy to help you out. So please feel free to comment below in case you have any query, and see you in the Q&A session. Also, you can join our community server or Discord or reach out to me on my socials. Have a great day. Thank you all.
Thank you. It was actually amazing. And now we are heading to our Q&A sessions with our reliable speakers. And we already have some questions for Ashita and Rushi online. And I'm welcoming you, Ashita and Rushi, please.
Hi, Esra.
Hi,
Hi, everyone.
welcome.
Hi.
How are you feeling after your presentation? It's live now.
Feeling great.
Good. Amazing. First of all, since Roshi was the first speaker, I'm going to start with Roshi's question. And you were mentioning about communities to us, Roshi. And our first question is, how did you reach out to Google Developer Space for the event?
Okay. So I attended a couple of events at Google Developer Space. And after attending a couple of events, I got to know the process of event organization. And then once I got to know the people who are behind the event, I connected with them on LinkedIn. I tried to set up meetup with them, and also try to meet them at various events which keep on happening at Google. So yeah, I mean, it was over the period of time stuff, not something overnight. You just
Yeah.
keep on chasing.
Like as much as you connect, as much as you just host new events in new places, you just get connected more. As I know, Manuela is hosting a lot of meetups in Flutter Berlin. If you want to also mention about that, and you can just mention how you're also finding the places to host.
So for us, it's also like networking with companies that are interested in Flutter, and also like sometimes we have someone who is working at a company that is interested that joins our meetup. So yeah, it's really a fun process and getting to know a lot of different companies in tech here in Berlin, and yeah, so that's how we do it basically.
Now I will just follow up with your other question, Ruchi. Question is, what are different ways of building a community?
Okay. So there are, depending upon who is your target audience and what kind of community you want to build. So mostly in case of tech communities, you have a lot of option. You can not just do a physical meetup, but you can also build online communities. So you can start small by building maybe just a social media channel, maybe a YouTube channel or a website, and try to get like-minded people with you. And once you get a pool of people who are like aligned with what you are visualizing in your community, then you can organize a physical meetup, since it also involves a cost. But it's always good to start online, which is at a very minimum cost and minimum effort. And then you can also keep on engaging your audience by hosting hackathons, by hosting code challenge, by giving away some freebies or some kind of goodie bags, so that people are engaged and they are resonating with what you are trying to do in the community. At the end, it's also about the larger purpose of your community, which should be strong enough for people to come and back you up.
That's actually like totally how the community works. And it's amazing that we also get these contributions and we are doing these events and everything. I would like to
I think
proceed. Yeah, please.
Yeah, I think Flutteristas is a great example of how to organize a community, of how to get like-minded people together and then organize an event of this scale. I mean, it's commendable what today is happening, and congratulations to Flutterista. Hope we all, get to organize an event like this one day.
Thank you, and of course, and also in Flutteristas, there's like everything that we are doing right now, since from planning to assess planning, like speaker training, everything you have is internally. We are publishing it on Flutteristas, and it's just something that you can always reach out. And I would like to actually go for a couple questions that is sent for Ashita. Would you like to answer some? So I will bring the first question. And if you don't feel like we are having time, you can also get the questions to your socials. And our first question is, how did you figure out the exact list of required external dependencies when packaging Linux desktop apps?
Yes, so this is actually a very good question. So, for this, you have to mention the external dependencies in the make config YAML file. And coming to the question now, how you can figure out what dependencies you want to add, you'll have to check the Flutter packages, and the package developers, they specify the dependencies in the README file. But say in case only Debian dependencies are mentioned, but you also want the RPM dependencies, then you can check out packages.org and you can find the RPM equivalent of them.
Thank you. So they can directly reach them via the README. And we have one more question. It is Sakina is asking, one of our amazing reliable speakers. She is asking, is it possible that we have included all DLLs while generating an installer for Windows, but it still gives an error for missing DLL files when a user installs it?
Yes, Sakina, it may happen that you have given all the DLL files, but it still gives an error. But usually it will tell which DLL files are missing, which you can then locate in your build computer, and you will have to put them in the Flutter build folder and create a new exe file.
Thank you. And actually, we have a couple more questions, but we are kind of getting out of our Q&A session as timing. I can see Fraser and Anjita's questions. Please feel free to connect them via YouTube comments and so on. And thank you for joining here and answering our questions, Ashita and Ruchi. It's amazing to see you and talk to you soon. Thank you for your presentation. Amazing. So actually now this is our time to introduce FlutterFlow, and we have Pooja here. Meanwhile, I just want to remind you that can we please put the QRs, Simon? Because there are some people still asking, can we get the QR code so that we can just put where we are located? All right, here you are. Maybe we can wait a couple seconds and then we can get Pooja on board. Amazing. Welcome, Pooja.
Hello, everyone. How is it going?
Going good. Super excited. How are you? I see that you have Flutteristas.
I do.
Exactly.
Yes, yes. I mean, it is a very busy day today because it's Diwali here in India, like Choti Diwali. So whoever is watching and celebrating today, happy Diwali to you. Yeah, I took some time out so that I can talk about what I'm passionate about and to meet the audience of Flutteristas around the world. So pretty excited. Yep.
And by the way, I would like to say that also thank you, Pooja, in person for all of your contributions to Flutteristas and being mentor, being amazing speaker, being amazing organizer, and being with us right now here. And feel free to share your screen anytime to go your presentation.
Absolutely. I will do that right now. All right. So I was like supposed to start with a quiz, and I know that you guys are doing a Kahoot quiz, and I was like, we already have a Kahoot quiz built in FlutterFlow, so I'm gonna start with that. But before that, I'm gonna introduce myself as well. Hello, everyone. Hi, I am Pooja Bhaumik. I'm a Google developer expert in Flutter since 2019, and a developer advocate at FlutterFlow. And I've been, talking in conferences since 4.5 years now. And this is definitely like home base, especially Flutteristas. It's a very supportive community, for sure. It's there. It has been there before, like after I joined the community, but that means that I've been there since the starting of this community. So I'm really happy to actually, contribute in some way. So, yep. All right, so I can start the quiz, but I will give you the QR code. So this is for everyone to actually get the app, which is where you can actually answer the questions. I'm also going to just try. Yes, so everyone should have that. I hope I can see the comments. All right, so once you all are in, do not join any game yet, because the number I will give you which game to join. So once you are in and you see a number of games there, just let me know in the chat that you are in. And the questions are going to be related to like the talks that you might have attended after this. So yeah, I think the code is working for me. So I just tried it myself. So if you cannot find the code, the URL is literally just kahoot-quiz.flutterflow.app. I cannot add it to the chat, but if anyone can, please do add it to the chat.
By the way, Pooja, if you can chat to us, like you can send a link, we can put it on live. And also for the audience right now, when I scan the QR code, it just showed me a little bit white screen, but then it just loaded. Maybe you can just wait a little so that then you will see some numbers there, but you shouldn't join any game yet.
Yeah, no, don't join the one that you can join. So that's the link. I am sharing it with the organizers. They can share it with in the chat. But yeah, code should work. Yeah, because I'm also playing with you. So I will wait a minute and then I will join, start the game. Yes. So that's the link. And we're going to start in a minute. So let's see how the quiz goes for everyone.
So exciting.
Yes.
I'm also joining that.
Yes. I mean, me too.
Let's see.
Yes. And I hope it works because it's self-built. It's not the actual Kahoot. That
anytime you go live, anytime you go like in-person presentation, we know what happens.
Yeah, it's always a scary one. So and even the more scary one is that even though I have played this app before with conferences, I just updated something like an hour back, and updating just before the show is not a very good idea. So once I think you already have you can see that the game code is 5277, but you cannot join it. So I'm gonna allow players in, and now you all can join. And please do add your email ID, because we are giving 5 subscriptions to the top 5 winners. We will be showing top 10 winners, but the top 5 winners are going to get 2 months pro plan free for like the top 5 people. So please do add your email ID so we know who to contact. I mean, you anyway have to. You cannot proceed without that. So no pressure at all.
Meanwhile, while waiting, can you mention what does this pro plan includes, what they can do with FlutterFlow actually? Now the audience actually doesn't know about it.
Yeah, I was actually going to talk about it after the quiz, like play some games and then like serious talk kind of a thing. But while people are joining in, first of all, this is built with FlutterFlow, and FlutterFlow is a low-code tool that lets you build Flutter applications, but in a low-code manner. So in a drag-and-drop interface, you not just like building UI, but also building logic, like connecting with databases, connecting with APIs, and that's something that we will see today. Like in the 10-minute after the quiz that I have, I'm gonna try and build one flow live. Why do I do that to myself? I don't know, but I'm gonna build something live and connect the open AI APIs and build an image generation application from a prompt. So very simple application, but it will be built in 10 minutes as well, like a basic one. Obviously not something that you can like deploy right away, but a working demo, hopefully. So I see a lot of people, but I'm gonna wait. I guess I should wait 30 more seconds. So yeah, when you win this quiz, at the end we will see the top 10 winners, and you will be able to play with FlutterFlow and see all the amazing features, and basically get the entire package for like to play with. So people are still joining.
Oh my God, you got like 30 players already on board.
Oof.
Should we start?
All right, let's start. So now I'm gonna just like start the game, and you will get a screen which says that basically enter the game or something. So join that and start playing. All right, I'm gonna just make it live. Like, where was this event organized? I think this is related to the first talk. I was listening to it. So next question: which of the following is part of the steps to build your own community discussed in the talk? Is it distribute pamphlets, not allow outsiders in the community, promote inclusivity, or proclaim yourself as the leader of the topic or community? All right, next question. What is the primary role of widgets in Flutter's UI development? Handling touch events and gestures, or managing application state and logic, or serving as lightweight building blocks for UI elements, or rendering complex graphics and animations? Quick. When creating custom render objects in Flutter, what is an essential best practice to follow to optimize performance? Implementing should reprint for every custom render object. And if I read everything, I will not finish. So next question.
Maybe you can just read questions.
Yeah, what is the primary function of the build context parameter in Flutter? I'm not going to read the answers because I'm not going to fit in 5 seconds. But you have to. What is impeller? That's the easy one, I'm guessing. So, what is impeller?
Now they can take a deep breath and cool down.
The question is simple, but the answers are long. What does hot reload do? It loads changes into the game. I mean, this is literally the fastest finger kind of a thing. So, but yeah, it's all for fun. So, what is the use of ticker in Flutter? And I hope I mentioned that speed has a score.
Oh my God, considering the YouTube delay, considering the length of the answers, you are just pushing it even
Okay,
harder.
easy one. What platforms or operating systems can you use to build apps with FlutterFlow? Web, macOS, iPad, or all of the above? That's the last one. And should we show the results? minutes. I hope it works. Yay! All right. So I think the last person came. I'm gonna just take a screenshot as well, just to remember for myself. All right. So the winners are Ijaz, CR7, Sakina. I know it's you. Frey, Nehal, and that's the first 5 people. But I also want to take the name of the other people: Mike D, Zonger, Raitis, Kimura, and Elaine. So the first 5 people, I will reach out to you for the free subscriptions that you're gonna get in your mailbox if you have the right email added to the game. So congratulations. All right. So that was basically the quiz, and I'm going to basically take the next few minutes to actually show what FlutterFlow is. As I said, I actually did basically talk about what FlutterFlow is as a platform, but I'm going to actually build something and show you what the power of FlutterFlow is. So you obviously have learned about is my screen okay? I'm sharing my screen. I don't know if it's on the
Yeah, you can share your screen and stage is yours, Pooja.
All right, awesome. So here's the FlutterFlow tool. This is a Flutter Web built in Flutter Web, and here you can build your UI in a drag and drop manner. What I'm going to build today is something like the image generation application, where you just give a prompt and it uses the Dolly API and gets you an image. So I'm going to build that, but I'm too lazy to actually build the UI. So I'm going to use the AI feature here and hope it gives me something nice. So I'm going to say image generation screen from a prompt. It takes like 45 seconds kind of to basically find generate the screen for you. So a lot according to the prompt, it will give you the screen. So if you have more details, it will give you more details. In a way, at this point it seems that this is perfect. At this point for me, I have an image, I have the caption, which is the prompt, and I have to submit. So I can insert the page, and I can say image screen or whatever, something, or image gen screen. All right, so we have this, and this is the prompt, and this is the action button. All right, now I need to prepare the APIs for it, so I need to write some code and all that. But with FlutterFlow, you can also reduce the work of connecting your APIs. Now I know that I have this API YAML file from OpenAPI GitHub project, and I already downloaded this, and this basically has all the API details. And I just think, I hope, yes. So now I am going to import all the APIs. So here is our API calls, and I'm gonna upload a file, and hopefully, yes, open API, and it will import all the APIs that is available today from OpenAPI. So everything here, how one looks like. Let me show you the create image API. So basically, you have this as the post method type, and then you have the API endpoint, the better keys, the body is already created for you with some data. The variables are there, which is the API key. I already have the API key set in the app state, but I'm not going to show that because it's the API key, but I'm going to delete it right after this. So anyway, so and I'm going to you can also test your APIs here in the platform itself. So I'm going to test the response for the API generation. The body is this the demo thing, but I have to give the API key here. So this is just for the testing an API. So I'm just gonna quickly give this and test API call. So this will create the JSON paths of the response. So the kind of response that you're expecting, you can basically now create your classes according to it. So here I have the response already. And if you see, the JSON paths are also there. You have the URL and the revised prompt. If you see the URL, I am guessing like if I can preview it. So this is basically something here. If I can show it. The URL is wrong. Wait. So I'm gonna just show it in the app itself. That I think it's easier. So I'm gonna just have this saved and make sure that I name them. So here it will be revised prompt, and here it will be image URL, and save this. All right. So now I am going to make sure that I have on submit button, I can just call the API. So API call, and you open API and variable API key auth. And this is set. Here is where I can get all the variables from various locations in a like the app state, the widget state, or action outputs, whatever it is. So in this case, my app state has the API key. So I'm going to set that API key and call the here. I see an error is because I need to do something here. What I can do is that I can set the image, and here this basically set a local state here in my page. So basically it's a page state, and I can say this a generated image kind of thing, and this will be an image path. That's the type, and here it is nullable, and confirm. All right, then we can basically make sure that this is set when the API is successful. So here we have an action, and we can update any state. So basically this is the state management in a way, and you update page state. What do you want to update? Generated image. You set the value, and where do you get it from? It is from the action output, which is the API result here, if you see. So I need to find the API result here. So which is the API result here, and JSON body, and JSON path. And here I need to find why this doesn't show the path. All right, this I need to check the API there. All right, this is what happens when you do it live. All right, so if I go and check my API and my variables, sorry, yes. So here I have an image URL. It is set, but this doesn't show here. So let me just see. Sorry, so basically it's Diwali and you can hear a lot of fireworks. So sorry about that. Oh, so the endpoint is supposed to be create image, right? So endpoint is supposed to create image, and the app state is the API key. And when you update the page, then you basically get the image URL, right? Yes. All right. So now you set it, and just make sure that the image only shows up when there is an image set. So I'm going to add a conditional here and add a if, basically a statement where if the value page state generate image is set, only then show the image. So right now I've not added the prompt. I'm just doing the button click and the API call. So I just want to show you that if the API works or not, because I only have like 10 minutes to do this entire thing. So let's see. I hope I have some minutes left, right? Do let me know if I'm going over time. So this is the part where it's basically getting ready your app for basically testing your application, which is the first build is always taking a bit more time.
Yes, actually, we are kind of getting closer to our time. Looks like it's going to take a couple minutes, right?
It will take hopefully 30 seconds more. So if that works, I think we can say that it works. And if it doesn't work,
Yeah.
well, you just gave me 10 minutes.
So
So
let's see how we're going to
it's
look.
loading the app. Yeah,
Mhm.
I'm like, oh my God. Okay. So which screen? Oh, this is not even the screen that I'm. 1 second. It still can run. 1 second. It's on the wrong page. It will take 10 seconds. Oof, this is like
Here
speech
we
coding
are.
thing. All right, so we have a caption. I'm gonna just submit the button because we already have like the demo thing. So let's see if the image works. And also the image is going to take a little more time to load because I remember that in the API, it is basically a big image, maybe 1024. So maybe it's a high quality image. Is that the image? Oh, okay. Okay. Sorry. One last thing. So basically set the page state to the generated image and we should be done. All right. That's it. That should be it. All right. Here is the moment. Well, that time the image had loaded because it did show an image, but it was the default one. All right. The prompt here. Let me see. What is the prompt that I gave? Basically, it's saying a cute baby sea otter. Did it work? Oh, yay, it worked.
Yes. It
All
works.
right. So in 10 minutes, we made an API call, added it to the FlutterFlow application, did an API call, set the image to the response in under 10 minutes, I'm guessing 10, 11 minutes. And of course, we can change the prompt into the caption thing itself. It just needs one extra minute, but I will not take more of your time. But that's what I want to show you is that the power of FlutterFlow is that it takes away time of the monotonous work, so you can focus more on the complex stuff and connecting with APIs or connecting with Firebase. It's a very monotonous stuff, so focus more on the complex stuff, which is you can write custom code as well. So if you want to write a custom action widget, whatever it is, so you can write Flutter code inside FlutterFlow as well. So I hope the winners definitely try it out because you have 2 months of free subscription of the entire package. So you can try out all the features, and everyone else also can try out in the free plan. And like if you like it, just play with it more, build applications, deploy it. You can do it from FlutterFlow as well. So I hope I see more of you, trying it out. So thank
All
you,
right.
everyone. And thank you,
Thank you
Esra.
so much, Pooja. It was great to see you, and thank you. Bye. And now I would like to get Valeria and Manuela on board. Also to thank you both. Thank you for hosting with me. It was amazing to see you, and see you later in our next conference.
Thank you so much for having me, and thank you for joining us at Flutteristas Conference, and I hope to see you at Flutter Chicago.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
All right. And now I will be introducing our next talk by Rukia, and it is Unlocking Seamless Navigation, Exploring Deep Linking in Flutter. The stage is yours.
Welcome to today's discussion on deep links in Flutter. In this conversation, I'll be sharing insights and information about deep links and their significance in various applications. But before we dive in, let me introduce myself. I am Ruqayya Sattar, a Flutter software engineer at Next Generation Innovations from Pakistan, actively involved in the open source community, content writing, and nurturing young talent through mentoring. Now let's explore the world of deep links together. What we will cover: what are deep links, its implementation in Flutter, its benefits, how deep link improves user engagement, user experience and engagement, challenges and considerations, testing and debugging. What are deep links? Let's understand it with a basic example. Imagine your smartphone is like a library and each app on it is a different bookshelf in that library. Normally, when you tap on an app's icon, it takes you to the first page of that app. That's how most applications work. But what if you want to go directly to a specific page in an app, like opening a fairy tale book and going straight to a story about a dragon? That's where deep linking comes in. Deep linking is like having a special bookmark that takes you directly to a specific page in an app instead of starting from the beginning. In Flutter, it's a way to make your app understand these bookmarks. Let's say you have a shopping app and you want to show a particular dress when someone clicks on a link. With Deep Link, you can create a link that's like a treasure map. When you tap on the link, your app reads the map and knows exactly which dress to show, skipping all the other stuff. It makes using apps more fun and convenient. Deep links in mobile app improves user engagement, enable effective marketing strategies, support personalization efforts, and enhance overall user satisfaction by simplifying the process of accessing your content. They are not regular links. They are the special secret passages of the mobile app world, offering a direct route to specific content. Crucial for user engagement in mobile apps because they provide a seamless and context-aware way to direct user a specific content or actions within the app. It bridges the gap between web and app experiences, making them an essential component in mobile app development and marketing strategies. These are some common real-world examples of deep links in popular applications. Uh, like Twitter, when you tap on a link in a tweet, Twitter uses deep links to open the content directly within the Twitter app. This could be a link to an article, a video, or another person's tweet. LinkedIn. LinkedIn mobile application utilizes deep links to allow users to deep dive into their professional network. For instance, clicking on a connections profile link in a message takes you to that person's profile within the linking application. YouTube. When you receive a link to a video on YouTube or any other application, clicking it opens the YouTube app and takes you directly to the video, starting playback immediately. This enhances the video watching experience and encourages user engagement. These real-world examples demonstrate how popular applications use deep links to create a seamless and user-friendly experience, such as signing up, making a purchase, or engaging with content. Deep link plays a vital role in enhancing the usability and functionality of these applications. Deep links are app-centric and deep link users into the app's interface. There are several ways to implement deep links, depending on factors like the complexity of your app, the desired user experience, and whether you need to handle them from external sources or within the app. In many cases, using a Flutter package or third-party solutions can simplify the process of implementing deep links and saves you huge development time. Here are some common approaches. You can use third-party navigation package like Fluoro, AutoRoute, or Router to define and handle deep links. These packages provide more advanced routing and navigation capabilities, including support for parameterized URLs and nested routing. The Unilinks package provides a cross-platform solution for handling deep links in Flutter. It allows your app to respond to external deep links when it's not running or running in the background. For more control over deep link handling, you can write platform specific code using Flutter platform channels. This approach lets you integrate native deep link handling mechanisms available on Android and iOS. There are third-party Flutter packages that specialize in deep link handling. These plugins often provide easy-to-use APIs and may include support for advanced features like deferred deep linking analytics and attributions. For example, AppFlyers SDK. In some cases, you might need to create a custom deep link handling solution tailored to your app's unique requirement. This involves working with Flutter's native integration and handling URL schemes on Android and universal links on iOS. To implement deep links, you need to set up your app to handle incoming deep links with the specific URL schemes, host, and paths. Make sure your app is configured to handle these deep links either by using a package like Flutter Deep Link or by configuring your app's Android manifest.xml in Android and info plist in iOS to handle the custom URL scheme. Like I did URL scheming in this Android manifest.xml. Then when a deep link is triggered here, it should be parsed, and the navigate with deep link function should be called to navigate to appropriate page in your application. And also ensure that the launch URL function is correctly implemented to trigger the deep links when the button is pressed, like I did in this here. Its benefits. It's essential to monitor and analyze user behavior and engagement matrices within your app to assess the impact of deep links correctly. Deep link streamlines user engagement, user experience, eliminating multiple screens for quicker access, boost conversations with personalized content, enhancing marketing campaigns, add new users by guiding them through app features and onboarding steps, improve user retention by providing a smooth, engaging experience, and it drive desired actions like purchasing and sign up effectively. Always prioritize your experience, user experience, security, and privacy when implementing deep links in your mobile applications. Use cross-platform libraries like Branch.io to ensure consistent deep link behavior on iOS and Android. Implement deferred deep linking to redirect users without the app to App Store and provide web fallbacks. Check app versions for deep linking support and guide users when linking to new features in older versions. Prevent broken deep links with a robust link management system and flexible link shorteners. Secure deep links with HTTPS, data encryption, OAuth, and threat monitoring. Testing and debugging. Test deep link in your mobile in your Flutter app early to ensure reliable cross-platform functionality. Now let's discuss methods and tools for testing and debugging deep links in Flutter applications. Manual testing. Click deep links in different contexts to ensure they open the app correctly and check different scenarios. Testing on real devices and emulators. Use different devices to verify cross-platform functionality. URL validations. Implement a URL validation to reject invalid and suspicious links. Deep link testing services. Services, like I said before, services like Branch.io simplify deep link creation and testing. Use logging and debugging, Flutter's debugging tool to diagnose deep links issues. Thank you so much. Thank you for being a part of this session. Your engagement and participation means a lot to me. If you have any questions, thoughts, or would like to discuss this further, please don't hesitate to reach out. I'm always here to support you. And I have shared the source code links below.
Thank you, Rukia, for your amazing presentation. I can see that we already have a lot of questions getting lined up in YouTube, which is amazing. But now I would like to introduce our part 2 coming, and we will have the Q&A session for that in the agenda that you can see. But first of all, I would like to welcome Danielle as our main host for part 2. Welcome, Danielle.
Hi, thanks for having me back. Of course, I'm so excited that we're having this going on now. And just to let everybody kind of know, we've broken this up into parts, not just really just so that we can know how to split ourselves up, because 12 hours is a long time. And so we need to
Yes.
make sure we pace ourselves. So if you need to get a drink or do something, do it now. But we're a little bit behind, so we're going to keep moving on with what we're going on with. And once again, I am Danielle. I'm one of the organizers of the Flutteristas, and I'm the Flutter lead for a small company called Ardley, and that's me. But I'd like to bring up my my new co-host, Maureen.
Definitely. And I would like to just leave the stage to you both. Thank you.
Well,
and
I
see you
do.
soon.
Before we do it,
Yeah.
real quick, I just want to say
Mhm.
one of the things I love about the Flutteristas. This kind of goes back to our first talk even a little bit, but I had a dinner with Esra in Istanbul and Daria, who's going to be my co-host for my next section, and we had that just happen because we happened to be in town at the same time. Maureen happened to be by me a couple weeks ago, and so we were able to go have a drink together and stuff like that. And so that's one of the things I love about the Flutteristas is we're a virtual group. This is a virtual conference, but we do have real world kind of experiences. And so anyway, so thank you very much, Esra. We'll see you in a couple of hours. And
Thank you.
Maureen, why don't you introduce yourself?
Sure. Thank you so much, Danielle. Hi, everyone. Welcome to our Flutteristas Conference, and I would be your co-host for the part 2 session. Feel welcomed and enjoy.
That's awesome. Okay. Well, we are running a little bit behind, so let's kind of get into it. But our next speaker is Sakina, and I had the great pleasure of meeting her. She's a great person, and she's going to talk about something that's really close to my heart, which is exploring the casual games toolkit in Flutter. So take it away.
Hey guys, hope you're doing well. In today's session, you will be learning about the Flutter Casual Games Toolkit, which is a toolkit that was released, if I'm not mistaken, sometime last year. And with that, you're going to understand and learn how you can build your own indie games with Flutter. So before we get started, for those of you who don't know me, hello, my name is Sakina Abbas. I'm the co-founder and CEO at Reactory, which is a software house that I founded way back, along with being a Google developer expert for Flutter and Dart. Initially, I started off as a native Android developer, but then I eventually transitioned towards Flutter development, which is what I'm currently doing. And alongside that, I'm also part of various Google affiliated communities such as Google for Startups, Road to GD, and so on and so forth. So as part of this session, let's see what you'll be learning today. So the first things first, you will understand what kind of games can you actually build with Flutter. Is there a limitation to building games with Flutter? Then you'll learn about the basic building blocks of a great game. And then we will answer the question, why Flutter? So if we're talking about building games, usually the first thing that comes in people's minds is Unity, right? But Flutter is something that might come off as something new for someone who's just starting off with Flutter or who doesn't really know that much about Flutter. So we're going to address that. Then finally, we will be delving into the basic introduction of the Casual Games Toolkit. We'll see what exactly it is. We'll do a little bit of deep dive into what it actually offers and how it can help you with your game development process. We will see a live demo in action, which is basically the application that you get to run when you run the Flutter Casual Games Toolkit. And then finally, we will address some next steps. So the next things that you can kind of like keep in mind whenever you're starting off on your journey. So I hope you're as excited as I am, and let's get started. So what kind of games can you build with Flutter? Well, technically, indie games are the best games, or are the best kind of games that you can build with Flutter. The reason being because with indie games, it's not kind of like open world adventure. It's not a first person shooter. It's just there's this static scene and you're the player, which means you're the controller of the game, and you decide on how to take the game forward. An example of that would be Flappy Bird. So there is a static screen which has a background that is constantly moving throughout this entire game loop. And then you have your character, which is Flappy Bird, that you just interact with the tap on the screen. Similarly, we have the IOFlip game, which is right over here. If you attended Google I/O earlier this year, you must have seen this game showcased on their website. Fun fact, this game was also built with the Flutter Casual Games Toolkit. So it's kind of like Pokemon cards, but Google Technologies version. And then this one is kind of like my own version of Flappy Bird. I added my own twist to it. It's actually a neon cat game. So you have flying donuts, and then similar to Flappy Bird, you can basically control the neon cat, and you have to make it eat donuts and get it fat. And then this last game that we have over here. So this is a game that I built using Bonfire. So if you're interested in building games with Flutter, Bonfire is definitely something that you might want to look at. So over here, it's basically Dash in a dungeon maze, and Dash has to collect some technologies such as the Dart, Firebase, Google Maps, etc., etc. And when Dash is able to do that, then Dash basically wins that game. So yeah, just wanted to give you guys a quick sneak peek of what kind of games can you build with Flutter. Now, when we talk about what makes a great mobile game, then we have multiple factors to keep in mind, such as the graphics, how the game looks like, how it's performing. So performance is really good, especially if we're looking at a mobile game. Then the story is obviously very important in its own place. The gameplay is very important. So what kind of interface or what kind of controls or what kind of basically the entire game, what is the entire game consisting of that the player is actually playing, right? Then the size of the game is very, very important to consider, especially when you're building a mobile game. And things like monetization are important if you're someone who wants to make an earning or a living out of your game. So these are some of the aspects that you need to consider while building a great mobile game that's a success, right? So it doesn't have to be very flashy. It doesn't have to have very advanced 3D, effects or aesthetics. It can be a simple 2D game with pixelated art, but it just needs to have the right elements that give that a nice gamey touch to the player. So, having discussed all that, you might consider, and I know, spoiler alert, you've already gotten a spoiler alert in the beginning as to what kind of games can you actually build with Flutter. But hey, considering all of that, can you or can a mobile app developer develop mobile games? And the answer is yes, you absolutely can. And the good news is that Flutter makes it even easier and faster. So, having said that, you might ask me, why Flutter? Why choose Flutter when you're building games? So first and foremost, it offers simple and fast state management. So if you're a mobile app developer, or rather if you're a Flutter developer and you are aware of state management, let's say like Provider or Riverpod, then the good news is that when you're building a game and you want to persist state, such as you want to persist score or keep track of the levels that the player has played or any other aspects, then you can easily do that with Provider. Then Flutter offers you a blank canvas, so you have control over each and every pixel, which means you can literally customize it however you want. It's pretty lightweight, so Flutter apps tend to be lightweight. They're often not that bulky, at least in my experience, as at least in the case as to how many apps I've built so far, which means that even the games that are built from Flutter, they're not that heavyweight. They're pretty lightweight, they're very performant and easy to go. Then the performance is obviously very great. They're fast. And the reason for that is when you're building any game with Flutter, even though you're writing your primary code in Dart, it will always compile to the platform's native equivalent bytecode or machine code. Then it's very quick to create. If you're a Flutter developer, you already must be aware how quick and easy it is to create applications, which is the same case as in the games. And fun fact here, the Dash Tales game, which I showed to you in an earlier slide, which is right over here. This is a game that I built in literally one day. So I took about 1 to 2 hours going through the entire documentation and the remaining couple of hours just building this game. It was that easy. And it's super developer friendly. So yeah, if you're a Flutter developer, then you're literally building with Flutter, you're building with Dart, and there's nothing out of the box that may come as a surprise to you. And finally, if you're someone who is not a Unity developer or who has no prior experience working or building with other game engines, then Flutter is the perfect start for you. Having said that, let's look into what exactly the Casual Games Toolkit is. So, is the Casual Games Toolkit a library, a package that you incorporate in pubspec.yaml as a dependency? No, it's none of that. It's actually a template which is available on GitHub and also on flutter.dev. And it's a template which offers you boilerplate code for developing indie games or casual games. Now, what does the template cover? The template covers ads. So if you're working with, if you want to display ads during games and during gameplay, and you want to get some monetization from that, you can do that. It has aspects or elements to app lifecycle. So when you're building a game, and if the game goes in the background or if you pause it, then the game should listen to certain events. So it takes care of all that stuff as well. It already has built-in support for game sound. So whenever you're playing a game, there's always this nice subtle background music that's going on, and then as you interact with the game, so let's say in the case of Flappy Bird, if you tap it, it does a whoosh sound, right? So game sounds like that. And then in-app purchases, so let's say you want to buy a custom skin, like let's say it's an RPG game and you want to buy custom skins for your character, or you want to buy some add-ons, or maybe you just want to skip out on the ad process altogether, then it has the necessary integrations done and in place for you to take care of. So it has level selection as well. So if you're building a game which has multiple levels, then obviously you will have to, offer a feature where you can show all the levels, where you can select a particular level, where you can store and persist the state of when you've successfully played a level, and stuff like that. So it takes care of that as well. Then it has some basic settings, such as your name or sounds, like do you want a background sound on or off, etc., etc. So it has some basic level of settings covered as well. And then finally, it has leaderboards as well. So whenever you're playing games and you're feeling a tad bit challenge oriented, then you can always enter leaderboards. And if you're feeling competitive, then you can enter into a leaderboard, and it just gives you this feeling of accomplishment that you've achieved this much score in this much time, right? So it's good to see your name in a leaderboard. Now, having looked into this basic of Casual Games Toolkit, let's dive right into each of the different elements that it offers. So first things first, let's look at the dependencies that you will find when you open up pubspec.yaml in the toolkit. So as you can see over here, we are starting off with Flutter, of course. Then we have audio players. Audio players is for playing sounds and for caching sounds. Then we have Cupertino icons. You're aware of that as well. Then Go Router is something that is basically being used for navigation. It's super handy, especially if you're working with a cross-platform game. So you're building a game and you want the game to be compatible with mobile, with web, desktop, as well as any other platform. So Go Router really helps you helps provide you a smooth navigation service. Then we have logging, just for logging purposes. We have provider for state management. We have shared preferences for storing data in the local database, such as like settings, levels, progress, etc., etc. Then we have Firebase Core and Firebase Crashlytics. So if you're working with, let's say, Firestore for keeping track of scores, or if you are integrating Crashlytics or analytics or anything like that, then of course you need to include Firebase Core as well. Then we have game services. This is for connecting your game to the leaderboards and achievements in App Store and Google Play Store. Then we have Google Mobile Ads for showing ads in the game. And then finally, we have in-app purchase to take care of the purchases within the application. Now, let's look at what the lib structure will look like if you open up the template. So over here, all of the things that you see are pretty much what we saw earlier in the previous slides. So we have a directory for pretty much every service that the template offers. So it has one for ads, it has one for app lifecycle. Don't worry, we'll get into a little bit of deep dive into each of these just a moment later. But just to give you an overview, we have audio, we have game internals, game services, in-app purchase, level selection, main menu, which is basically the main screen that you will see whenever the game launches or starts. Then we have play session, player progress, settings, style, and stuff like that. Okay, so before we get started into the deep dive of it, I just want to give you a quick tip to keep in mind for the rest of this session. So the motivation of this session is to make you aware that this toolkit exists, and this is how you can navigate through the different files and directories that it offers. And it's perfectly okay if you don't understand something. It's perfectly fine if something goes completely above your head, and it's perfectly fine if you if you learn something but then you forget it. Okay, because the point is this, that it's just to feed this in your brain that this is there, this exists. You can find the code later whenever you want to, and this is how you're basically going to use it. The reason that I'm emphasizing on this is because when I was building that RPG using Bonfire, the Dash Tales game that I showed you earlier, so I didn't start with a completely blank project. Okay, so Bonfire had a couple of games, and it had a couple of templates mentioned as part of their documentation, and I started off with that. And when I did, that was the reason why and how I was able to finish my game with my customizations, my logic, my add-ons, all my Sakina touch, because the template was there, and I just had to understand it, navigate it, and just understand how to tweak it to my use case. So this is what this session should mean for you. Okay, let's get started. First things first, we have ads. So inside ads, we have ads controller. This is obviously linked to the package that we're using for fetching ads, right? It also contains a banner ad widget, which is basically a Flutter specific widget, which is responsible for showing a responsive ad based on what your screen size is, what your screen orientation is. And then it also offers you a feature called preloaded banner ad. And what this means is that if you will be integrating ads by yourself with no boilerplate code, you will notice that fetching ads takes some time. Okay, so you don't want that the player has already chosen their level and the game has started, and then right as they're playing the game, the ad is popped into the screen. You wouldn't want that, because that would really deteriorate the user experience. So preloaded banner ad, what it does is that it preloads the ad at the game startup, and then it shows it at the right time to the player. So so to speak, it might sound, or it might come off as something as very basic, but obviously the Flutter team, when they were coding that, they considered it important enough to include it as part of the toolkit, which is great. The next thing that we have is app lifecycle. So app lifecycle is nothing but it just offers you a value notifier to listen to app lifecycle events, such as when your game is going into the background, you might want to pause the game sound so that it doesn't keep continuing to play in the background, right? And then you might want to do some other actions. Maybe you want to pause an ongoing game as soon as it goes into the background and stuff like that. So this is the kind of service that you need to go into, and you need to change the code to perform any other tasks that you want that are specific to specific lifecycle events. Then we have audio. So what it offers is it offers sound effects, sounds. It offers enums as well, so different sound effects as to, like, for instance, game state dot win, or left swipe or right swipe, or stuff like that. So it offers you enums that you can take a look at as to how you, if you were to replace that with your own sounds, then how would you work with it. It also offers audio cache. What that means is that it preloads and it caches the necessary audio files that need to be played, so that when it's actually time to play the audio, you don't have to await it. It's already there, it's already preloaded, and you just have to play it. And then it also offers synchronization with the game settings. So if you go into the settings and let's say you adjust the sounds volume, or you say that no, I don't want any sounds in this game, then audio will also take care of that as well. So consider that you were building your own game, you wouldn't have to even go and write up the code that handles this part as well. So in essence, what Casual Games Toolkit is doing for you is that it's providing you literally the necessary boilerplate code so that you can just focus on your customizations, your gameplay, your story, your game, your characters, your everything. And the rest is already there outlaid for you that you can customize as per your need. Then we have game internals and game services. So what this does is that this is basically the heart of the game in terms of game logic, game rules. So let's say that for example, if we consider the IO Flip game, which was showcased earlier in Google I/O. So the game logic is basically that you play 3 cards against 3 cards, and it's kind of like, so if you're playing a fire card and the opponent has a water card, then obviously pertaining to logic, the water card will beat the fire card because water beats fire, right? So these are the kind of rules, and these are the kind of logic that you can just write down in files such as level state or game services, etc. What it also does is that it has a section where you can compute the score as per the game that you have played. And after score computation, it also has the code snippets that basically send the code, send the score, if need to the leaderboards, if you've subscribed to them, if you've joined them, and if they're enabled in the game. So this is basically nothing UI related. It's all logic. It's all rules. It's all your touch of the game. Then we have in-app purchase. So what it offers a purchase stream so that you can listen to purchase events throughout the game, and you can do the necessary actions if you need to. So, like, for instance, the game is playing, and then in the middle I was getting a lot of ads, so I may do an in-app purchase for ad removal. Then in that case, I wouldn't have to restart my game in order to stop seeing ads. It would just stop showing me ads as soon as it has registered that, okay, I have made this valid purchase. So the purchase stream is there, validate purchase is there. There's also a method called buy or purchase, something like that, which is basically where you are doing an in-app purchase. And to showcase an example, they have actually integrated this with ad removal. So if you were to just incorporate an in-app purchase for ad removal, then that code is already in there for you, and then maybe you can add your own twists to it, maybe such as for adding custom skins or custom add-ons or something, whatever you want to add to it. Then we have level selection. So level selection is basically a screen with different levels showcased on it. What it does is that you can select a specific level, which will open up the game for that, or it will open up the screen or that playing screen for that specific level. What it also does is that it persists your progress. So let's say there were 5 levels and you have played till level 2, and when you came to level 3, you haven't played it, but you close the game, and then let's say you open it 5 days later, then it will still show you that level 3 is unlocked and you can start playing from there, and the 4 and 5 will be locked, and 1 and 2 is something that you've already played and you can always go back to it. So it does that persistence for you as well using shared preferences. And for navigation, it is using GoRouter. Then we have the main menu. So the main menu is the main screen that will open up as soon as you launch the game. So what it does is that it has a nice sound that is being played in the background. It has some nice artwork, or you can add your own artwork or your own mix to it. It also has a play button, so that a button that you can actually press to enter into the game itself. It has a settings button as well, so that you can modify the settings of the game. And if the game services are enabled, if in-app purchases are enabled, then it will show you leaderboard, stores, etc., as well. Next, we have play session. So play session is the actual screen where you will be playing the game. It does not necessarily have to be called play session or play session screen. You can rename it to whatever you wish to. But in this case, it's play session screen. What it does is that it's the main screen. So you will see scaffold and you will see Flutter widgets over there that are part of the game that you can interact with in order to play the game. And as part of the screen, you don't just interact with it, but when you interact with it, it has sounds integrated, it has score computation integrated. If again game services are enabled, then it has in-app purchases. It's listening to in-app purchases as well. It has the leaderboard integrations in place as well. So let's say if at any point, if you've finished that game or if you've finished playing that session of the game and you want to submit the score to the leaderboard, then you can do that as well. And it shows you win-loss states as well. Next up, we have player progress. So in player progress, you can basically keep track of your scores, the levels you've played, player characteristics. So for instance, in RPG games, if let's say you want to give your character a custom skin, so like a wizardry touch, so you can actually process that as well in player progress. And then it's all linked up with local storage as well, so that if you've customized your character and you've closed the game and if you're reopening it, then it will fetch obviously the latest config, and you can find all these kind of fancy settings inside player progress. Then we have settings. So settings screen, there's a settings screen, of course, which offers you some basic settings such as levels or difficulty or sounds or names, stuff like that. And then it also offers you a settings controller that you can always extend or you can work with if you want to add more advanced settings as well. And it already has value notifiers in place so that if you make any changes inside the settings screen, then the changes will be reflected in your entire game. And it's all linked up with local storage. So even if you have closed the game, the settings will always be persisted as they're fetched from shared preferences. Then style is something where you have the color palette, where you have transitions between screens, you have responsiveness, you have overall theming. So all these kind of aesthetics that you want to, style your game with, you can find all the relevant files inside style, and you can add your own touch to it with how fancy you want to make it. So it's time to check the code. So let me stop sharing my screen and reshare my screen. So here we are in the editor, and we have the Casual Games Toolkit running on the right. So this is the template code that we were just going through. And as you can see on the left, we have all these different sections that we were just discussing. And on the right, I have actually played this, or in fact, I have compiled this for Mac OS. So this is the game that comes pre-packaged as per the toolkit. So you know how when you create your you create an empty Flutter project and it has that counter application that comes up. So yeah, when you run the toolkit, this is the kind of game that will come up. So before we look into the code, let's first see what kind of game it offers. So as part of the game, I'm not sure if you can hear the sound, but if you launch it, you will see that there's this sound playing in the background, which is very distracting because it's playing in my ears right now. So I'm going to pause it. In fact, I'm going to mute it. Then we have a play button. We have a settings button. By default in the toolkit, the game services is commented out. It's disabled. So it's not really actively connected to leaderboards and app purchases, etc. Otherwise, we would have buttons showing up over here as well. The code for that is already in place. So if we go towards settings, you will notice that we have name, we have sound, we have music, and we also have reset progress. So anything that was persisted previously, there's an option to reset that as well. Then let's go and hit play. So when we hit play, you see that there was this nice transition. Again, you can customize it to however and whatever you want. Here we can see that we have 3 levels. Okay, so I have already played this game. So let me try to reset the progress. And it has been reset. Let's go back. Let's hit play. Okay, now as you can see, when I reset my progress, the level 2 and level 3 are disabled and only level 1 is enabled. So let's go on level 1. Now, as part of this, the game is drag the slider to 5% or above. So yay. Okay, so when we do that, there's this nice confetti and it shows us you won with this score, and there's this time. Okay, then when we go to level 2, it's drag the slider to 42% or above. Okay, so we did this, and again, we have won. Apparently, there is no loss state for this game, so you're always going to be a winner. And finally, now you can see level 3 is unlocked. So yeah, for sure, if you hit this, again, you are a winner. Yeah. Okay, so these scores, how are they being computed? It's all part of, I believe, game internals and game services. Okay, so it's being computed over here, and it's showing you how much time you were basically able to complete this level and stuff like that. Yep, it's a pretty basic game, and the gist is that all of these services are in place for you to take care of when you're building your game. So one important thing that we did not discuss as part of the toolkit earlier was main.dart, because when you're starting off with games, you would like to understand how things are starting, right? So over here, as you can see, this is just our logger that's set up, nothing too fancy. Then widgets .ensure initialized, and then over here you will notice that if the platform is not web and it's a mobile platform, then you can just, there's some options to initialize Firebase and just kind of like, handle and take care of Firebase Crashlytics, so that if there are any crash events or any warning events that you as a developer should be concerned about, you can do that as well. So the reason all of this is commented out is not for you to remove it whenever you're building your own game, but for you to uncomment it and keep the necessary bits that you need and basically remove the stuff that you don't need. So if you don't want to deal with Crashlytics, you don't want to deal with analytics, feel free to remove this code altogether. All right, then we have the screen is set from edge to edge so that the game covers your entire full screen. And then over here, we can see we have the ads controller. So if you have ads controller enabled, if you've made the necessary integrations for leaderboards and ads with within Play Console and App Store console, then you can feel free to uncomment this. And yeah, so if you were to, let's say, uncomment this, you will notice that the ads controller has already been initialized for you, and you can basically start working with this. Okay, I'm gonna comment this out for now. And then over here we're initializing game services controller as well, and this is for leaderboard purposes. And then we have in-app purchase controller as well. So if you have in-app purchases in your game, feel free to uncomment this part. And this is basically the code where it will restore your purchases. So all the purchases that you've made in the past, and you are basically starting your game and you just want to fetch what purchases you have made for your account for this game, then this code snippet will do that for you. And then over here, you can also subscribe to in-app purchases throughout the game. So again, all of this code is all there placed for you, so you don't need to worry about anything. Then we have run app, and over there you're just passing your local storage settings persistence to it, so your instance for that, and then player progress as well, and then you're just passing the necessary controllers. And since at this point these controllers are all null, the template is designed in a way that even if it's null, you don't need to go deep dive into the code and figure out where you have these services initialized or declared and where you need to comment them out. So it's all there with null safety, so it'll be able to handle that if you are not working with in-app purchases or any other service for that matter. Then we have my app. So we have Go Router, we have the routes defined over here. So we have the main route, the route route, which is the main menu screen. Then we have the play screen. We have the session, which is where you saw the progress indicator and the slider. Then you have a route called 1, which will always be visible whenever you complete a specific session. And then here is some logic for a page builder, like how to build this page, what kind of key it will be built with, etc., what the color will be. Then we have a route for settings. Then we have some controllers. We have some settings for persistence as well. And then finally, when we get into the build section of my app, you will notice that it is all wrapped inside the app lifecycle observer. What this means is that if you go inside the app lifecycle observer class, you will notice that it emits a value notifier, or rather it provides you access to this value notifier, which will notify your entire game when your game goes into the background, when it comes back from the background into the foreground, if it gets closed, and maybe you want to save some progress when it's terminated. So you can listen to these events, and you can handle these events however you want to. Then we have change notifier provider for providing access to different providers that we have, such as the game services controller, ads controller, in-app purchases controller, settings controller, and many others. And and then finally we have our palette over here, and then our material app and some theme settings, routes, and that is pretty much it. So yeah, this is something that we have called the Flutter Casual Games Toolkit. Feel free to check it out on flutter.dev. Now, as part of the next steps, so what we need to take care of, let me again share my screen. Okay. Now, having seen or having explored the Casual Games Toolkit, let's quickly address the next steps that might prove to be useful for you when you're building your own game. So, as part of any good game, what matters is how nice of assets do you have. So, how the fonts are, how the sounds are, how the aesthetics of the game itself are, right? So the good thing is this, that you don't need to build them from scratch as well. You can find them on multiple sites. I've just listed two over here, such as itch.io and Graphic River. So as you can see over here on itch.io, we have a lot of things that you can get. So you have sprites if you're working with RPGs, or if you're working with a character based game. We have music, we have textures, we have backgrounds, we have tile set. So tile set is something that is used for RPG games, like this game that you see, or those Pokemon games that you've played on Game Boy back in the days. So the floor or the map that you used to see, that's basically called tile set. Then we have fonts, we have icons, we have styles, we have music, we have themes, we have so many things. We have so many asset packs available, and we have many available for free, and we have some for paid as well. So it depends on how much you want to invest in your game. So yeah, I hope this was fruitful to you, and I really hope that after my session, you go ahead, you download this toolkit, and you build your own game using this toolkit, and I would love to see what you create with it. If you have any questions, please feel free to reach out to me on LinkedIn, Twitter, and yeah, I'd love to help you out. Thank you for having me.
All right. It's time now for our Q&A session. So let's go ahead and start getting things in here. And we need questions. If you put a Q in front of your questions, that would be good. And let's get Sakina. Thank you for hanging around for us. And if we can get Rukaya in here, that's perfect. That's awesome. We're there. And also, if we could bring Maureen back on, I think that'd be great. And so once again, ask your questions, put a Q in front of it, and we've got a couple of them all ready to go. So, by the way, great talk, Sakina. Absolutely loved it. And the
Thank
cool
you, Daniel.
the games toolkit is one of the things I actually really excited about when I saw that come out. And so thank you for giving a talk on it. But our first question, of course, our first question here is for Rukaya, and it says, I've added a deep link to my app, but the URL that my app can open is not set by default in my app settings. You are muted and I cannot unmute you. No, I still cannot hear you. Uh-oh. It says it says that you are muted.
Yeah,
there we
can
go.
you hear me now?
Yes, absolutely.
Sorry. So deep links basically involves configuring the Android and iOS platforms to recognize specific URL patterns and then route them to your app. So, however, the association of URLs with your app is typically not set by default, but you need to configure it yourself. Generally, we do in Android manifest.xml file or info.pls in iOS. So you can also use third-party plugins, but always refer to the documentation of the chosen platform for details. So, yeah.
Okay, great. That's good. Thank you. And it's not exactly a question, but I wanted to kind of bring up here that Lucas, for Sakina, that Lucas says, I can recommend joining the Flame Discord if you are into Flutter and building games. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Yes, of course. I have been following Lucas for quite some time now. and I have been following, I'm forgetting his name, the guy who's basically built Bonfire as well on top of Flutter. Oh, sorry, on top of Flame. And I am really inspired and blown away by their work. And yeah, it's great.
That's cool. I definitely want to say I'm seeing a lot of names I know in our chat. That's amazing. So thank you all for being here and for asking these questions. All right, we've got another question here for Rakaya. It's kind of another deep link question. And Enzo is asking how to manage deep links, universal links that are opened through apps like Instagram or Discord, and open the in-app web view browser and not the app. We got to unmute you again. Sorry, hold on.
Yeah, so deep links open from other apps. I think you need to define in XML file the scheme of like HTTP or HTTPS, and use you can use a URL launcher. In URL launcher package, there's a flag for from web view. You need to give it true or false to opening the URL from. If you want to use for a web, then you can put a bool there, and yeah, so in this way web view will be added instead of navigating to the other applications.
All right, I hope that helps people on that. And if I come back here, let's just I want to show real quick. Wolfen is here, and so of course, for sure, that's always good. It's like nice seeing some celebrity type names in here. And so, all right, I don't see any more questions at the moment. So I think that I'd like to thank Rakaya and I'd like to thank Sakina very much for both your talks and for being here, sticking around so that we can do the Q&A. That's very helpful. And
Happy to be here.
That's great.
Thank you so much for having us.
Thank you so much too. All right, and let's go ahead and bring up the sponsor slide. All right, so I need to stop sharing that. I'm not usually the one that's sharing stuff, so let me figure out how to get there. If you can help me out, Scott, I don't see how to unshare that. If you can turn that off, that'd be good. I got it, actually, I found it. All right, cool. All right. So we've got sponsors here. We've got Invertase, we've got Shorebird, we've got FlutterFlow, Codeco, and Widgetbook. And right now we have Flutter Engineering. And if we could bring Majid up on the screen.
Hello.
Hi. Yeah, and perfect. Hey, welcome, and so glad you're here.
Thank you.
If I had to name one like true friend of the Flutteristas that's out there as one of our allies, it would have to be Majid. So
thank you very much. I mean, you have way more than one, definitely.
No, for sure on that.
One
yeah, for sure on that. But I just want to say that thank you. I want to say on camera, everybody hearing us, thank you so much for everything you do to support our community.
It's a pleasure. It's always a pleasure, and I'm happy to be part of this community and always helping. You can always count on me.
So what is Flutter Engineering?
Very good question. Actually, a lot of people ask me, like, what is this that suddenly appeared like in last month? So, and I'm talking about it. It's, but maybe quickly I can introduce myself for those who don't know me. My name is Majid. I am Flutter and Dart GDE as well as DevRel at Invertase, and I do also different contribution to Flutter community, like the one that you like Danielle just mentioned, Flutter Vikings, FlutterCon, and other conferences, as well as packages such as Flutter community packages, plus plugins, and so on and so forth. But speaking of that, so I've been in many conferences, like in the last couple of years, especially Flutter conferences. I'm talking about that in particular. And being in front line of talking to, talking to different developers, there are there were always a couple of questions like popped up. The one of them was like, how can I get better? How can I learn more? How can I become expert? And by all means, I'm not like expert on all topics, of course. I don't think anyone can say I'm expert on anything, right? But well, some of us, like us in this screen right now, some of us in the backstage worked more with software longer, and also maybe with Flutter over like the 4 or 5 years, right? So we have more experience, let's say, here. So I started like thinking last November, then probably then, what I should do, because when it comes to building app and, web application, mobile and desktop, it's just way more than of asking question like, what is the best state management? How can I do this? How can I do that? Right? Building a software comes to a lot of, different criteria, such as like the principle of software, for example. Like, what are separation of concern when we're talking about it? Like, what even is the development life cycle, right? And or what is shifting left? Like, what should I do when I hear that? What does it mean exactly? Like, or other principles, right? Or slightly higher than the software, let's say engineering, a bit of architecture. Like, what are the different patterns here? So a lot of time people like thinking of architecture as just one particular pattern. Like they're thinking about clean architecture as just a pattern. That's not the entire architecture, because architecture, software architecting, comes with a lot of different things together, that makes it a software architect. So then I thought that maybe I should start like slowly writing down all of these ideas. And then at some point after a few months, I realized that actually I wrote quite a lot of content. So maybe I should put them together as a book, or, as something like that. And then, it continued until today that this is nearly done. I think at some point I counted, I wrote around over 1,000 pages, and it is impossible to publish 1,000 pages book. I think the maximum that I can publish is 700 something on Amazon, or these websites. So therefore, I started like breaking down to different parts. Or also, I said to myself, what if I actually turn it to a project like Flutter Engineering? It will start with this book, but it will not end with this book. There will be more things coming. So podcasts, maybe some videos, maybe as we go, maybe other topics that will pop up in Flutter world from the engineering perspective. I can take a look at it and write about it, or maybe even make videos or other things. That's the story behind this project so far.
Cool. That's amazing, Majid. It's great to hear that you are coming up with a book on Flutter engineering. And that's really amazing for us as Flutter developers, or anyone getting started with Flutter and all. But I'm interested to know, what are some of the challenges you faced when crafting your book, Flutter engineering, and what was the saddest thing that made you cut the book? Like you said,
Yeah.
you had to cut the pages. Yeah.
That's a very, very good question. So I guess one of the main challenges is, so right now we are facing an ocean of, information, right? So if you sit and think how many things it's just quite a lot that you can probably write about, talk about it. But it is impossible to get them all out, and especially into a book. So you need to cut maybe different criterias, different topics, different subjects, and get to the point that you are, or in this case, I am a bit more comfortable talking about, because I've done that over years. And so I've seen many, different applications, so that I can actually tell my experience about those based on, that, so I can write about it. So the challenge was picking the topics. So I was actually very picky in the beginning. I wrote about everything, like at least the topics. I wrote about everything, but then I realized maybe I should actually drop out all the beginner stuff. So here's the things: the Flutter engineering is not about. It doesn't tell you how you can start building a software. It assumes that you already have some experience. It assumes that you already have done maybe an app, at least. It assumes that you know basics of Flutter, right? These are the assumptions. And then I started, like, based on this assumption, I said, okay, now I can cut out, as you said, like basic parts, and then just go through the most advanced part, where we are also missing content quite a lot for that. There are contents, of course, but it's not enough, I would say, still in the community. We still need way more advanced content. So these are the challenges that I faced, and also things that I cut.
Awesome. Thank you so much for the great insights. And I will hand it over to Daniel.
Sure. Yeah, we're kind of running a little bit low on time because we ran over a little bit earlier. So I really hate taking that out of Majid's time, but I know that he's quick to volunteer for that. So we're going to give away a few books, right?
Yes, we agreed to give away 5 books, maybe even more. So we will figure out if we have enough impression for the challenge that you're going to say right now.
Right. Well, I believe what we said is what? Take a selfie with the broadcast going on, and share it on social media with the hashtag Flutteristas Conf 2023, and then share that in the next hour or two. We'll pick some from random out of that, and Majid will be in contact. So again, thank you so much, Majid.
Thank you very much for having me.
Yeah, of course, and I always look forward to seeing your smiling face. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. Well, now we're going to take so we've got our the map we're keeping track of here. So we're going to bring that up in a second. But the if anybody has not filled out where they're from, it's linked up at the top of the YouTube chat, and so you can go up there and find the link, and you can say where you're listening to us from, or watching us from. And I look at that. We're all over the world, which is the intent of having the intent of us having a 12-hour conference is so that people from all over the world can join. And so I just absolutely love seeing this and seeing what's going on. So yes, and that's awesome. So that's where we are with that. And okay, great. So now I think it's time to go ahead and let's bring on our next, since we are running a little bit low on time. And I'd like to, Ivana's got to talk for us. Video Beyond the Counter, exploring Flutter's starter app templates. And so, Ivana, the floor is yours.
Hi, I am Ivana from World of Mouse Restaurant Guide, and today we are going to explore Flutter starter app templates. Starter templates can make a significant difference for Flutter developers. When I worked on my first projects, I didn't have anyone to mentor or guide me on
Scott,
how
if there's
to
any way
build
you can
clean,
keep showing that it's
high-quality
recording
code.
stuff.
Having access to app templates at that time would have been a game changer, accelerating my learning curve and saving me countless hours of trial and error. If you work at a mobile app development agency or as an indie developer, using
You're
templates
muted over here, but
leverages in-house
yeah,
expertise,
you're ruining the
helping to share
illusion
best
of us
practices
being live.
across projects.
You're ruining the illusion
These
of us being
tools
live because
can
it's showing
save engineers
instead of
significant
putting
time,
the
which
speaker slide up
also
above it and then
translates to
transitioning,
cost
starting it,
savings,
transitioning
which
off.
is nice.
It's showing on the video.
Templates usually include
that
built-in
we're playing a
common
video.
features like user authentication or
Yeah,
navigation, streamlining the development process. And let's not forget, templates help ensure your code is solid and bug-resistant. So the real question is, why not use an app template to kickstart your next project? If you are a Flutter developer of any level, you probably know this template really well, the counter. Every new project starts from it by default, and you get to modify it to continue with your own code. It's a simple and convenient template if you want to start a project from scratch. With the Counter app as our starting point, it's time to move forward to the skeleton template. Introduced in 2021, the skeleton template aimed to provide intermediate users with a more complete app. As you can see, we have a list of clickable items, each opening a page, as well as the settings screen with an option to switch the theme from dark to light and back. Now, this talk is going to be quick, so we won't go into every tiny detail, but don't worry, I've written an article on Medium where I break down everything about these templates. So if you want to know more, just head over there. I will share a link at the end of my talk. The folder structure looks like this. First, we have a localization folder with English as the default language, and it's extendable for more languages, of course. Next, we have a sample feature that's essentially the list of items, each one clickable and leading to its own page. And finally, there's a settings folder responsible for changing the theme from dark to light. This template can be repurposed for a variety of app types, whether you are building a to-do list, a fitness tracker, or an e-commerce catalog. In summary, the skeleton template is a great follow-up to the Counter app, particularly for those curious about alternative state management approaches beyond basic set state. It features several widgets in separate files, app-wide state management using change notifier, navigation, and even basic state restoration. Next up, announced in 2023, Google's News Toolkit is the most advanced official Flutter template available right now. Created as a part of Google News initiative, it claims to cut the development time up to 80% compared to building separate apps for iOS and Android. Now you might think, why should I care about news apps if I am not planning to release one? Well, this toolkit isn't just for news apps. It comes packed with features useful for various kinds of customer-focused apps. Just as with the skeleton template, this toolkit also utilizes a feature-based folder structure. Note that this is a big project with lots of folders and also internal packages, and it might take you approximately 5 to 10 weeks to fully launch a news app using the toolkit when collaborating with another engineer. So 2 engineers, 5 to 10 weeks of work. This is how big this kit is. To get the app up and running, you'll need to set up a Firebase project and run an API server locally. The toolkit adopts the block pattern for state management, although this may and will appear complex for those just starting out with Flutter. It serves as an excellent learning resource for anyone interested in mastering block. In this template, you get a fully functional news app, complete with feeds and search. It also includes analytics, localization, user onboarding features, as well as registration and login options. And deep linking support is available too. Many features are organized into internal packages. These include an ads concerned client, various repositories, UI packages, authentication, email launcher, form logic, notifications, permissions, in-app purchases, social sharing, and storage. As a pro tip, you can reuse any of these modules separately, even if you are not using the main template. If you are interested in knowing more, there's also a 24-minute long YouTube video on how to get started with this toolkit. Overall, News Toolkit is a comprehensive, world-class template that helps developers create large-scale, customer-oriented apps. While it might seem overwhelming for beginners, each feature and folder serves a purpose, contributing to a powerful mobile application. Even if you don't need all of its features in your app, you can use it as a benchmark for industry standard implementation of different features. Now that we've seen how app templates can accelerate your app development, let's see how game templates can do the same for your game projects. Flutter Casual Games Toolkit provides a game template app that includes pre-built features such as main menu, sound and music, ads, in-app purchases, achievements, and leaderboards. Let's have a look at the files provided. We have ads, and we've got app lifecycle for tracking states and pausing or resuming tasks. There's audio experience, crucial for game developers, as well as game state for managing progress and on-win callbacks. We have leaderboards and achievements, in-app purchases, level selection, and a settings screen that provides toggles for sound, ad removal, and progress reset. Custom styling, game win screen, and even a basic smoke test are also included. Note that the actual gameplay mechanics are not implemented, of course, so it would be something you'd need to integrate. Overall, it's a great tool for casual game development, letting you focus on what's most important, which is creating a game that connects with your audience. Unlike the previous ones, Very Good Flame Game is not an officially announced Flutter template. Unveiled in November 2022, it was developed by Very Good Ventures, the agency that actually produced a News Toolkit template for Google, which we've already discussed. So I really believe their game template is totally worth mentioning, even though it's not a sanctioned Flutter Starter app. As you can see, we have game components, such as counter text component that changes dynamically in the example game. We've got audio management and an entity, which is a unicorn character to tap on. We have behaviors, and if you are not familiar with Flame behaviors, I highly recommend checking it out. It's a great way to scale your Flame games by encapsulating entity interactions into separate behavior classes, which this template provides for you out of the box. There's also, of course, a user interface, a main game class based on a Flame game, and some generated assets. Generating an asset class this way helps avoid bugs, which is also nice. Localization is supported too. We have a loading page and some initial bootstrap, as this template also supports flavors. As a nice bonus, it comes fully tested, just like the Flutter News app. To sum it up, Very Good Flame Game includes a simple demo game with the basics you'll need to start your game development. With Flame, you can build a wide variety of 2D games, including platformers, puzzle games, arcade games, and even more. So, we have looked at 4 great Flutter templates today, 5 if you include the counter. How do you choose the right one? Well, the game templates are obviously tailored for game dev needs, so check those out when starting your next game project. If you want in-app purchases and advertisements, News Toolkit and Casual Games Toolkit have you covered. Want to start lightweight and build your own state management approach? Try Skeleton. Are you a fan of block library and full test coverage? Both News Toolkit and Very Good Flame Game have what you need. I encourage you to dive into the templates we discussed, put your creative touch on them, and build amazing apps and games. No matter which one you choose, all are great for saving time and launching your next project faster. Thank you for joining me today. The article link is here. If you need great restaurant recommendations around the world, make sure to check World of Mouse app. It's free. And if you have any questions or want to continue the conversation, feel free to drop them in the chat.
All right. Wow. Ivana, that was amazing. Thank you. And like I said after Sakina's talk, I'm very much a fan of the games. As you can tell from behind me, I saw someone in the chat mention that I liked my games, but I'm definitely a fan of that. And let's bring Maureen back up on stage. And anyway, so yeah, so we've got that going on. Sorry, I saw we had some quality issues going on there. So I think we'll get this properly recorded and released on our channel coming up. So if you needed that at some point, we can do that, and you'll be able to see that. So sorry about that. And anyway, that's kind of that talk. And we're buying. Okay, it looks like I think we're about ready there. So Maureen, who do we have coming up?
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Daniel. Thanks, Ivana, for your talk. That was amazing. So for the next talk, we'll give it up to Naria. She's gonna present about Girls Can Be, and I'm really looking forward to this talk.
Hi everybody and welcome to Flutteristas Conference 2023. My topic today is a little bit different from the tech field. I wanted to be more dedicated to girls and what possibilities they can do and how they can move aside from the obstacles. So our table of content for today's topic is introduction, piece of advice, top 5 soft skills, group support, self-studying, and contact. So my name is Naira Hashim. I am a GDG Adan organizer, one of 5 organizers. I am also a Women Techmaker ambassador since 2022 in Flutter field. I'm teaching Flutter since 2020. I have really taught more than 60 girls until now, and that's what made me make this topic today. Because teaching girls was about Flutter, and I had the chance to get to know a variety of ages and backgrounds, and what I saw in common was when a girl dedicated to be, she can be. So what I want to say first is we have basic 3 advices from my side. First is a career is not a choice. What I mean that about career is not a choice, meaning that in many communities they say that girls can't work or girls are not capable of work. So what I want to say is you have to work. You have to make a choice in your life and make a career in any path you want to do. I know that I'm talking about tech fields now, and we all know that tech fields are like more for boys than girls. But I'm saying in many other fields that you have to start your career. Why is that? Because when you have a career, you have a choice. You can pick whatever you want. You can start your life as you like. It's not you are related to someone or you need things from other person. So a career is not something you like. Oh, okay, I can work, I can work, or I can't work. No, you are, from my opinion, of course, you are a person living in this life, so you have to do something. It doesn't matter if it's like volunteer work or it's something someone should pay for you, or like teaching or like mentoring, etc. What I mean is like you should work and do a change in your life first of all, and in your community next. So my next, our second piece of advice is, it's not your thing. I'm meaning here is like when you are telling someone about, I will specify the tech field. When you are telling someone about your tech field, that I'm going to be a programmer, I'm going to be an IT engineer, I'm going to be a designer, whatever, they say that you still are too young to start that field. You should do another thing. The community won't support you. You will hear a lot of things from people, from my opinion, that they couldn't do or achieve some certain things in their life. So when they can't achieve that thing in their life, that means that they will stop you too. They don't mean to hurt you or to make your life worse, but they see that this is the best for you. So maybe you will find a family member that asks you to stop doing that. You are wasting too much time. This is not going to work. But from your side, you are seeing that thing. I mean, maybe it's not this year, maybe in the next year. So always trust your gut. Trust that you can do that thing, because no one else will feel it but you. When you are saying that I'm going to be like a UX designer, and your family or your friends or even your best friends telling you you are not into it, they don't know that you can do it. You are the only one who can decide whether you can do it or you can't. My third piece of advice is stick to partners. Partners, and I mean the supportive partners, are really important in your life, in your general life. It's not like only in your tech life or your career life. You should stick with a group of people that are really supportive to you. Um, Sometimes we stick with some people that we can't change them. We can't change how they are. But we need to search for in communities for people that have the same thinking. So we should find certain people that they like to wake up in the morning, because just let me tell you a story. Imagine that you like to wake up at 5 a.m. and you have like 4 or 5 friends that love to wake up like 10 or 11 a.m. And you just fight and wake up 5, and the next day you wake up 5. Then after 1 week or 1 month, you are going to change to be like those 3 or 4 friends, because the partners next to you really change you. So don't tell me like, no, I'm going to survive alone. Yes, we can have a power by ourselves. We really have the power to pray to God and ask Him anything. But after all, we need the support from our partners and community. So, moving toward our top 5 soft skills. And I really love this part of the presentation because soft skills are really important. I know that you may have the tech skills, you may have the writing skills, you may have, I don't know, speaking skills. It's also a soft skill. But I mean by soft skills here, that some things in your mind and in your soul. So first, I'm going to start with consistent. In our IT field, to be specific, we are moving to new things day by day. I mean, like, if I'm going to talk about Flutter, because we are in Flutteristas Conference, like we have the Flutter package 301, and the next year we have the Flutter package 3.10.1. So maybe like 1 month, 2 months, the packages changes. So my point here is you should be consistent with what you want. You don't have to give up just from the first try. So moving to the second soft skill, which is try, I'm meaning here by try new things and accept changes. I want to tell like small story about accepted changes. I used like coding in Android Studio before and doing the hard code about Java and the old native coding skills. That was before 2020. So someone from my friends just asked me, why you don't learn Flutter? This is the new field now. I was like, wow, what is Flutter? I don't know that. So I was like stuck to my Java and to my basics. I don't want to change, but I asked myself just like why I don't try. So I just entered a course and I studied Flutter. And now, if you are going to fight me to go back to like basic native, I know it's cool, but Flutter is like the best. So my point here is try new things. Don't say it's not your thing. Don't say it won't work for you. I mean, like you try that thing, and if it doesn't work for you, just leave it. But don't lose the chance of trying new things. My third soft skill here is to be brave. What I mean about being brave is to take the next step, even if it feels uncomfortable. And it's like this point is connected to the previous one. Being brave is connected to try. So when you are going to try, you will have to be brave to change your mindset, to change your concepts a little bit, some of the all the things in your mind. So after being brave and trying and being consistent, now we are going to head to the fourth skill, soft skill, which is communication. So someone told me before that your network is your net worth. What she means when she told me that building a good communication skills will lead you to better understand people and to let people understand you and understand what you do. I'm adding to this that communication will lead you see many other things. I mean, I won't be here if I wasn't doing a good communication. I'm saying about communication like being in the communities, in online communities, in offline communities, talking to other people that are in the Flutter field, in your field if it's not Flutter, etc. So communication is important because when you have something, you can like relate someone else to help you or guide you. So really, this point I want you to focus in it because communication is really something worthy. For the final soft skill is positivity. So this soft skill is more like something should be built inside you. You should really try your best to be a positive engine. This will be bad days. I know someone will tell you you can't, as we said before, but try to always find a way out of this by putting a smile. Take a beautiful ride or listen to your best type of podcast or music or whatever you want. Meaning here is your day is like 24 hours. I don't know how much hour you sleep. I don't know how much hour you eat or do whatever you want. But don't make the whole day as a negative day. If someone told you something or something happened to you, like if someone leave you or someone like say something bad to you, just end it at this moment, at that moment. Don't let your day or left your day, the whole day become a bad and sad day because someone told me that or said that. Find a way to be a positive engine. Maybe you will be the only person in your community that is positive. I know some communities that are just like built with negativity. They say that we can't do that. They say that the chances are not here yet. But how come the chance will come to you if you are not thinking good? So positivity after communication is the best way to start your career and your life, of course. So the next slide is about group support. So I mentioned before about finding partners. Now I'm talking about group support. Group support is going to be like a group support from the same field that you are in. If you are a UX designer, you should find a UX designer somewhere. If you are a Flutter programmer, you should find a group of Flutters and software people and in your area. What I mean is when you are going to be with the same group that having the same skills and the same soft skills, you are going to share knowledge more. And trust me, if you are next to positive people, you will be positive by no chance. My next slide is self-studying. I love this slide because we don't have the studying resources sometimes handy. Like when I first studied Android, it was like 2014. So there was no institute for teaching Android. So I just like downloaded the book and I read it and I apply it to my courses. So self-studying, I think in today's like 2023, we are here having internet connection, having more resources, more open sources. So don't waste your time like I'm going just to study what college told me. I'm going just study what school told me. Explore your mind and start to study by yourself because this is the best way to continue. As I mentioned before that we are in the tech field, if I'm going to talk about tech field, we are moving forward really fast. So if you are going just to stuck to what you have studied in college or school or whatever, you are going to be way late from your other programmers and friends in your field. So first, decide. Like decide something you are going to study. I'm meaning here like you don't have just to decide to study in your field. Maybe you are going to study project management. This will help you too because you are going to make a project somewhere or someday. Decide to study maybe programming games or some new field. So first of all, decide what field you are going to study. Second, learn. Learn and complete one field each time. I have been in a mistake before, like I was opening 4 or 5 courses and I just like start 1 2 days from that course and close it, and start 1 2 3 days from that course and close it. When I opened my courses online, I found like I have 10 courses that I haven't finished yet. Well, this is a mistake. I know that I'm getting bored sometimes, so I want to change, but really be dedicated to just one field at a time. I don't want you to be in the same mistake that I was making, hopefully, because opening a lot of courses in a lot of time without finishing one course at a time, it really like messy. You don't focus for one thing. So try to complete one field each time. The third thing is share. What I mean by share is about you share the knowledge you gained from that study field that you have studied. I believe that everyone have a mission, and this mission is for all of us. When you are studying a new thing, you have to like put back to this life that study you have gained. You have to share your knowledge. You have to like post a blog post, or you have to tell your friends about what you have found in this field. You have to bring back the concepts or the things that you have learned in that field. So sharing knowledge with others will really make the information even stay much longer in your mind. When you are going to repeat that information and search again if you have forgetting something and repeat that information, when you are going to like write that blog post or like sending that message to someone that is interested in your field, really that will like be in your mind without you even knowing. So really sharing knowledge, sharing information is really a good thing, and I really personally recommend it. Just don't feel like they will pass you or they will win over you. I believe that top really fit everyone. When you are going to reach the top, bring someone back with you. Don't feel like if I'm going the top, I want to be the only one at the top of that mountain. No, that's really selfishness, and I don't feel like this will be a good thing for your life afterward. So I hope that I have covered as many things as is important in this slide. You can find me online in Medium, X, and Star Code Development website. This is my personal website. Thank you all for this chance. I'm really grateful for being a part of Flutteristas Conference in 2023. I hope you really enjoyed my slides. Any other questions, and I will be glad to answer them. You can find me wherever you want. And that's it. Thank you all.
All right. Wow, that was a very powerful talk. Thank you, Naira. Thank you very much. I think she's having to run off, so she won't be around for our Q&A coming up. But I kind of wanted to show what Frey had said, that positivity is so important, and definitely when you have a leadership role or you're guiding others. And I think that's one of the things that, so I think that's an important thing with that. And anyway, but Maureen, what is what are the Flutteristas meant to you growing up in like as you have in Africa, and then maybe even being in Berlin now?
Yeah, sure. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the talk by Naria, because it brings me to the realization how Flutteristas community is important, especially to me as a person, as an individual, and as a Flutter developer. I joined Flutteristas in 2019 and was privileged to attend the Flutter Interact event in New York, and meeting and connecting with other Flutteristas has been amazing so far, especially in my learning journey, community, and just friendship in everything, because Flutterista community, this is what we have. We give platform for amazing and upcoming developers to give talks wherever they want, and also share knowledge and just share anything they want to. So I really appreciate Flutteristas community, and it has really helped my growth. And to now, I relocated to Germany, and it's really been amazing so far. So yeah, good job.
That's amazing. Yes, absolutely. And okay, well, one thing I wanted to kind of bring up is, of course, we got Nilay in our comments, and she says she's in Spain right now. And the reason I bring that up is because we've got, if you joined late, we've got a map going on that we're trying to collect where everybody is watching us from. And so it's actually the link to that is actually, there we go. We have it there, and also we have it. It's pinned to the top of the YouTube chat. So if you go to the top of the YouTube chat, you can also jump in, and we'd really love to see, where you're coming in here from, because that's it's such a fun motivational thing. And we have a couple of times where we'll show the map, but it's already worldwide, which is part of the intent that we had when we decided to take on the tremendous effort of a 12-hour conference. And so part of that's we're trying to keep our stuff, going along with that, but that's kind of fun. Again, if you for Flutter Engineering's challenge, if you post a selfie with us in the next half hour or so, and hashtag it with Flutteristas Conf 2023, you've got a chance to win a copy of Flutter Engineering. Thank you, Majid, again for that. And the next talk that we're doing, the next speaker, is one of our real success stories. Part of why, if I could indulge myself for just about for a few seconds here, part of the reason why we have the Flutteristas Conference is to bring on speakers that haven't had a great chance to talk, and I think our speakers are doing a great job. but we bring on speakers that it's maybe their first time talking, or at least first time talking on this size of an audience. And so that is such an amazing opportunity. And last time, for our last conference, one of those people was our next speaker. And I can't be more proud of her, because now she talks just about everywhere. She's one of the best speakers I know, and she's a GDE now. And Marie, why don't you introduce our next speaker?
Yeah, sure. That's amazing. So our next speaker is Anna. And just like Danielle has said, she's one of our amazing speakers from the community and within Flutter community as a whole. And she's going to talk about codeless, deliver even more. So if you are a Flutter developer trying to advance, then this is a chance for you to listen to what Anna is going to share with us today.
Hi everyone! I'll start with a brief introduction. For those who see me for the first time, I'm Anna, Flutter and Dart GDE from Ukraine. I am also a Women Tech Makers Ambassador and a Flutterista. I'm passionate about quality software and spreading the knowledge I gained with over a decade of experience in cross-platform mobile apps development. I regularly talk at tech conferences and write deep dive technical articles about Flutter, so if you're interested in deepening your knowledge in this area, make sure to subscribe to my social accounts. Speaking of that, let's check my YouTube. About 2 years ago, I gave my first big conference talk, Codeless, Deliver More, at the first Flutteristas Conference, where I spoke about using build runner and code generating packages when solving typical tasks in mobile app development. Even though sometimes code generation is considered a controversial topic, for me it became an integral part of my everyday development experience. I became so passionate about the topic that about a year ago, I spoke about it again in Fun with Code Generation session at the Flutteristas Conference in Oslo, providing even more examples of how code generation can simplify developer lives. I'd like to stop at this slide in particular. This is a list of packages used in most of Flutter projects I work on. It already facilitates a lot of daily tasks like implementing JSON serialization and REST API communication, navigation and localization, dependency injection, tests. So these examples inspired me to look for more opportunities for optimization with code generation. And here is the one I came up with. If you are working on a project of any significant size, it's quite likely that you have chosen to split the functionality between multiple packages. Inside those packages, some of the code should be available for usage from other packages, and some code should remain inaccessible for encapsulating the implementation details. The same is applicable if you are working on a package that you want to publish on pub.dev. You only want to expose the public API of the package while hiding all the unnecessary details, so its users won't be distracted and the package won't be misused. For that, you place all of your code under the libsrc folder and control its visibility from the file under the lib folder that contains a bunch of export directives. These files are called index or barrel files. They are typically named after the package name, although you can have more than one such file under the lib folder. So here is what I find slightly uncomfortable and where I see the opportunity for optimization. Developers have to compose these files manually, have to remember to update them in case the code visibility has to change, and have to check those files to see if the code is going to be public. You see, for making some code private inside a single Dart file or a library, it's enough to name them with an underscore at the beginning. And as a result, you immediately control code visibility while developing. And it's also very easy to understand its visibility while reading the code later. But to control the code visibility on a package scale, you write the code in one Dart file and then control its visibility to external users in another. So today in this session, Codeless deliver even more. I'm determined to change this and develop a code-generating package that will allow to annotate the code that should be accessible from outside the package with a special annotation right above that code. And then we'll generate a similar barrel file based on those annotations. Let me actually show you. Here is an example of what I mean. Every top element of the Dart file can be annotated with a special annotation, including barrel file. Here I'm showing a few examples like annotating a class, a global constant, and so on. In this file, I show that unannotated elements like this example class 2 and an unnamed extension won't be exposed. Also, pay attention that example class 1 is declared after example class 3. This is a file with no annotated elements. And finally, this is the example of a Dart library consisting of two part files where only part file contains annotated example class 2. And here's a file I want to be generated after I run my tool. We see that all elements from the example1 file are listed after show directive. For the second example, only class 1 and class 3 are exposed, and they are sorted alphabetically. There is no mention of example3 file as it didn't contain any annotated elements. And finally, class 2 is correctly exposed from the example4 file, even though it was declared in the example4 part file. So this expected example file, I created it manually. And today we are going to see how to develop such a package that will generate a file exactly like this one. It may seem like an easy task, however, it's not that straightforward. So I'll show a couple of interesting cases and also will demonstrate what challenges you may face while developing your code-generating packages and how to solve them. Before we jump right into coding, let's seek some inspiration from other code generation packages to see how they solved their challenges and what's possible. Here is a demo project from my talk at Flutter Vikings. It is using all of those code generating packages in the list I showed before, and I'll use it to explain how some of them work. Let's check Freest first. To make and generate some code, we have to apply a special Freest annotation over a class and declare a future part file with the freest.dart extension. After the build runner executes, the new Dart file is created and it is a part of the original file. Let's dive into the source code. There is a Freest annotation package that contains a Freest annotation declaration and Freest package, which actually performs the code generation. We see that under the hood it uses a part builder from the source-scan package. The documentation says it is a builder that generates part of files. And file with specified .freest.dart extension will be created for each .dart input. Okay, interesting. We just learned that Freest consists of two packages and that it uses source-scan package and a part builder that will generate a part output file with custom extension for each input Dart file. Let's remember that. And let's take a look at JSON serializable now. Here it is used implicitly through Freest, but it doesn't change much. Same as with Freest, we have to declare a part.g.dart file and have it generated for each input Dart file that uses JSON serializable. Let's check the sources. We also see two packages. JSON annotation contains annotations, declarations, and some utilities, and JSON serializable is responsible for generating code. Let's see. In its builder, under the hood, it uses shared part builder, also from source-scan package. This builder also generates part of files, and it actually allows multiple code builders to write to a single .g.dart file. Let me demonstrate what I mean. Here is the usage of another code generating package, retrofit. It also generated a .g.dart file for each .dart file that contains classes annotated with REST API annotation. And under the hood, well, first of all, it also consists of two packages. Retrofit package is a container for annotations and public APIs, and retrofit generator contains a builder that uses shared part builder, same as JSON serializable does. So, if this file here contained both retrofit class and JSON serializable class, both of those packages would be able to successfully generate their code in a single .g.dart file without overriding each other's outputs. So far, we see certain patterns, right? First of all is to have two packages, one for annotations and one for the generator. That's because we don't want the generator to be among our project dependencies. It is supposed to generate the production code for us, but itself, it should go to dev dependencies. The annotations package, on the other hand, should be a direct dependency for our project because we annotate production code with them. And another pattern we see is that builders offered by the source-scan package assume there is a one-to-one match between a source Dart file and an output part file. For our scenario, we expect to have a single file output per package. So this is not exactly the way to go, although I will partially use this approach. Let's check another example, the injectable. See this annotation here. The way injectable works, it allows you to put annotations across the project in different files, and then gets them all together in a file next to this one thanks to this injectable init annotation. This sounds more similar to what I'm trying to achieve in my package. So let's see how they did it. Once again, two packages. In this case, injectable contains annotations, and injectable generator has a builder to generate code. Let's check that one. You see, here they have not one builder, as we saw previously, but two. Both of them return a library builder. It's a third type of builder provided by source-scan, and this one creates standalone Dart libraries. Simply put, self-sufficient Dart files without parts. So, why two builders? The top one will accept all Dart files of the package and will generate temporary .injectable.json files. For each Dart file, it has an injectable annotation. And the second builder will only run once for that injectable init annotation. It will take all those temporary generated files and make a single final file. From this approach, I'm going to take a wisdom of having two builders and temporary files that will then be merged in a single file. So we can finally start implementing our own solution. I have already prepared a package with annotations called barrel files annotation. It's a tiny one that contains a single class and a const instance of that class. In Dart, any constant can be used as annotation, thus it's already enough. A barrel file for this package and a pubspec YAML file with no additional dependencies. That's all that is needed. Let's now implement the generator. I have already prepared some initial implementation, which I will walk you through and will improve it with additional features. So far, the implementation has a few dependencies. Analyzer and build are the basis for creating a code-generating package, and the source scan we have already discussed. Basically, it contains a developer-friendly API wrapper over the build package. We also have our annotations among dependencies. Every code-generating package has to have a build YAML file that contains declarations for all its builders. Here is a declaration of my first builder. I called it individual barrel files. It is a builder that will walk through every individual file of the package, looking for our custom annotation. The declaration consists of a name of a function that will return a builder and an import where this function can be located. It also specifies that for each .dart file, the generated file extension will be .barrel. The build to cache indicates that those barrel files should not appear in the project and are temporary files that will save in cache. Very briefly, this is a file that we specified as an import. It is a barrel file for my package which exports two libraries in the source folder. And this is the individual barrel files builder function that we promised will return our builder. It uses a library builder from the source scan package because we are going to generate files without part of directives. It repeats the promise to generate .barrel files, assuming the input consists of .dart files, and creates some individual barrel files generator. So let's check it next. This generator extends a generator for annotation generic class, and we pass our include in barrel file annotation type as type parameter. As a result, this generate for annotated element function will be called each time the runner meets a code element annotated with our include in barrel file annotation. This method accepts annotated element, which in our case can be a class, a global const, enum, type def, and anything else that can be a top library element. You can use it to get any information about the element like its name, list of fields and methods, and so on. It also accepts an annotation object, which you can use to read some properties of the annotation above the element. And finally, it accepts a builder step that gives us information about the input file and access to write to the output file if we wanted to. This method is expected to return a string. It can also return multiple strings in a stream or an iterable, and can also return a future of those types. It should return null in case we don't want any output for a given element. So what I do here is I take the name of the annotated element and send it in an array to the compose output method together with the build step input ID, which represents the input file. The compose output checks if the input array is not empty. And in current implementation, we see that it cannot be empty, but this soon will change. And it calls the compose export method that forms a valid Dart code with an export directive out of the input file URI and a list of names of the top elements it should expose. This is actually enough to be able to run our generator for the first time. Let's run the code generation with this command, dart run build runner build delete conflicting outputs. And now is the fun time. If you have watched my previous talk at the Flutteristas Conference, you probably remember that every time I launched the code generation command, I made a break to tell you something interesting from the space exploration history. I spoke about times from scientific novels where authors could only dream about leaving the Earth to the beginning of this century and the launch of the International Space Station. So this time, I'm ready with some more remarkable events from our history that happened recently. Mars, often referred to as a red planet, has been a subject of fascination for humans for centuries. In recent years, multiple remarkable missions have been launched to explore its mysteries. Spirit and Opportunity are twin rovers that landed in 2004. The mission was planned for about 3 months, but Spirit functioned for almost 5 years until it got stuck and ceased communication, while Opportunity stayed operational for over 14 years. Curiosity, also known as the Mars Science Laboratory, landed in 2012. This car-sized rover carried advanced instruments designed to assess the planet's habitability and search for signs of past life. Over the years, Curiosity had provided valuable insights into the planet's geological history and potential for supporting life. 2 years ago, the Perseverance rover touched down on Mars. It aims to search for signs of past microbial life, gather and store rocks and soil samples on the surface, and conduct experiments to produce oxygen from the atmosphere for forthcoming crewed missions. In just a few decades, we have made incredible progress in our exploration of Mars. These missions have not only advanced our understanding of its environment, but have also opened exciting possibilities for the search for life beyond Earth. Okay, back to generator. Let's check what was generated. Remember that we asked this builder to generate the code in cache, so we'll be looking for it in the .dart tool folder. Build, generated, example. Here is the output for the example1 file. At the top of the file, we see a standard header, the name of the generator that produced the code, and an export line for each element that was annotated. Let's check example2 file. Same situation here. We see there is no example3.barrel file because our example3.dart file input did not contain any annotated elements. And here is the last output. So far, so good. But let's check the example1 file again. We see that all these export directives contain the same URI and only the show element is different. I'd rather expect a single export directive with multiple shown elements separated by comma and sorted alphabetically. So let's do exactly that. I will now replace my implementation of individual barrel files generator with a new one. Because the generator for annotation base class is designed to have 0 or many outputs for every input in every input file, and I want to have 0 or 1 output for all inputs in the same file, I am going to change the base class and implement my own generator. This time I have to override the generate function that accepts a library reader that allows me to parse the input Dart file and the build step we already saw previously. In this new implementation, I am reading a list of all top-level annotated elements from the library reader and collect all of their names in a list that is then sent to the composed output function. Now you know why it needed to check if the list is empty and then return null. This way, if the library contains no annotated elements, like the example3 file from the example package, no output will be generated for it. Let's rerun code generation. And let's talk about exoplanet discoveries. The Kepler Space Telescope, launched in 2009, was designed to search for exoplanets, which are planets orbiting stars beyond our solar system. It uses the transit method, which involves observing a star brightness over time, looking for periodic dips when an exoplanet passes in front of it. As of today, there are over 5,000 confirmed exoplanets, most of which were discovered by the Kepler Space Telescope. Many of these exoplanets are Earth-sized, suggesting that our galaxy, the Milky Way, may also be full with planets similar to our own. What's even more exciting, Kepler has revealed numerous exoplanets situated within their star's habitable zone. This is a region where conditions could be just right for liquid water to exist, which is a key ingredient for life as we know it. In 1215, Kepler made headlines when it discovered Kepler 452b. This rocky world is similar in size and receives a similar amount of sunlight as Earth, so it's often called the Earth cousin. While we may not have direct evidence of extraterrestrial life yet, the Kepler Space Telescope has shown us that the universe is more diverse and mysterious than we ever imagined. Back to the example project. We now have a single export with a list of shown elements. Cool. Now let me show you a couple of improvements. The first one is related to the way the export directive is formed. I am adding two new dependencies, code builder and Dart style. Performing pub-get. Currently, the piece of Dart code to be placed in the output file is formed as a plain string. And there is nothing wrong with this approach, but I want to show you how you can generate more complex code and be sure you didn't make any syntactic error. Let me replace the compose output function implementation. In this version, I'm using directive constructor to create an export directive, and I'm creating a library object that will contain that directive. You can also create classes and other Dart language elements, add fields, methods, and so on. This API allows to provide more type-safe and error-prone Dart code. And then I also format the future code with Dart formatter. The output of the generator did not change, but I find this approach more mature. Next, I'd like to address a problem in my code. It always expects an element to have a name. But what if a user of my package has placed an annotation over the unnamed element, like this extension here? Let me rerun code generation to demonstrate what happens. And in the meantime, tell you about the mission to the outer edges of the solar system. In 2006, New Horizons spacecraft was launched with the primary mission to perform a flyby study of the Pluto system, and possibly to study other Kuiper belt objects. The spacecraft provided us with stunning high-resolution photographs that transformed Pluto from a distant dot into a vivid world, covered in craters, water ice mountains, and stunning arrays of colors. Also, New Horizons made the groundbreaking discovery of Pluto's thin atmosphere, primarily composed of nitrogen with traces of methane and carbon monoxide. Furthermore, the mission revealed evidence of geologic activity on Pluto. This challenged our previous understanding of this distant and cold world. The mission is still fully operational and keeps sending new data from even more distant locations. Okay, back to code. We see that the generator failed with null check operator using a null value. That's not very informative message. Let's fix that. The error is caused by this exclamation mark I applied to the annotated element name. And clearly, due to the nature of my annotation and the approach I took to make individual code elements visible with show directive, my code requires for some name to be present, and annotating an unnamed extension leaves me no choice but to throw an exception. For these situations, the sourceGen package offers a special type of the exception, invalid generation source error, that may be thrown by generators during the generate method. So here I'm defining my own implementation of the invalid generation source error that defines an informative error message and passes an element causing the problem from constructor parameter to the base class. And here I'm throwing this unnamed generation source error if the annotated element name is null or empty. Let's now run the code generation again. I bet you want to hear about plans for the future moon exploration. The Artemis program's goal is to return humans to the moon in 2024 with a focus on lunar exploration and establishing a sustainable presence. Artemis is named after the Greek goddess of the moon and the twin sister of Apollo, who was the namesake of the original lunar missions. It aims for a long-term lunar presence, thus establishing a sustainable outpost on the moon, which can serve as a stepping stone for further missions to Mars and beyond. One of the critical aspects of this sustainability is utilizing the moon's resources. The lunar surface contains water ice, which can be converted into water for drinking and oxygen for breathing. It can also be used to generate hydrogen and oxygen for rocket fuel, reducing the cost and logistical challenges of deep space exploration. What I find inspiring is that NASA is committed to achieving gender equality in space exploration, and this program aims to land the first woman and the next man on the lunar surface. Back to our main topic. I can now see a nice error message which clearly indicates where the problem is. Let me briefly remove the failing annotation. Okay, due to time limits, this is where I have to stop. So far, we looked into how a typical code-generating package can be created with SourceGAN, how to create a valid Dart code with Code Builder, how to throw developer-friendly errors. But what's more important, I hope I managed to demystify the task of creating a code-generating package by showing you how you can explore existing solutions and get answers to most of the challenges you can face. If you enjoyed this presentation and would like to learn more, stay tuned, because in the upcoming days I will publish an extended version of this presentation on my YouTube, where I explain how to implement the second builder and what unique and interesting challenges this task presents. Also, I'll show how to make builders customizable so users can pass configurations, and how to cover code generators with tests. So make sure to follow me on social media to get notified. The barrel files package we were developing today is already published on pub.dev, and all of its code is open on my GitHub, so go check it out, give it a thumbs up and a star if you like it. Thanks for your attention. I'll be happy to answer your questions.
Wow, that was amazing, Anna. As always, thank you so much. It's always a pleasure to watch you talk. Anyway, we're now going to do a quick Q&A. So if I'd like to, when you ask questions now, if you get them in, we got about 5 minutes or so for questions and answers. So you need to get your questions in fast. And if you can put a Q in them, sort of like we do with Hump Day, that would at the beginning, that would help me find them to put them up there. But anyway, but let's bring on. We've got Ivana and we've got Anna. Unfortunately, our other speaker had to run. So if we can bring them up on, please. So, and I would like to share this one. Yeah, Ivana needs to come up too. Yes, please. There we go. Thank you. All right, I'm talking to our backstage production there. Anyway, I just wanted to point out that Zonger is come on there and talk about how our speakers have been super well prepared, and I think that'll continue. And I'm excited about that, and we've worked hard to try to make this going on. And I might want to kick off the questions, Anna. What's the name of your cat?
Well, his name is not very original. He's called Cat, but in Ukrainian, so he's Kotik.
Okay, I love that. I love that. Yeah, we've had a couple of things that have come in here that have been kind of cool. I just wanted to one of the questions that came up is what was the IDE, and and we actually got an answer to that already, and I think he would know.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, he would definitely know. If you notice, the last name's the same there. And so anyway, so I guess it is IntelliJ with the new UI.
Yeah, and I've been enjoying this new UI. It looks like I look through all the menus and I handpick them, so I only have what I need. So it's very minimalistic and very useful.
That's cool. Well, Jessica, who's another one of our Flutteristas, she would love for you to just maybe tell about the theme a little bit.
Oh, I do have a plugin named Material Theme, and I use one of those, but then I would handpick colors so it would match my old love Visual Studio theme. So it's a mix of plugins and customizing.
Okay, well that's kind of cool, and maybe at some point you could do a video on that. So, all right, and let's see. Okay, going back to Ivana,
Oh, no.
she said yeah, she said the Flutter News Toolkit's a great base project. I learned it while using it.
Yeah,
so, I
it
mean,
is.
Yeah, so I guess that's an official one, but this one's not. Is it planned to be official? Yeah, the games one?
Yeah, the Very Good Flame game by Very Good Ventures is not an official one, but it's actually made by the same guys. So I really, really trust in the quality of that. So that's why I decided to include that one as well in my comparison.
Well, that's good. Well, thank you for that. And we have a question for Anna here. What other use cases can be supported by code generation? Focus on things which right now do not have a hosted package.
You know, if I knew answer to this question, I would probably already create more code generating packages. I'm quite a fan of using code generation for various tasks, and the list of packages I showed in the beginning is the one I use almost daily. And I've been looking for a topic for my own code generation package for a while. So far I came up only with the one, but I hope my talk once again has inspired for more creativity in the community.
Awesome, thank you. That's really good, thank you. I did want to just share this real quick because Daria, if you know her, she absolutely loves cats, and so when Anna's cat's there, you expect to see a response from her. I'm actually a little surprised I didn't see something from Mangerdis also about cats, but anyway. So all right, so we've got another question here for Anna, and it's like, can the upcoming static metaprogramming replace all code generation use cases as it is currently done?
Well, first of all, we don't know yet how this static metaprogramming will eventually look like, and I don't think the Dart team knows that as well. So there is a long way until we can actually start discussing this. But also, I think not all of the use cases I currently use code generation for can be covered with static metaprogramming. I mean, there are just a ton of code me as a developer would write for navigation, for dependency injection, and some of them would require would result to different behavior in runtime depending on some configuration. So partially, I guess, yes, but not completely. That's my take.
All right. Okay. All right. We got time for another question or two if anybody wants to put any up there. But just showing, once again, let's show off how much Anna is a rock star here. We've got lots of comments like this.
Thank you.
We've got, Songer again is saying he's amazed at how easily you switch between the desktops without breaking the flow. And I'm sure that's very practiced. And, Farah, this could be about just about any of our talks, but she said this was about Anna's. It's a very interesting topic. So just thought I would share some of those on there while we're waiting. Let me see if we've got any. All right. So, okay. All right. Well, I might as well show this one too, because I did expect to see something here. But Megardesk, for those that don't know, Daria and Megardesk gave a talk at F3. And their talk centered on creating like a dating app style thing where you date people based on who their cats are. So I think it's very important to them on that. So anyway,
I can attest to their idea because this cat is actually my husband's cat initially.
Oh no. Well, okay, that's good. And I think that's about it. I want to thank you both so much for coming on to answer questions. And I'm going to want to try out that package, Ivana. So thank you for teaching us about that. And
thank you.
And I think we had some technical difficulties while we were displaying your video, but I know we're going to have that up on the channel. We'll get that recorded properly without the the technical issues, and we will get that up for people to see. So,
Perfect.
And Maureen's going to have to run, I think, because she's got to go get ready for her talk that's coming up pretty soon. So thank you so much, Maureen, for being my co-host. And
Sure. Thank you so much, Danielle. Thank you, Ivana. Thank you, Anna. I really enjoyed both of your talks, and looking forward to like future interactions again. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And so now we're going to take a few-minute break. So this is your opportunity to quickly refill your drink, to take care of other needs if you need to. But it's only going to be a few minutes. And when we come back for our part 3, once again, we're just separating out so that the hosts know who's going where. For part 3, we're going to have Steph come on and lead us through that part. I'll be back in a few hours, and Maureen's going to be back very soon to give her talk. So thank you, everybody. And we're going to take a short break now.
Sure. Thanks.
Hi, I'm Steph, and this is Nawal. Welcome. I'm so glad
Hello.
you're here. I've missed you so much.
Thank you.
We're here to kick off part 3, and it is going to start with Lucas talking about Widget Book. So we're going to hand it off to him.
Hello everyone, I'm Lucas, co-founder and CEO of Widget Book. Today, I'd love to show you how you can quickly build and review your widgets in just a few seconds using Widget Book. First of all, I would love to ask, or I would love to tell everyone here that it's amazing that you're doing this conference, that you're participating in the Flutterista Conference. It's just amazing to see that women are exploring tech, and I'm super excited that, for example, Roa from our team is also part of the Flutterista Conference. It's really something that we are quite passionate about at Widget Book. But first of all, if you haven't heard about Widget Book yet, what are we doing? We are actually building an open source package and are super community focused with Widget Book. So we are organizing loads of Flutter events and are really an active part in the community. Also, we are not only active in the community, but we are of course also building something valuable to Flutter developers. And we've been featured by Google's Flutter team as the experts for design systems and also for developer and designer collaboration. So we've been, for example, featured at the Flutter Forward conference, which was the biggest Flutter conference this year, live on stage.
But what are actually the benefits? So what can you actually get out of using Widget Book? That is something that I'd love to feature now. So you can build your own design system with Widget Book. You can then quickly test your widgets in different use cases. And you can then also simplify your design reviews using Widget Book Cloud. So let's jump straight into a story. How does app development usually works? It usually all starts with a client who has an idea and then works together with a designer to bring that idea in form of a design to life. And once the client is finally happy with the design the designer created, the designer then goes ahead and creates something called a design system. The designer does it because our app should not only be some prototype that is being thrown away after a few months, but should really stay for a year or even longer. So the designer creates a design system where the designer actually catalogs all of the styles and then also creates reusable components that we can use throughout the life cycle of our app. And that's something that the designer can already do in Figma. Figma is a great tool for doing so. So the designer has quite an easy job to do it. And then it's on us. So the design and our process happened, and now we have to do the same in Flutter. And what we usually do as developers is we are creating something that is called a gallery app. So we find our own way of cataloging all those different styles and components and basically build our own design system. But the problem here is that first of all, it takes an effort to actually create our gallery app. Then secondly, it's difficult to maintain that gallery app over a period of time. And thirdly, we only catalog our components or screens in the end in only one use case, meaning only in light mode, only on one device size, only in one language, and so on. But actually, there are multiple use cases that we have to do. So the question is, how can we actually build our Flutter design system easily? Because currently, building our own Flutter design system is quite difficult. And the answer to that question is our open source package, Widget Book. And let's jump straight in. So what you do is, in your main.dart file, you can just annotate your app with the @widgetbook app command. And once you did that, you can choose if you want to do it on a monorepo approach, as we see it here, where you have a new package called widgetbook_app, or if you want to do it in the normal approach, where you only have a single package, where you just use that @widgetbook app command in your main.dart file. And once you did it, the only thing that is left for us to do is to tell the widget book which widgets do we actually like to include in the widget book. And how we do it is we can, again, use annotations. They work very similar to Freest. So we can just annotate our widgets by a widgetbook.useCase annotation. We give it a name, for example, here with green color. The type is just a container that we would like to show. And then we need to mock the required parameters. In this case, for the container, it's the colors.green. And that's all we have to do. Once we did that, we let the pub build runner run to build the widget book. And then we can choose what device we would like to run our widget book on. We usually recommend you to run it on a desktop build, but you could also run it on web, but then you don't have the hot reload from Flutter available, so better run it on desktop. And that's how it looks. Basically, here we can see that we cataloged all of the widgets from our app and have a nice overview of everything that we have already developed. And that's actually already it. That's a quick overview of how you can build your own design system with Widgetbook. And next up, we're gonna talk about how you can quickly test your widgets now in different use cases with add-ons and knobs. And the challenge here really is that our apps today have to support multiple use cases. So multiple themes, multiple devices, multiple languages, because designers create all of those screens because users are actually expecting that. And the question is, how can we do it quickly? Because currently, when we try to do it, we end up looking like this. And I would really love to avoid that you have to code as long as you turn into a skeleton. So the question is, how can we test our widgets quickly in all use cases? And the answer here is Widgetbook. It can really become your new superpower here in this process. And let me show you how. So you can quickly use add-ons in Widgetbook. One of those add-ons could be, for example, a theme add-on. And here we support custom theming, but we also support material theme add-ons or Cupertino theme add-ons. And then you can quickly test your widgets in, for example, light or dark mode. But you can also use more themes, no worries, that's also possible. But you can also use other add-ons. So there's also a text scale add-on that allows you to quickly test your widgets on different text scale factors so that people like me who are wearing glasses can also still properly see everything in our app, even without using our glasses. Or you can add the localization add-on that allows you to test your widgets on different languages, for example, in English or Arabic. Or you can test your widgets on different device sizes, so the responsiveness is also ensured, that you can, for example, test your widgets quickly on an iPhone 13 or an iPad or whatever other device. And that's how you can quickly test your widgets in different use cases using our add-ons. And the add-ons are already great because we saw how we can test the global properties of our app. But how about widget-specific properties? And that's where our knobs come into play. So our knobs can be accessed also with our add widgetbook use case annotation. But here, where we are mocking, in the end, the text, so the string input, we are not providing the text here immediately, but we're writing context.knobs.string and provide then a label. The label is shown in the widgetbook UI and provide an initial value. In this case, I just said lorem ipsum. And no worries, we do not only support strings, but we support whatever data type is available. And in the end, that's how it looks. We basically give the user of Widgetbook a superpower here, because the user can not only see what we developed, but can actually change the input and can therefore quickly verify, how does this widget look like with different text inputs? Or how does my widget look like when I slide up the amount of likes? Or when I change the amount of images used in this tweet? So you can very easily test hard to reach use cases using Widgetbook. And that's basically it regarding the open source package. So the benefits of the free open source Widgetbook are you can build your own design system with Widgetbook, and you can then quickly test your widgets in different use cases. And if you want to get started with Widgetbook, just check out docs.widgetbook.io and go ahead and enjoy the experience. But I promise you more. So it's not over yet, because the design review is still missing. And how does the design review process usually looks like right now? It usually looks like this. We as developers invested our blood, sweat, and tears, and in the end, the designer is just burning our implementation in front of our own eyes. And why is that? In the end, there's usually miscommunication happening. And the question is, how can we efficiently collaborate with designers? Let's go ahead and take a look into Widgetbook Cloud. So with Widgetbook Cloud, you can first of all host your widget book on all the different branches you have in your app and are therefore able to work with different developers simultaneously on your app and still be able to share the most recent widget book with anyone. And that's not only it. So with the hosted widget book, the designer is already able to check everything that we developed, but there's more to Widgetbook Cloud. So we have, for example, a better integration with Git providers. So we have a comment available in, for example, the GitHub PR, where you can just access the build I just showed you straight out of GitHub. But we also have a reviews feature. And this reviews feature is really at the core of Widgetbook Cloud, because here you do not only have the chance to review anything that the developer just built, but you can review precisely those widgets that are really interesting for you. Because what you have to review are actually only those widgets that changed or that were newly added to Widgetbook. And then you are also interested in, okay, how does it compare to my Figma design? Because what designers usually have to do is they get a test app from you, sent to them via test flight. They would then download it on their mobile phone, would then just have to skim through the entire app until they finally find what they have to review. Then they have to open up Figma in a different place and then have to always compare if it works or not. And with Widgetbook, we streamline exactly that process. So you can see on the left side menu here, all the widgets that changed in this PR, and can then compare those changed widgets in a side-by-side comparison to Figma. So you can immediately see how does the design look like in Figma on the left side, and on the right side you see how does the design actually look in production. How did the developer really build it? And you then have the chance of, again, accessing all those knobs and add-ons that you are familiar with from the open source package, can interact with the widget. It's not a screenshot or a PNG file, but it's the actual smart widget. And if something is off, you can send a precise comment. The developer would then receive a notification, and you can then, on the top right corner, decide if you want to accept or reject this implementation. By rejecting the implementation, the developer would receive a notification in the GitHub PR and would be prevented from merging, because we are running an automated CI check in GitHub that is automatically checking if all of my widgets have been accepted or not. If accepted, amazing, check turns green, you can safely merge with confidence. But if rejected, you should really have another iteration here with the team, because otherwise you're shipping bad UI to the customer. And that's what Widgetbook really prevents you from doing. So with Widgetbook, our designers and developers can work happily together ever after, because we are able to always ship amazing UI to our clients. So if you want to get early access to Widgetbook Cloud, please go ahead, visit our website and sign up for early access. I would really love to get you on board. And also, if you have any other questions for us, please feel free to reach out to us on all those popular platforms that we are using. You can just reach out to us via our docs, where you can find all the links. We are active, and yeah, we would really love to support you. Thanks again for the opportunity of speaking to you, sponsoring this conference. I wish you a very pleasant Flutterista conference. Take care, everyone. Bye-bye.
Steph, you're mute.
Nothing like being on live and sitting here talking on mute. Okay, let's try this all again. If you couldn't read my lips. Hi, thank you so much, Lucas, for your presentation on Widget Book. I'd like to also welcome Sakina, my other co-host. Thank you so much for joining. And next we are going to have a quiz, and we're going to wait for our producer to bring up the, oh, I started it and then it stopped. So we'll get it started again. Oh, of course it's not doing it on there. Hold on. I've got things, technology, gotta love it. The share isn't working. Yeah, I am confused because the screen share that I'm seeing on StreamYard is not working on my share. Hold on just a second. Let me reshare. Okay, so we're going to try this again. Share. Okay, we're going to start it. Oh, it brings it up into another tab. I see what's happening. Okay, hold on. I'm going to stop the screen share.
Okay, so in the meantime that Steph is just setting up Kahoot for you guys, I hope you paid good attention to Lucas' talk on Widget Book, because we have a very interesting activity lined up ahead for you. It's a Kahoot quiz. So if you were present in part 1 of the conference and you were there for Pooja's activity on FlutterFlow, so oh yeah, we have Kahoot there. So yeah, Steph, you want to take it away from here?
Sure. All right, so scan the QR code. There's your game pin. We'll give people a minute or so to get that going, and then I'll start the quiz. So right now we only have...
So can we participate?
Oh yeah, I
So I
think we
think
should
it's
do
okay.
it too.
It's okay with me. Yeah, I'm not going to because I'm driving. There we go.
Oh.
We've got 2 people. We need some more people in here. And I may have picked the wrong kind of Kahoot. I did a team one instead of classic, so I'll learn better. Okay. Oops, we're getting some more people. Awesome.
Oh, okay, so we have to join a team, I see.
It looks like it.
Uh-huh.
So the next time I won't do it in team mode. I'll do it in classic. I hit the wrong button, but that's okay. Everybody out there, feel free to laugh at me. I'm okay with that. If you haven't yet, scan the QR code and there's your game pin on the screen. Still got a few people. We're going to go ahead and go. Ready? Let's go.
Okay, you want to go next?
I clicked it. It's just not going. Click. There we go.
All right.
Look at this.
Okay, here we go.
Okay, so which game is included in the Very Good Flame game template? Interesting. Is it tic-tac-toe? Is it Dash Arcade Game, Tap the Unicorn? Very
No game is
interesting.
included. Tap the unicorn. Let's see. So which one did you choose, Sakino?
Oh my god, I selected Dash Arcade Game.
Same here.
I could have sworn I thought that belonged to their repository or template or something.
I like to remember that Very Good Ventures logo is a unicorn.
Yeah, but I thought that was like, they were trying to trick us or something. I was like, it can't be that obvious.
Okay, here we go.
Okay, so
So
what
the
is
third
the
question is,
supportive part of a person's life? Ew. Is it self-development, community support, motivational videos, none of the above?
What do you think?
I really hope somebody
I think
doesn't
we should
pick none of
discuss
the
this
above.
on air, right? We're just discussing.
Yeah, I mean, this is very debatable.
Exactly, it's very subjective.
Okay. Yay, Team Fox.
Oh, yeah. Okay, here we go. Next.
Okay.
Okay, what code generating package by Anna helps generate barrel files for Dart and Flutter packages based on code annotations? Is it index files, barrel files, exported files, or very important files?
So, Steph, are you participating in this game too?
No, I am trying to make sure
Aw.
that I don't mess this up. Awesome.
Cool.
Look at
Wow,
the
Team
kangaroos
Flutter is
go.
leading. Yeah. So Artemis program is named after the Greek goddess of the moon and the twin sister of Apollo. This program aims to explore Mars habitability and search for signs of past life, perform a flyby study? Yeah, flyby study of the Pluto system, discover habitable planets orbiting stars beyond our solar system, and return humans to the moon for further lunar exploration.
Oh, wow.
Excellent.
And Team Kangaroo
Okay.
is still in the lead. All right, code generating packages configure their output based on a special file. What is that file name? Build.yaml, pubspec.yaml, pubspec.log, or build.log.
Justine put a comment in case people didn't see it. The faster you select and get the right answer, your points, it does impact your points. So try to be as quick as you can. Another reason I'm not doing it because build.yaml. Okay. All right, here we go.
Name the special exception class developers of code generating packages can throw to indicate an input problem. Invalid generation source error, unnamed generation source error, something went wrong error, that's your fault error. I like the last one. I think it's the last one.
I like the last one.
Yeah.
I want to see if Team Brain comes up above. Invalid generation source error.
It's
Excellent.
very
King
close
Kangaroo
to
is
King
just really
Fox.
good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Flutter channels are used to establish communication between Dart code and platform-specific code, example Kotlin Swift. Okay, so is it a true or a false?
You got a 50-50 chance on getting this one right.
So what do you think, Noel? Is it true or false? What
I
are
can't
Flutter
reveal my
channels?
answer.
True. Next.
Yay!
Oh,
Look at that.
Team
yes.
Brain is
Brain
up.
moved up.
Wow.
Look at that. Great job. You've got two more.
Which of the following is not a type of tree in Flutter? Widget tree, state tree, element tree, render tree. Oh, this should be very easy.
I love that Dash has a suitcase with Dash on it.
Oh.
Oh yeah, it's so cute. Inception.
I need one of
101.
those.
Oh yes. Neela, if you're listening to this, please take a note for the upcoming Flutter swag at the end of the year.
Excellent. Okay, let's see. Oh, Team Brain,
Wow.
you're getting close to Team Kangaroo. Whoa, you got to keep going.
Wow.
You got one more. Let's go.
Which command is used to fetch and update the dependencies in the pubspec.yaml file for a Flutter project? Flutter attach, Flutter run, Flutter pub-get, Flutter assemble.
So what do you think?
Oh, I love how
Which one?
the answers are going really fast on this one.
Yes.
Yay!
Oh wow.
Unless you're brand new to Flutter,
I am
everyone
so
knows that
glad
one.
nobody got it wrong. So glad.
Yeah.
That was excellent. Yay!
Yay.
Yay, Team Brain on the second.
And of course.
Great job. That was awesome.
Team
Cool.
Penguin on the top.
Okay, so yes, next, and I need to look at the agenda. Sorry. Next, we have Maureen coming, and she's going to be discussing harnessing the power of speech to text in Flutter. Take it away, Maureen.
Hi everyone, thank you all for joining our Flutteristas Conference. My name is Maureen Josephine, Flutter and Dart GDE, and also a Flutter engineer. And today I'm blessed and honored to present to you harnessing the power of speech to text in Flutter, and why this is important and why we should consider this when developing our apps. So first of all, about me. Yes, I am a Google developer expert in Flutter and Dart. I am also a Women Tech Makers Ambassador, the program of Google that enables women to spread the technology knowledge that they have to other upcoming women in tech so that they could thrive as well in various fields. Besides that, I'm a tech communities lover. I'm also part of the Flutteristas community. That's why I'm here as well. And being passionate about community and being also part of the Flutteristas community has enabled me to meet awesome women in tech and those with other interests to share and also learn from each other in general. Besides that, I'm a Flutter engineer. I work as a Flutter engineer in the EV industry. So let's go deep into it. So the agenda of today is to talk about the speech recognition and how we can use this in Flutter. So I'll give a brief introduction to speech recognition and some of the real world use cases of this speech recognition, and also Flutter's plugin of the speech recognition. And I would also show you how to implement speech to text recognition in Flutter, and various user experience and designs that you could also implement in your apps to give like a good user experience. Besides that, we would also touch on the performance and privacy concerns in relation to voice recognition and speech recognition in general. And a simple demo that I have to demonstrate this. So we have like the speech to text recognition, but what is this really if you think about it? Most of the time as users and as app users, sometimes we are busy and we tend like our hands are occupied, and then we tend to be not able to type in some cases, and this is why we need like speech to text transcription. So how does this actually work in a real world example? We have like in our day-to-day, there are some apps that are already implementing this, and some of them are like voice assistants and all that. But if you want to know what's really speech recognition and how does it really work, so speech recognition, also known as automatic speech recognition, it's a technology that enables a computer or a device to interpret and transcribe spoken language into written text, which means that any language that you pass to your audio or your computer, it transcribes it into a written text. And this is really, really helpful, especially if you want to transcribe something, let's say from one language to another language. Google Translate offers this feature, and it's really useful. So how does this speech recognition work in general? So first of all, what it does, like you provide an audio. So in this case, it transforms the audio and then it extracts the feature. So this is the feature extraction process. And then we have the acoustic model and the language model. And the final output would be the text output. So you find that in this whole process, what you need to do is pass the audio, and then there's the extraction happening behind the scenes. And we have these language models that can help you also transcribe audio into text. And then at the end, you find like a final output that you could use for actual communication. So we have various apps that offer these features, as I've mentioned before, like Siri, Alexa, Google Home, and all those. But some of them, if you take a keen look, we use them in day-to-day. So like virtual assistants like Siri and all that, voice search and command like Google Assistant, especially in the browser. If you're trying to search for something, you could use the Google Assistant. Also, voice detection and transcription. This feature is available on Google Docs. You could try to use it to transcribe an audio to a text format. Also within Google Maps, there's the feature for navigation. So it also helps you to transcribe an audio into a text. If you check the Google Maps, it has this feature. Besides that, we have the accessibility features in social media apps like WhatsApp, where you could send a voice note and then it gets sent to another person or someone else. So these are some of the real life examples of speech recognition. And then, what's really the importance of speech recognition? Why would we need to consider having speech recognition in our apps as developers? Why is this important? So you find that other cases, like we've mentioned, other apps, virtual assistant apps like Siri or Alexa have. So in our day-to-day, you might be busy, you have emails, you're already like on your computer writing emails, you're also on the side making calls, reading, or even driving. So some cases where the speech recognition could be useful would be especially when you're driving and you don't have, like, your hands are super busy, you can't type. So you could use various apps to pass down the speech input to your device, and then it to translate it to a text. So these are some of the importance of text to speech recognition. So first of all is the improved
productivity, in the sense that if you're busy, your hands are busy doing something else, then you could use it to improve productivity of your users. And then we also have enhanced accessibility. So this also helps for people who are not able to write or do anything with their hands. So they just use audio and then pass it down to the phone, and then it get translated to a text and pass communication between those with the disabilities and those without disabilities. And as I've also mentioned, we have the hands-free operation, like you're driving and you're not able to text. So you could send an audio and then the receiver can receive the message in various forms. So this could also help with customer service providers to provide like speech-to-text transcription and all that, and generally improved user experience and also data analytics to help analyze the speech and recognition things. And then we have the education. So it also helps within the education field, especially those who are deaf or cannot, generally those who are disabled and are not able to use their hand to do something. So you could use this for education as well. So besides that, these are the advantages of speech recognition, but what are some of the disadvantages? For some cases, you would find that you're trying to send an audio, but it translates the audio to something else that you didn't say, or it misinterprets your audio due to different factors like various accents and all that. But some of the major disadvantages that I found were like privacy of voice data. So you might be using your device to input voice, or rather like use the audio to pass or send a message, but then how private is it? So if you're in a public place, it means that you could release like very important information to the public. So that's one of the disadvantages of this. And then there is also the errors of misinterpretations of speech, so that you'd have to re-record and all that. But this with our applications right now, this is getting improved bit by bit. So I would say that we are getting into a phase where we would like 100% maybe could survive or depend on the voice recognition applications, which is really awesome to enhance accessibility and all that. So how does speech recognition work with Flutter? We've learned about the advantages, disadvantages, the real app examples, and how to use this in real life generally. But how does this work with Flutter? So if you're new to Flutter, Flutter is a cross-platform SDK used to develop Android, iOS, web, and desktop apps, all from a single code base. So you could also run, it means that you write your code from a single code base, and then you could run it in multi-platform, which is really, really awesome. So how do we leverage the benefit of speech recognition in our Flutter applications? So I found this plugin, which is really, really amazing, and it helps with speech recognition, transcription, speech to text, and it has over 1,000 likes on pub.dev, and also 99% popularity that made the decision to use it. And also it has like a step-by-step readme that gives instructions on how to use it, and it's really developer intuitive. You could easily use it. So how do we actually implement speech to text recognition? So first of all, you have to, if you are using that plugin, you add the speech to text plugin on your dependencies in the pubspec.yaml file. And then you'd also allow access to internet and audio, both on Android and iOS files. And then you'd implement the speech API to handle recognition.
And then after that, you would update the UI with the mic off and on features to enable recording the audio. And also you'd finally add the utils for the speech commands. So these are some of the commands that you'd want your app to do, maybe write email, go to Google, open YouTube and all that. So I would show you my code on how this actually works. And yeah, so as I have mentioned before, you add the plugin onto your pubspec.yaml. This is the speech to text plugin. And then after you've added it there, you'd also have to confirm the minimum SDK version. So it currently works with a version of 20, min SDK version of 21 and a target version of 31. So if you want to override this and not use the Flutter defined min SDK version, always feel free to change this section of your app. And then besides that, now on the lib, so this is the homepage that basically has the output or the layout of how I want this file to show, and the speech API that shows how to do it. So I have a demo app that actually shows how this should work, which is on the left side. I recorded it just in case, in advance, just in case of anything. So I would actually show you how this works. But yeah, so I would play this. So you'd see the speech to text app. So this is actually on the homepage. This is what we are showing on the homepage, and you see the press the button to start speaking. So in this application, when you press the button to start speaking with the audio icon, it actually listens to what you are trying to say, and then it starts speaking. So for the output of the general output of the UI, this is the basic layout of it. And then it also has this snack bar to help you copy the text to clipboard, especially if after passing the audio to your app and then you want it to get transcribed to a text, then you could use the copy to clipboard icon. And then these are basically the general output of the app. The colors, so my preferred color was this teal, and the red would also show when you want to highlight something. I would show you that, and then the floating action button that actually shows here. So for the glow of the floating action button, I used this avatar glow. So it helps show the glow of the app, and it uses the primary color in this. So I would play this again so that you'd see the glow. So just before this, there's the green splash that comes out of the audio when you press that. And yeah, so I would show you how the speech API actually works. So it's a method that has the toggle recording. So what this toggle recording does, it accepts the on result callback and on listening callback. So what this basically does is that if the speech is listening, and then the speech here, it uses the speech to text method from the API itself. So if it's listening, then we return the speech. Otherwise, we stop the speech after it stops listening. And then if it's available, then we initialize the speech. And this also shows you, like, if it's on success, it means that everything is okay. So what we would do when it's success, then we would call the on listening callback, and what you need to do, it would just call the speech dot to listening, which is the one that we initialize here. It's a boolean from the API itself. And then when you come here, so it also shows you if it's available. It also listens to a value of various recognizable recognized words that you'd use it. So where we are using the speech API is mostly on the home screen, where when you call it here, we just listen to the changes on the screen. So in this case, I want to press the button and start speaking. So for my recording, what I wrote was some commands to help me with the listening. So this command has the write email, open browser, go to various link or something. So you could also modify this to anything that you want, because I define the commands that I want to be shown. And then it has like this class, utility class that shows, okay, so when the text contains the email, which is the first in the list, so what do? It calls the open email method to show it. So I'll just illustrate that right now. When you click here, so in this, I was using the write email. First of all, I said write email that I'm gonna be late for the call. And then it wrote this. So when it writes this, it actually opens the email, because we have that method of what it should do. So it would open the email, and then it includes the email body in the URL. So what it does is, and then it goes to my email, and then it has like a preview of what I was trying to write. So that's for the email section. And then for the second command, which is opening browser. So we have like two various commands. That's go to YouTube. So what it does, it takes the first index of my command. So here, as you can see, I have the go to command. So it highlights it in red according to my UI. So it would go to YouTube, and then it would open YouTube. And then because this was on a private mode, that's why it shows this way. And then if you want to open on other platforms, like they go to Google, maybe it would also show that way. So back to my slides. That's the basically overview of how this app works. And then, as I mentioned, we had the command class, which is like the main way to define how we want to instruct the application to do. So as I said, the write email, open, go to. And then we could also improve this bits by bits to enable us to do other functionalities based on the commands. And then some of the resources for speech to text recognition that you could check out is the speech to text recognition plugin that I've just shared for the Flutter. And then we have implementing speech recognition YouTube video by Johannes Mike, which is really, really helpful in the explanations. He does the step-by-step explanations on what you need to do. So you could also check that as well. And besides that, there's the speech to text recognition documentation. So I would attach some of these resources in case you need to follow along or check them out later. Other than that, that's basically an overview of my talk today. And thank you so much. If you have other questions, feel free to reach out to me on Twitter at j_akelo if you have further clarifications or further information to add on this speech to text recognition, as it's like a way that we should help our users improve productivity in our various apps and all that. So thank you so much for joining our conference today. And that was it for me. Thank you.
That was awesome. Thank you so much, Maureen. I really enjoyed that. Did you guys learn anything?
Yep.
Absolutely, yes. It was definitely
Awesome.
something new.
Yeah. That was very, very Cool. Okay, so next we have Daria, and she's presenting on courage for change or another switcher story. Take it away.
Today, my topic is courage for change or another switcher story. First of all, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Daria. I am from Ukraine. I am a mom of 3 kids. I am a software developer with over 17 years of development of software for geoinformation system. Now, I've been a junior Flutter developer for over 7 months. Uh, of course, it's not a lot of experience, but today I would like to talk to you not about technical aspects, but rather about motivation and self-belief. Can I do it? Can I balance family and work? That's a question that often arises for women who decide to return to work after maternity leave. The experience of many women show that, of course, balance is possible. But what if it's your third child? What if you're almost 40? What if your children get sick so often that you can only afford remote work? What if there is a war in your country? I'll tell you my story just so that those who's hesitating have a little reason to think. I graduated from university and started work at a small company in a small town. I work as a C++ developer. Everything suited me. A friendly team, interesting task. Below husband who helped me and still helping with everything. Our company developed software for AutoCAD that automate everyday calculation in mining enterprises, like mines, careers. I'm very proud of my models for interacting with electronic geologies like tachyometers and GPS, and the model of for geological cross-section calculation. The work was interesting. We attend conference and went on vacation all the time. Then it was time for my first maternity leave. When it was over and I was supposed to return to work, difficult times came in my country. In 2014, Russia annexed part of my country, the part we were actively cooperated with. The salary started decrease and delayed. There was little work. I would just come to work, sit in front of my computer, drink a tea, and then go home. Rarely tasks didn't contribute to my development as a developer. Then I went on my second maternity leave. The coronavirus pandemic hit me just as I was about to finish my second maternity leave. I had just started to organize my life, work, 2 school-age daughters, son who had just started daycare, and suddenly everyone at home. Everyone is scared, and certainly well, people adapt to everything, right? We learn to work and study online. But my life was a life an ordinary housewife. Um, I received a minimal salary because there were no project for me. And what could I propose myself? Such a comfortable swamp. Just our salary were not enough. November 2021, I will remember for the rest of my life. One incredible person offered me a chance to change something. Alexa told me about the new Flutter framework. I should mention he is a GD and maybe someone know Alexander Levushenko. Yes, that's him. He had a significant influence on me and my career. He suggested that I change my IT field from a C++ developer to a mobile developer in Flutter. The transition was easy because the foundation of Flutter, its engine, is a C++, and the Dart was also easy to learn for me. I listened to online courses, tried to create a small some projects. For example, I create an alec of popular game Wordy. This is an intellectual game that where you need to guess a word in 6 attempts. After each attempt, the entered word is analyzed, and if you guessed Later, it's marked as green and in other rules. I enjoyed working on this project because I learned a lot about of UI and state management and storage, data storage. But all my learning was like a game, like a hobby. Then was a full-scale war. The first weeks, it seemed we lived in a terrible dream because this couldn't be happening here, so close to me. Air alerts, terrified children eyes. I decided to take my children and leave my town, which was just 100 kilometers from war line, to Lviv. This is a city in another part of my country, 100 kilometers from my home. And that very time, Alexa offered to become my mentor. Learning on your own and learning with mentor is completely different things. All theoretical stage finally starting taking shape. Alexa helped me also create website also using Flutter. When I returned home, I realized that theoretically I could start looking for a job as a Flutter developer, but there was a huge obstacle. I need to know English at least at intermediate level. My English was a confident beginner level because I can read something, but I couldn't, but unable to speak a few words in a sentence. I started for ways to improve my English, and just like with mentoring, I realized that learning on my own it's not enough. For several attempts, I found a good online school. In this time, I wrote a pet project English for RT. This is idea of this project was born as a desire to combine my improvement in English and improvement in my programming skills. In this project, I learned how to use animation and several interesting functions like a translator and sound playback. I improved my English to a pre-intermediate level. I started sending out my resumes. I went to a few interviews. I received rejection. um, then Alexa recommended me to a guy who was looking for a team and a developer for an app. The app already existed but needed updates, testing, and migration to new Dart version. Surprisingly, my mother's knowledge was enough for my future boss to be interested in me. This project brought together developers from different parts of the world. We all work remotely, and which is incredibly convenient for me because I can dedicate time to work, learning, and family. It's safe to say that in these 7 months working here, I've gained a lot of experience, not only in programming, but also in the relationship in the modern IT company. Yeah. It should be noted that my experience as a C++ developer had me quite a lot in this work. Our team is not large, and sometimes I need to understand and all spaghetti code and the details of the backend and suggest to change to refactor in the code. My boss liked several my proposals so much that he even received a promotion during the 7 months of work. I hope not the last. In the summer, along with Anna Lyushenko, I attended Flutter Conference in Berlin. She's an experienced speaker and incredible person. She introduced me to Flutteristas. I am immensely grateful to her for this journey because it's incredible feeling to be in such friendly community and understand that all these people around me are so passionate about Flutter. Alex and Anna inspired me to give this presentation. They convinced me that my story could be useful to someone. I would like to add that I'm grateful to Flutteristas for this opportunity to public speaking. I think this community makes a huge contribution to support women developers. So, Where is this magical secrets to make change in your life? First of all, it's understanding that it's never too late to change something. As long as we have the desire and strength to change something, we must do it. There are plenty of opportunities, courses, and online school to acquire the necessary skill. Many of them are free, and you have the opportunity to study at the time convenient for you. It's important to seek a mentor and a community of like-minded individuals. Having support making it much easier not to give up. If we are afraid to take the first step toward change, because we have children, because we're almost 40, we might miss out on a great opportunity for a better life. And last but not least, time management. Desire alone is not enough if time is not properly organized. Planning your daily tasks should become a habit. And delegation, it's also important. For example, ask your husband to take the child to additional course or go shopping. Sometimes we all think that no one can cope with the task better than ourselves, but it's possible to do everything on your own. Delegation is important. This is vital for a working mother of 3 children. Thank you for your attention. Feel free to contact me if you have any question. But please remember that my English is still far from perfect.
That was awesome, Daria. Thank you so much. Um, you motivated me, and your English was great. It's okay. You did a great job. That was really awesome. And don't forget, if you have questions, because we're going to have some Q&A again, make sure to put a Q in front of it and in your comments. So next we have Kendi and Becca presenting on CI/CD under the hood, supercharge your Flutter development with CI/CD.
Hello and welcome to our talk, which is CI/CD Under the Hood. We are honored to speak at the Flutteristas Conference, and I would like to give an opening to my co-speaker to introduce herself.
Hi everyone, my name is Rebecca Saka and I'm a Flutter engineer. I am the co-organizer of Girls Can Code Flutter, and I basically love everything about Flutter because Flutter is just so awesome. I'm going to give it to Kendi to introduce herself.
Thank you, Becca. It's an honor to co-speak with you again. My name is Kendi. I am a Flutter developer, also the lead Flutter Kenya co-organizer. And besides that, I am a community builder as well as a speaker. So on today's topic, we're going to learn more about CI/CD. We want to check out what CI/CD is, what are manual releases using CI/CD. We're going to define what continuous integration is and also define continuous delivery, as well as talk about the type of tools that we can use to implement CI/CD, talk about the benefits that we can get by using CI/CD, and afterwards we're going to give a conclusion on if CI/CD is really important in our daily application. With that said, I would give the room to Becca to define more on CI/CD.
Thank you, Kendi. CI/CD is basically a way for you to automate your development process using a versioning system. And for you guys to be able to understand it, I want to tell you guys a quick story. Okay, so I used to work at a startup where after 6 months of development, we actually finally launched. And in comes the bugs, and we had to build and release to our users as fast as we can. That includes us building for iOS and deploying to the iOS store, wait for the iOS to App Store to review it and things like that. So I'm just going to walk you through a normal manual development process, which is if you're using VS Code, you come to your VS Code folder, you open your iOS folder in Xcode, you build archive, you distribute the app. Next slide. And then you select where you want to upload to. Basically, there are a lot of steps, and it can be tiring to do this all over again. In our case, we had to build frequently, sometimes multiple times per week. In comes CI/CD, and I'm just going to define what CI is. According to Martin Fowler, continuous integration is a software development practice where member of a team integrates their work frequently. Usually one person integrates at least daily, leading to multiple integration per day. Each integration is verified by an automated build, including tests, to detect integration errors as quickly as possible. This basically means that when you are working in different teams, it's CI/CD helps you collaborate, so you can write tests and what you build doesn't break what your colleague built, basically, and you don't have to manually check that. CI/CD helps you do that. And going to continuous delivery, which is CD. CD, according to Wikipedia, is a software development approach, software engineering approach in which teams produce software in short cycles, ensuring that the software can be reliably released at any time, following a pipeline through a production-like environment without doing so manually. There are different tools that you can use for CI/CD, and I'll give it to Kendi to tell us some of these tools.
Absolutely. So when it comes to CI/CD, there are various tools that can be used to implement them. For example, we have GitHub Actions, we have Code Magic, there is GitLab, Travis CI, Circle CI, Jenkins, and Bitrise. In our case, we're going to talk about in-depth on GitHub Actions as well as Code Magic. But before we get there, I would like to give you a process through which CI/CD goes through. In this case, we have one, the delivery through team. Number two, we have the version control. This is what we're going to use, for example, GitHub Actions. And then B3, we have a process where you go to the next step, which is build and unit test. The next step is the automated acceptance test, and then afterwards you go to user acceptance test, and then you go to release. Ideally, these are some of the steps that you normally take where every time you're writing your CI/CD, and then you need to make sure that this particular step passes before moving to the next step, up until you feel confident enough in what you've written for you to release it to the users. So as a delivery team, you're using your version control. For example, in this case, you're using GitHub Action. You do a check-in, and which at the end, which goes to the next step, which is build and the unit test. It gives a trigger. If that trigger doesn't pass, then it gives you a feedback that you need to check out on something and fix maybe an error somewhere in your code base. And then afterwards, you move to the next step now, which you check in again, and then it triggers. If the build and test passes, then it gives you a feedback that you need to go to the next level, which is the automated acceptance test. And in this case, just in case it fails, then it gives you a feedback where you need to check what failed and you need to fix it. And then you start the process again, where you check in again. It gives you a trigger to check the build and unit test. After the pass correct, you move to the next level, which again passes, and then moves to the next level now, which is the user acceptance test. And after they pass, it should give you a feedback, or after everything passes rather, and you feel confident in what you've written, then you can go ahead to release. But after all that, then how do we go about these particular steps using now GitHub Actions? In this case, I have two examples that I would wish to take you guys through, and this basically is how a GitHub action workflow looks like. And if I were to define a workflow is a set of automation that is performed alongside an event that triggers the workflow. For example, an example of this event is maybe on git push or on git pull to a particular branch. In this case, we have the first branch, which is the working branch workflow, and the next branch is the main branch workflow. And as you can see here, both of them have a name. And this particular name basically means which CI/CD is running. And in our first case, we have the working branch, and in the second case, we have the main branch. And moving on, we have the on name, which basically defines how you're going to, or on which branch you're going to like push to, or if you wish to pull. But for our case, we are trying to push to the first one, which is the working branch, and we have the asterisk, which basically means every code that we are writing on this particular branch we are on, then this is going to like get tested. However, the developer and the main branch are not going to be tested. And we have the next level, and for the next code base, which is on the main branch, then it means that on push to the main branch, then these particular jobs are going to take place. But if I were to explain more about what we've written, especially on the jobs and maybe steps and so forth, then when you talk about the jobs, this is a specific automation. For example, you're trying to like run a test, or you're trying to like build an API, which is composed of a series of actions, which are called steps. So steps is a series of actions. And then for each job, you can specify the operating system it's running on. In our case, we are currently running on the Ubuntu latest. And then we've talked about steps. So a step is a specific action inside a job. This case, it can have a name and an action associated with it. For example, run. And when we talk about run, this basically means to execute a shell command. And then they also include the uses, which basically means it imports and executes a predefined workflow found in the GitHub Action Marketplace. For example, in our case here, it uses the Subosito. Subosito is the name of the guy who created the GitHub Actions for the Flutter side, and now we are running on version 2. All right, now that we've defined these particular terminologies, then maybe we can move to the next level. And before we move to the next level, here we have like different examples. For example, here we on the jobs, we have the analysis. So on the analysis, you've given it a name, and then it runs on the current OS, which is the Ubuntu latest, and you've given the type of steps that you wish to run. It checks it uses the actions. We've given it a name of install Flutter, and then uses the Subosito action version 2, and then we have given it with the current version that you're currently running on, and your channel, if it's stable or release, and then the architecture. And then you move to the next name, which is it checks the code format. This basically means that if you've set like specific type of rules that you wish to this particular CI/CD to check, then it checks how the formatting is. Maybe you have linked rules and you want them to like follow a particular format, then this basically that's what it means. And then afterwards it goes to the analyze. So and you've given it a name of the analyze code, and then you want it to run the data analyzer, which basically does all the analyzing of your code base. Afterwards, after you push this code base and you feel very confident with what you've written and particular jobs that you've written and maybe they've all passed, then it goes to the next branch. So this is on push main. If you're pushing now your code base to the main branch, it runs a particular jobs and has different steps, which is number one, it checks out the repository. If you wish to like set up your Java, then you can add the particular step, which is add the right version, Java version. You can set up your Flutter version if you so wish, and define also the current Flutter that you're running on. Afterwards, you may feel like you're now confident in what you've written, then you go to the next level, which is deploy. And this still is inside the particular job that you're working on. And on this deploy, you've given it a particular name, and also you're also defining like the operating system that you're running on, as well as giving it steps. So you can give a step on to check out the action. You give like the initialize Flutter, and then you can go and say what the initialize Flutter uses. And then if you wish to like build the application, then you can define that as well. And then if you wish to like set up a node, for example, you're using a particular node version, then you go ahead and define that. And then for the next level is now you wish to like push it to Firebase. So how do you go about that? You basically go the steps that you normally takes to install your Firebase to your application, which is mostly the nmp install Firebase tools, and then now you want to push it to Firebase console for maybe checks and all. You run this particular Firebase deploy token, and here you give it like you have to like define the secrets and the Firebase CLI token. But this doesn't come just like that. You have to define the Firebase CLI token on the GitHub repository that you're trying to push your code to, and this is how you do it. On your project, you go to the settings options, and then you move down to secrets and variable, and then you click on the actions. When you click on the actions, it opens this UI where you're given an option of new repository secret. You click on it, and then it gives you now like an option to add your secret name and the secret. So the secret name, for example, for our example, you're doing the Firebase CLI, and this is where you define it. And then the secret is the key that you normally get from your Firebase console, also to the project that you're pushing to. And basically that's like the whole process. So what this means is after you've defined the name and the secret, and now you're pushing your code base to the main branch, which basically has all these steps in the jobs, then this means that your code is pushed to Firebase, and it's able now to check in all the checks that you wish to run on the Firebase side. This, after defining all that, then we would want to like speak what are some of the advantages of using GitHub Actions. On this particular view, I would wish to like include Becca so that we can talk about some of the advantages of using GitHub Actions.
All right, thank you, Candy. Using GitHub Actions basically helps you release more frequently, as I mentioned earlier. You can also improve code quality. So when you're able to collaborate more with your team members, your code quality also improves, and it also reduces risk. So it reduces the risk of when I build something, it doesn't break what the other person built, because we have automated tests that runs every time there's a push or every time we want to deploy our apps, and in turn that also improves the team productivity. Another tool that we want to look at is Code Magic. And as you have seen, Kendi took us to setting up Code Magic and setting up CI/CD using GitHub Actions and YML files. But if you are a visual learner like me, you will realize that can be a lot to remember. But the good news is that you can set up your CI/CD process using a workflow editor, and that brings a tool called Code Magic. Code Magic is a fantastic tool that helps you set up your build process using either YAML file or workflow editor. I'm just going to give you a brief run through on how you can set up your application on Code Magic. Steph, can you switch to the next screen, the Code Magic screen? All right. The first thing you want to do is when you come to codemagic.io and then you sign up, you can come to add application to add your app. You can connect your repository from different Git provider, Bitbucket, GitHub, GitLab, or any other Git provider. But in this demo, I'll just use GitHub and then I select next. I select that it's a Flutter app and I can select the repository I want. I'm going to select demo and then I click on finish application. And as Kendi mentioned during a session, she spoke about workflow. With Code Magic, you can define your workflow. You can define different workflows here. And also, if you prefer to use YAML configuration, you can also switch to it. Here you can select the platform you want to build for. You can either select Android or iOS, or you switch and say, okay, I only want to deploy for Android, I'm not deploying for iOS. You can do that, or you can also select for web, but I'm just going to leave it on Android and iOS. And one fantastic thing about Code Magic is you can see the machine that is going to build your code for you, that is going to run your code on the cloud, and in our case is Mac M1. And here we come to build triggers, which is some of the things that Kendi explained earlier. You can either trigger on push, so you can basically trigger this workflow whenever you push to your branch, or you can trigger when there's a pull request. So I'm going to leave it on trigger and push because I want it to build and release every time there's a push to my release branch. In here, I'm going to say that I want it to trigger whenever I am on the release branch. And as Kendi mentioned earlier, we saw Kendi with the asterisk and basically the old tree, the branch thing. You can basically do the same with the Code Magic GUI. In this case, I'm going to say it should trigger whenever I am on the main branch, and then I add it. So whenever I push to the main branch, this workflow is going to get triggered and it runs my build. Another thing is, Kendi mentioned to us about environment variables. You can also add your environment variable in here. You can give it a variable name, whatever name you want it. It can be your Firebase token or whatever it is you want it to be. In my case, I don't have an environment variable, so I'm just going to skip this part. And you can also run your test. So you can set up your test to run automatically every time you push to your main branch. It runs your test and you can set to stop the build if the test fails. Also, you can run a pre-built script. For example, you want to do something with your environment variable. Probably you want to encrypt or decrypt it. You can do that in your pre-built script. If you want to do some things before your test as well, you can do it in the post-test script. And here comes the build. You can, as Kendi mentioned earlier as well, you can select your Flutter version. In this case, I can decide to switch to beta. I can decide to switch to master or the stable version. And I can also change my Xcode version to whatever it is I want. Also, you can select the project path. This is, for example, if you have different folders in your GitHub repository, you can select the folder you want it to build from. You can also select your Android. You can select your Android build format. Either you want it as AAB, app bundle, or APK, or you want it to build as both. You can select if you want it to build in release mode, profile mode, or debug mode. Here is the build argument. For example, if you use Flavor, you can tell the CI/CD process to build the Flutter app using these build arguments. If I have my Flavor now, I can basically do Flavor iOS production. Basically, anything you can do with your YML file, you can do with the GUI. And if you want to distribute to Google Play or App Store Connect, you can also set it up here. So if you're like me, that you're a visual learner, there's a way you can set up CI/CD as well, and that is using CodeMagic. Can you switch back to our slide? Now, we have gone through the different ways you can set up CI/CD, either using YML or you want to use the GUI. The process of setting up CodeMagic is pretty seamless and simple. And one of the benefits, as we mentioned while talking about GitHub Action, is it helps you release faster, improves your code quality, improves design, and faster release time. I will bring up Kendi to come and tell us. I'll bring up Kendi to come and conclude on apps that need CI/CD and the ones that don't.
Absolutely. Okay. Thank you so much, Becca, for taking us through all that. And we really great to like see we also have options. If you wish to like write your CI/CD through the code base, then you can do that. Or if you wish to like go through the GUI, then you have CodeMagic. And I also believe a tool like Bitress also gives you same options. But then let's come to a conclusion about this. So as we were beginning, Becca gave us a very nice story of how they were doing like frequent releases for their particular application, but then now you see like every time the manual releases was a bit tiresome and it needed like a little bit of automation. But when we're talking about this, there are some applications that don't necessarily need like to have a CI/CD pipeline written in them. You could write it maybe for your understanding or to just try to like learn more about CI/CD. But if your application doesn't necessarily need like too much, it doesn't get released as frequent as possible, then maybe it wouldn't be that much necessary to have a CI/CD pipeline integrated in it. However, that doesn't mean we don't have like amazing advantages of having CI/CD. Like for example, it helps us to gain confidence in our code bases. Like the example that I showed you, you're able to like run different set of steps where it gives you like the next step to run. You're able to like maybe run flutter clean, flutter pub get, and maybe move to the next step. If you've written widget test and you want to make sure like all the test passes, then CI/CD help gives you that confidence in knowing that all my test cases passed. If you have any particular lint rule that didn't pass, then that means CI/CD is going to like let you know that the way you've structured your code base isn't particularly correct. Then you need to like improve on it. So that means it gives us confidence in our code base. It checks the formatting and the errors in our code bases. Sometimes you may be working with a team and maybe somebody isn't as keen on how the formatting is. So this means you need to like set up particular rules for you and your team to follow, so that every time you push this particular code base, it gives you confidence that even the next person who come to like work on your job, then they're able to like learn and understand what you've written on this particular code base because of the rules and the settings, and which CI/CD helps you to check right before you push your code base to the next branch. And also it gives you a seamless way to build and deploy your application. For example, in Becca's story, instead of just continuing to manually push your code to production, then you have a CI/CD tool where you've written it correctly and you've integrated the automation to your jobs, such that you've given it a secret key and you've defined the particular name. That, let's say you're pushing it to Firebase or you're pushing it to Google Play Store, then you're able to just immediately after pushing to the particular branch that you wish, then CI/CD takes action and it runs everything seamlessly for you, and it pushes and publishes your application to wherever place you wish to. So it gives a seamless way to build and deploy your application. And with that, we come to a conclusion of our talk, and we're really grateful for Flutterista for giving us a chance to speak and to share knowledge with you. Becca?
Yeah, thank you so much. And also, you can connect with us on Twitter using our handle displayed on the screen, and let us know if you have any questions. Thank you.
Absolutely. Now to take over.
Hi, welcome back, everybody. Sakina and Nawal, those were some really great presentations.
Totally.
We'd be doing a Q&A here shortly. We have Daria and Kendi. Kendi is in the process of changing some clothes. Welcome, Daria. I loved your presentation. It was very inspiring. Kendi wants to go put on a shirt that says, "We are Flutteristas."
wait.
So she's gonna.
Spoiler alert.
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
When she is ready, there we go. Yay, we're all here. So let's see. Don't forget, if you guys have questions out there, put a Q in front of it, post your questions. So we have a few minutes here for Q&A. I do have one question that for Daria. Was it psychologically easy to start again as a junior position after having years of experience? What was that like?
At first, I was really worried about it, but I'm like with my current team, yeah. And despite my position, junior position, yeah, I can always propose an idea, and I know that it will be taken seriously. So, yes, like this.
That's awesome. Let's see. What do we have here for questions? And okay, so let's see. Oh, and Maureen is not going to be able to join us, but if you do have questions, you can ask them here, or you can also ask on Twitter. And so let's see. We have a question or a comment that is all right, and I don't know how to pull these up, so I'm going to let there's one from Justine. I wish I knew how. There we go. Thank you. Thanks for my producer. Like I can't figure out how to do something. Yes, Maureen's presentation was awesome. Thank you so much, Maureen, for that. And then we have some more that are there. And yes, again, Maureen, that was great. I am definitely going to go back and rewatch all these videos, even Kendi and Becca's, because even though I was with them and we were sitting here watching it, and I just got to go back and watch it all again. Yes.
Okay,
Lots of
so
shout
I
outs there.
actually have a
Do you have a
question for
question?
Kendi.
Okay.
Yeah, I do, yes.
Okay.
So, Kendi, can you share some best practices for CI/CD? I mean, considering the fact that we have to take into account testing and then automating deployment and stuff like that. So, can you share some best practices that we should keep in mind while implementing a CI/CD pipeline?
Absolutely. Yes, that's a very good question. I think one of the best practices that I really like is number one, committing often and maybe committing very early. Also trying to like build only once or when it's absolutely necessary. And yeah, such and also taking security into consideration.
Mm-hmm. Makes sense. Could you elaborate the last bit a little bit? Like, how can we pay special heed to security during the CI/CD process?
Sorry, I didn't get your question properly.
Right. So you mentioned that we should pay special attention towards security, right, as part of best practices. So could you elaborate for new beginners as to how they can take that into consideration?
So my understanding of taking security into consideration is when, let's say, you've built your code base properly and you've written your test cases properly. So mostly when making sure that literally everything passes properly, and you have like a proper check that gives you the confidence that whatever you're posting or whatever you're publishing is passing properly to how you would want it out there.
Mm-hmm.
We also want to bring on Becca's joined us. And there we go. Hi, Becca. Thanks for joining.
Hello, Becca.
Hi. Hi, guys.
Okay, so
Hi.
we have a question. What's the difference, or state the difference between CI/CD and DevOps? Uh-oh, we lost Becca. So Kendi.
Yeah, maybe I could take that one. Well,
Okay.
CI/CD mostly focuses on automating the software that you've built and also the deployment processes. But I think the DevOps is a bit more detailed. Maybe it focuses on culture and emphasizing on collaboration and communication and probably integration between development and operation teams. So yeah, that's what I understand between DevOps and CI/CD.
Yeah, DevOps is more of kind of like it's an umbrella. It's a bigger field, and CI/CD is kind of like a small part of it. But so I understand why people might kind of confuse the two or interchange the two often.
Awesome. I think we have one more question or comment. That is, yes, I agree with that. You guys did a great job. Thank you so much. Let me see real quick. Do we have any more? Think we have. Okay, so next we are going to do a activity for one of our sponsors, Shorebird. And so make sure you get your phones. You gotta go and scan another QR code. One thing I didn't mention earlier, and I'm sorry. So with Widgetbook, the prizes were there is a one license for 3 months for 3 seats. That's the top prize. There are 4 Flutter swag promo codes.
Mm-hmm.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Yep.
yes, we can hear you.
Okay, good. Okay. And so I also, for the next one for Shorebird, there will be 2 Shorebird licenses and 3 Flutter promo codes given out for these. So if we're going to bring up the Kahoot. Okay.
Thank you, Maria and Kendi, for joining us for the Q&A session, and
Yes.
we hope to see you soon.
Thank you.
Take care. Have a nice one.
Okay, you guys ready? Here we go.
Will you join
We only
this,
have one
Sakina?
person. Oh, here we go. We're getting more people here.
Nawal, are you joining this one too?
Definitely. Let's do this.
I'm just going to make sure that I click the right button. So you guys have fun.
Let's go.
Okay. Oh, here we go. We're getting more people. Here we go. Okay. So we're going to give
Oh, I
a few
like
more
the
seconds.
Jigglypuff.
Okay.
Come on.
This time you guys are going as individuals, not as teams. So ready? Here we go. The following are apps that do support speech to technology, except one. Which is it? Google Assistant, Apple Dictation, Gboard, Voico. Awesome. Okay, let's see who we have here. Nice. Okay. Next. What is speech recognition? Processing human speech into written format, processing text into a visual format, translating text from one language to another, processing human text into an audio format. Excellent. Processing human speech into a written format.
I can't believe people actually got this wrong.
It's okay. Some people, they're still learning.
Uh,
In which programming language did Daria Hova program before switching to Flutter? Python, C++,
That's
Java,
a nice one.
or Swift? I remember she talked about how it was easy to do her transition to Dart. One more. There we go. Woo! C++. How many got it right? Yay. Bet's still in the lead. Question 4. According to the report in the talk by Daria, what can help you take an important step in your career? Cooking well, meditation, finding a mentor, asking a cat for advice.
I'm definitely selecting that.
Yeah,
Asking
I'm
a cat
thinking
for
that
advice.
there are a few people that are asking their cat for advice, right? We'll have to ask Ezra when she comes back. Finding a mentor, yes. I love mentoring people. It's one of my things I love. Okay. In CI/CD automations, what is the name of the actions in a job? Workflow, steps, job, run-ons. Oops, almost skipped it. Didn't want to do that. Steps. Okay. What year did Flutter start?
Ooh.
2017, 2016, 2013, 2014. Time's almost up. (2014). Whoa, got a new leader. What was the first large public app to use Flutter? Hamilton,
Oh,
Tension, BW app, Google Ads. I have this
the
app on
good
my
old
phone.
days.
I tell everybody about this app whenever, and it's even mentioned in our book. Hamilton. Awesome. Don't forget, the faster you answer, that impacts your score too. What was Flutter's first code name? Sky, Blue, Flute, Chirp. Yes, I did those in a different order. Sorry. Kind of worked out. Sky, Blue, Flute, Chirp. Excellent. Okay. Next to the last question. What year was Dash, our mascot, born? 2019, 2017, 2018, or 2016?
I like how Dash is carrying a pizza in one hand and his briefcase in another.
Exactly. Yeah, I know. Isn't that great? One person got that right. 2018.
Frey
At least
is
we know
leading
who
it.
got. At least we know who got the answer right. They got.
Yeah.
Okay. Last question. On what street was the Flutter project started? Amalfi Way, 22nd Street in San Francisco, Evelyn Avenue, Shorebird Way. And here Dash is like holding the phone and the basketball and got the sunglasses on. Shorebird Way. Okay, let's see who won. Well, third place is Che. Second is Beth. First. Do-do-do-do.
Yay!
Yay! Congratulations.
Congrats.
Yes,
That was a fun game.
That was fun. And so next we have we were going on break. We're going to do a bio break. And we have, I'm looking to see how many minutes when we'll be back. 4 minutes. So take a break. We'll be right back. Please come back. Don't go away. We've got loads of more. We're halfway through. So we still have a lot of presentations to see. These have been fantastic. I would personally like to thank my great friends, Sakina and Nawal. I greatly appreciate you being my co-host. Thank you.
Thanks for having us.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
I appreciate it. And I think we're going to go to break.
Sure. See ya.
And we are back. I would like to bring Ezra on board. She is going to be taking over for the next part. Thank you so much. It's great to see you. And I didn't get to see your part because it was 3 a.m. here. So I will have to go back and watch the recording. But have fun. We had a great session before, so I'm going to let you take it away.
Thank you. You know, it's also the benefits of having the conference worldwide in covering every time zone. And I would like to just invite my really lovely co-hosts, Sumeis and Akansha, on board. Hello.
Hi, thank you so much for
Welcome.
having me.
Hi.
Of course. Would you just quickly introduce yourself? We can start with Sumei.
Yeah, definitely. So I'm Sume Liu. I'm the CEO of Weal app. That's a Flutter app that me and my team are working on to help scale the global school. And I'm really excited to be here. I think I joined about like maybe 2.5 years ago to the Flutteristas, and it's just been nothing but positive experiences all around. So thank you so much for having me.
Of course. Since then, you are our youngest Flutterista, and we are so proud of you and your work. It's amazing to have you here.
Thank you so much.
Akansha?
Hi everyone, I'm Akanksha and I'm a software engineer at JP Morgan. I have been working with Flutter for quite some time and have been part of Flutterista since last 2 years. It's amazing to be part of such a amazing community, so many supportive women, and just love being here, and I'm really excited for the talks.
Then we can quickly just switch the talks. And our next video is actually going to be hosted by Manuela. So Manuela will be with us talking about Beyond the Code, leverage your USP as a developer. It is quite interesting as a soft talk that, okay, I will not give you any spoilers. We can just get that video rolling.
Hi everyone, I'm Manuela, and have you ever wondered how to stand out from the crowd of applicants for a Flutter role? I did too, and today I want to share a few tips and tricks on how to identify your niche and USP as a developer. So first, let's establish who I am and why you can listen to me if you want to about this topic. I'm Manuela, and I'm working as a Flutter developer, and I'm also co-organizer for Flutter Berlin and a Women Tech Makers Ambassador. So I was not always a developer. I actually worked as a surgery nurse before and changed my career in 2019 with a bootcamp. And for me, it was crucial to develop a personal brand and identity as a developer because I had to compete against people with bachelor's and master's in computer science. So in the recent years, Flutter became more popular within the developer communities and companies started picking Flutter up. And at the moment, there are over 1 million released Flutter apps, and Flutter was on top 8 in a Stack Overflow developer study, and 9.12% of professional developers are using Flutter according to Statista. And depending on the area you are from or the expertise you have, it's not quite that easy to find a job as a developer at the moment, because in 2022, a lot of companies had a hiring freeze and there were some layoffs happening. So how to stand out from the crowd? So you might have noticed a fancy word in this talk title, USP, which stands for Unique Selling Proposition. And it is the essence of what makes your product or service better than competitors. And in our case as a developer, it is the essence what sets you apart from others. And in other words, what skills make you, you. So for this talk, let's help Maria, a fictional developer, finding her USP. So Maria has 8 years of 8 years of development experience and 2 years of that in Flutter. And she's interested in UX UI, and she likes to improve performance of apps and keeps on learning ways how to achieve this with current technologies. She's also a Flutterista, heavily involved in community work, and enjoys talking to people and enjoys mentoring people. She's interested in leadership, but has limited experience in it. So a USP in our context consists out of our personal skills, and one can group skills into two types of skills, soft and hard skills. So hard skills are usually teachable, specific, and measurable, while the soft skills are interpersonal, behavioral, and adaptive. Don't get me wrong, soft skills are definitely also learnable, but they're a bit harder to measure. And your personal skill set is made out of those two components. So for instance, a hard skill could be Flutter, Dart, or JavaScript, and a soft skill is communication, teamwork, or flexibility. There are, of course, many more soft skills and hard skills, of course, as well. So in the tech industry, it is not just about the code. Soft skills matter more than you think, and soft skills are crucial for effective teamwork and collaboration and make you a valuable team member and also a better leader. So we've talked about that soft skills are skills we use to work effectively and harmoniously with others. So how does one measure soft skills? So you can do some self-assessment tools and check out what you are good in or what not, and also try to get feedback from others you are working with or interacting with, and also you can observe your own behavior. And if you have noticed that your soft skills are not where you want them to be, there are always ways to improve them. The first step is to become self-aware and notice where you might have room for improvement, and then you can start learning by reading a book, by listening to podcasts, articles, videos. But the most crucial aspect is to practice and apply those methods so you can really internalize them. Also, you can ask a trusted person to give you feedback on your soft skills and also have a coaching by someone you admire in the soft skills department you want to learn more of. And lastly, networking is very important to have more opportunities to really apply what you have learned about soft skills. So Maria's soft skills are communication, teamwork, and mentoring. One thing where she isn't where she wants to be is leadership, and Maria decides to improve by leading a topic in her current project at her work in her favorite expertise, which is performance optimization of apps. Finding your niche. So let's identify your niche to stand out in the tech landscape. First, we'll do a self-assessment, then we do a market research, and then align yourself with the market, and then we adapt. So for the self-assessment, we have to start with identifying our strengths for hard and soft skills. Then it is also crucial to think of your interests. What do you like the most about working in tech? Which topics are the ones that are most interesting for you? And what one could do is a SWOT analysis. SWOT stands for strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. And with that, we can create a skill profile with potential improvement points. SWOT comes from the business, from business practices and from business analysis, but we can also use that for our personal profile as well. So for Maria, we have following profiles now. So her strength is she has 8 years of development experience, 2 years of that in Flutter. She has UX UI skills and is very good in performance optimization of apps. She's heavily involved in the community and good in communication. Her weaknesses are limited experience in leadership, but she's working on that. Opportunities are that the mobile market is still growing, and also she has a lot of opportunities and community engagement to really find new connections, new jobs, new clients. Also, mentoring is a big thing for her, so she can really help bringing out new developers and helping them to find their place in the developer world and also learn the skill much more. And her competitive advantage is, of course, the specialization in performance optimization, which is a big opportunity for her to brand herself in that direction. The threats for her are, of course, market saturation. So if there are a lot of developers, it's not that easy to find a job anymore, and technical obsolescence. If she doesn't brush up her skills and keep on learning, maybe she will not have the newest knowledge and she will be left behind. Then also time constraints, because Maria is doing so much. She is mentoring, she's doing a lot for the community and has a full-time job. She might run into some time constraints. So now that we found out about our interests, let's match them to the current market. For that, we should study current industry trends. So for example, Flutter gained first traction in 2018, and the mobile community was talking about how it would be the next big thing, and they were right. And people that started learning about Flutter in that time are now like really industry leaders and definitely had a head start. Also doing a skill gap analysis is important. So we can check out where we have room for improvement, and we could even use our SWOT analysis for that. Lastly, one can network and gain insights to be really at pulse at new trends and conversations. So now it's time to align our skills to the market. We can use the SWOT analysis results for that and match the findings of the market research with our skills. And with that, we can also find ways of highlighting why our skills are beneficial to a business. So for instance, in Maria's case, she's very good in performance optimization of apps, and every business wants their app to be very performant, because if they are not performant, the user will just delete the app and go to the competitor who is performant. Lastly, one has to be adaptable. So one has to stay up to date in a niche. And if Maria would, for instance, disregard new technologies releases and wouldn't care about learning new ways of doing things, her hard skills would suffer. And also networking should not be disregarded either, because new trends are born out of conversation with other people. And that's how you really learn what is currently a trend and what is very interesting for people. Personally, I also find it important to gain business acumen. And business acumen is having a good sense of how businesses are working and how to make smart business decisions. It means how money flows within a company, and also learning business terms so you can understand what's happening when the business people in the all hands are talking. And it's also about to learn what is happening in your industry currently. And especially if you work in a startup, learning how funding works is important, so you can have like a unique plus as a developer as well. So for Maria, we have her hard skills being Flutter, and in specific, it's testing and performance, and UX, and in specific for UX UI, it's Figma and mobile app UX UI. So don't get me wrong, you have to be a good generalist. So you have to be good in Flutter and then afterwards specialize to testing or performance. Otherwise it won't work. But if you have already a good knowledge base of Flutter, you can definitely specialize to things that you are finding very interesting. So let's talk about personal branding. So a personal brand is how you present yourself online and the reputation you build within your professional niche. Your personal brand is your digital fingerprint in the tech world. And that one sets you apart from others and conveys your unique value, and also it builds trust and credibility. So to build your personal brand, you can start by crafting your personal brand statement by using your hard skills and soft skills that we found out just before in the talk, in the combination with market insights you have. So try to be consistent across all platforms, offline and online. And to further brand yourself, you could also start conversations with other like-minded people and lead new thoughts with them in order to tackle new challenges in development and in your niche. So in the end, we can combine it all, our hard skills and soft skills and the market research result to a brand statement, which should communicate your personal USP. So in Maria's case, it's this personal statement, and you can see her hard skills highlighted green and her soft skills highlighted yellow. And Maria could also update her Twitter, LinkedIn profiles to reflect those strengths and specialization of hers, and also go to conferences and meetups to talk about her specializations to brand herself even more. And if you are now struggling with crafting your own personal statements and finding out your skills and interests, it may be time to do an in-depth analysis of your skills and interests to find out your USP as a developer, maybe by using some techniques that I told you about. So I will have a compiled list of all resources I found that might be helpful for you to find your USP as a developer in my Twitter account. And if you have any questions about anything that I talked about in this talk, feel free to add it to the chat and we will look at them in the Q&A later. Thank you so much for listening. I hope you learned something from this short upskilling session, and I wish you a nice conference day. See you later.
Thank you. Actually, it's a great one and one of the super exciting topics, because once you know your strengths, then you just know what you're gonna keep going forward. And Flutter has lots of topics that you can just specialize for, and picking one is the one of the hardest ones. Hope you all can get the ones that you really enjoy and you feel really confident about. Meanwhile, since we are in the new part, I need to actually mention about our code of conduct once again. As you know, we are in YouTube. Please be nice, respectful, and constructive while interacting in the comments. Please do not post anything if they are adult content, rude, or offensive. And we don't want you to advertise or promote anything. We don't want any spamming in our comments. Currently, we don't see it all, but we just need to do this announcement, and we are really happy to have you as an audience. You're quite respectful audience for us. And definitely harassment of any kind is not tolerated in this event. And we are here to have a great time, and please do have a good time. Now, also one of our good times, I want to give the word to Akansha to introduce our map activity once again.
Yeah, thanks, Esra. So yeah, please scan the QR code so that we can get to know where are you from, and it would be nice to know where are you all joining from. We want to know how wide the community is, and yeah, quickly scan the QR code, enter your location, and you'll be done. Thanks.
Awesome. Yeah, I remember earlier, like maybe a month ago, we were talking about having a Flutterista from Hawaii, and since then,
Yeah.
I've heard that we've gotten one. So it's definitely a great community from everywhere. But next, we have a presentation coming up from Elaine exploring the evolution of mobile UI and UX. So take it away.
Hi everyone. So let's explore the evolution of mobile UI and UX. So I'll be talking about the evolutions on both Android and iOS. I'm going to be talking about the versions, some basic features that also have the evolutions and the main differences regarding the input, some screenshots of the home screens along the versions, the design language, some app design components, and then at the end some thoughts on cross-platform development and how this all it is important basically when we talk about the evolution of all these aspects is important when you talk about cross-platform development, and I'm going to be talking about more specifically Flutter development. So these are the versions that I'm going to be talking about today, basically from the very first version that ran on iPhone, which was called the iPhone OS. Then it became iOS in 2007, up to the latest Android version that was just released last month in October. So with Android 14, we can only see that here. We can already see that the very first versions of Android really came out on not a schedule. Basically, a lot of versions were being sent out because a lot was happening. And on iOS, we have an yearly release, which we today have for Android as well. So input. First of all, there's some input that we may take for granted, but they have had some differences along the years. The first one is the buttons. On the very first iPhone, we only had the home screen button. It did everything that the OS allowed us to do in regards of navigation. Of course, I'm only talking about the buttons that are on the front of the phone, not the volume buttons, power button, and so on. So yeah, so the very first iPhone has this physical home button, and then it changed with the arrival of the iPhone 5S and iOS 6, where we had still a button that had some more capabilities, which was the Touch ID, unlocking your phone with your fingerprint. And with the launch of, later on, with the launch of iPhone 10, we had the completely disappearance of that button. So no more buttons were available on the front of the device, and everything is now based on gestures. On Android is a little bit different because everything was going on right here before even iOS 6 and its iPhone 5S was released. So I just put a miniature here, but we're going to be seeing at those we're going to be looking at those images below here. On the very first known release of Android, which is pre-release because it was pre-Android 1.0, we actually had an emulator that looked a lot like the BlackBerry and had a lot of buttons, to navigate and to control the device, a physical keyboard. Those buttons, they were very present on earlier Android devices. So yes, back home, a click wheel, a physical keyboard. This is the T-Mobile G1, which came out with the release of Android 1.0. And then with the release of Android 1.5, we actually have the very first version of a phone, of a flagship phone for Android, a reference phone for Android that didn't have the physical keyboard. But still a lot of physical buttons, including the click wheel that still resisted on the Nexus One that was released with Android 2.1, that still had some physical capacitive buttons. The click wheel then went away on the later version of the Nexus S. The capacitive buttons were still there, back menu, search, and home. And then with the release of Honeycomb Android 3 and its reference device for that version, we had the very first version of Android that didn't have any on-screen, any physical buttons. Everything was happening on screen. We can see right here how it looked for that version. And then from that version on, all of the buttons were on the screen. So right now we basically have the same story for either iOS and Android. All of the buttons on the screen. And we cannot talk about buttons without talking about the system navigations, because they're really correlated. So as I was saying, the very first iPhone, it only had this home button. You open an app, you click on the screen, open an app, home button. Open an app, another app, home button. And this was the basic function that this button had. And we have to remember that back then, the iPhone OS, the iPhone, was not supporting multitasking. So every time you open an app, you had to kill the other one by basically pressing buttons. So it also killed apps that were opened. And then on iOS 4, with the release of the support of multitasking, we have this new action to open this drawer and see the apps that are opened and navigate through them. Also, on iOS 7, the biggest change was the design of this multitasking screen. And then with the iPhone 10 and iOS 11, we don't have a home button anymore. And then we have, as I said before, some gestures. Here I'm showing you the quick action to switch between apps. But there are some other gestures as well. This swipe up to go home, swipe up to a position to trigger the multitasking screen, and the edge a gesture to do a back gesture, which was actually, this one was always available on iOS. The edge swap to go back. And on Android, let's take a look at those buttons and how they worked for navigation. So on the very first emulator, because this device here, actually it didn't exist, never got released, but it's interesting to see how they wanted it to be. It had back button, a menu button, home button, and this one is X, but it then on the later version became a search button. Has some navigational buttons here, and then telephony buttons. The click wheel on Nexus 1 and Android 2.1, and the on-screen navigation right here on Android 4 ice cream sandwich, which still can be present on the latest version of Android. What happened with Android is that they also have, even though the on-screen navigation was already present since very early days, it has been fully released with the release of Android 10, and it's a system navigation based on gestures, which is really similar to the one on iOS. The only difference is that the back gesture can be done on both sides of the phone. So in order to show you that, I'm going to open a video that is showcasing this. So you can see here I'm doing this quick action gesture. I did the swipe up to go to home, go home, and then swipe up to one particular part of the screen to have this multitasking screen, which of course is different on both telephones, on both OSs, but is still they look alike pretty much. So a lot of convergence here on the navigation patterns that we can see on those OSs. Let's take a look on the screen, on the touch screen and multi-touch features. Those features, specifically the multi-touch feature, it was available since the very first iPhone, and it has been like this. Of course, maybe it's a better touchscreen, but the feature itself, it's been available on the iPhone since the very first iPhone. The Android side is not the same. This very first device that I was talking about earlier that never existed, it's interesting to see that it is not touch-based. Everything that you do to interact with the OS, you do with this pad right here. But very quickly they launched another emulator that was fully touch supported. But I think it's interesting to see those devices right here with later Android versions than the M3, but still on the early days they were single touch devices. They were touchscreen, yes, but it was single touch, so we cannot do gestures like pinch to zoom to zoom in maps, for example. And it stayed like that until Android 2.1. There was an update for this version of Android where the pinch to zoom and multi-touch was finally available on Android, so it took a little bit longer to get that feature on iOS, on Android. Well, on iOS it didn't take any time because it was there since day one. We often forget about the voice input that we can have with our devices. I just wanted to highlight here some features that have been developed across the versions of Android and iOS, such as voiceover on Android on iOS 3. Siri, there was released on iOS 5, and some APIs that allows iOS developers to interact with text-to-speech and speech-to-text APIs. Siri Kit was released with iOS 10. On Android, we have text-to-speech, speech recognition APIs pretty early on. The Google Now launch, Google Assistant, that became the Google Assistant, which was a de facto Google Assistant for Android. And then on the latest years of either iOS and of both iOS and Android, we see the emergence of machine learning with core machine learning, natural language framework, TensorFlow, and a machine learning ML kit, where we can use machine learning algorithms to work with the voice that is being used as an input on our apps. So let's take a look on the home screens in their evolution. For iOS, I wanted to highlight the icons that were present on the very first version of the iPhone. Here you can see, for example, the YouTube icon. It looks like a television, an old television actually. The settings app that really look like some real-life gears. These concepts, they are based on something that is called a skeuomorphism. Is when we take objects from real life and then we put them on a digital device, so we can see it really it's really present on this logo right here, but we're going to be talking about this aspect later on. On the home screen, we had the possibility to create folders on iOS 4. It was the novelty there. iOS 7, of course, the novelty was the flat design, a completely revamp of the design on iOS. iOS 11 was the capability of changing the screens here quickly, changing the apps on the screen, on every screen basically, through this bar. And finally, on iOS 14, iOS users were able to put widgets on the home screens. Widgets were available elsewhere on iOS, but I think it on previous versions of iOS, but I think it's just so much more useful here on the home screen, and I wanted to highlight that. On the Android side, here is the evolution, much more dynamic, if I could say that, or much more, I don't know, a lot more things were going on the Android side. Here on Android 1, you can see already a clock widget that was basically widgets were available since Android 1, and I don't have it here on the screenshot, but users could also create folders, create shortcuts, change the wallpaper. Here on these very early versions of Android, we have an interactive wallpaper here with Android 2.1, and then we see a more linear evolution here on the later versions. The introduction of holo design here, of the pre-material design with Android KitKat. It was between holo and material design, and then material design here with Android 5. Material design 2 with these two screenshots here, and material design 3 with all the theming and the colors that we know that it has been present on Android since its version 12. And the appearance, what can I say, and also the appearance of the Google search bar that came to the bottom. But yeah, so that's basically it for the home screen. Let's look at the lock screen again. Look at the evolution of iOS. Of course, there are more features and things don't look exactly the same, but just look at the clock and the date. It's almost the same throughout every version up until the latest version of iOS. Yes, you can say that I think it's since iOS 16 you can change the font of the clock, but still it's very, very consistent design there. Not at all the same for Android. I cannot say the same for Android. I think every font for the clock here is different, and the design, the format of the date, so much things were different. So I just wanted to highlight also the slide to unlock animation, which is very much skeuomorphic concept as well, where basically, well, this concept doesn't exist on real life, but they made it so real life like, where when you slide to unlock your phone and you had really the impression that it was a real lock that you were unlocking. Some shortcuts appeared. Oh, let's zoom out. Flat design, the disappearance of the home button. So we have the swipe up to open your phone, notifications, and some shortcuts here, which are really useful on the latest iOS versions. And on Android, on the very first version of Android, it was a really, really, really basic lock screen. Then it got some weird shortcuts, like to mute your phone or toggle something regarding the volume, which is interesting. But of course, we also could unlock it with a gesture. Shortcuts for the camera, a different design, because this was going from the edge to the middle, and now it's from the middle to the edge, the swipe gesture. A Google shortcut, the appearance of the notifications with Android 5. So I don't show it, I don't show it on the later versions of Android, but notifications are still available on the lock screen. And then this is material design 1, material design 2, and these two here represent material design 3. So let's look at the design language of those OSs. First of all, let's look at iOS and its calculator app, which on the very first version of iPhone really looked like a real calculator. This is skeuomorphism for you. And then it changed a lot on iOS 7 because it became so simple and so flat. It was using the flat design. And today we can say that it's kind of a mix between those concepts here. What do we get today? It's still very flat, but still look a lot more like real buttons than we had on iOS 7. I think it's really interesting to see too the evolution of the settings app, because they show basic controls that the OS gives us. So iOS, a lot of iOS apps looked like this for the longest. Some basic controls that you can see there. And then we have the flat design, where everything became much more flat. And on the latest versions of iOS, we see some more padding elements, components are more spaced out, and some more rounding that we used to have on the very first version of those components. For Android, I could represent the design language for Android pre 4.0 with this screenshot here, which basically, of course, it doesn't represent everything that the system was about, but I think it's a pretty good representation with the black screen, not really beautiful screen, really basic, functional, but we cannot say that this was a beautiful screen. And Android apps, specifically the system apps, and when we are using the Android SDK, they look like this. And didn't customize, of course, they look like this. If the developers didn't customize the controls, they look like this. So it changed on Android 4. The very first design language that was introduced on Android was Holo. So this is Holo design on the home screen, and on the settings app, which is pretty good. But still, it was no material design because it came with Android 5. So this is Material Design 1, Android 9 with Material Design 2, and Android 12 with Material Design 3. And the biggest problem that we have with Material Design 1 was that basically people said that if we respected material design to the letter, every app would look like this. So this is why Google really pushed to make Material Design 2 much more customizable. And so we have things like this that are Material Design 2, and then an iteration of Material Design 2 is Material Design 3, which more rounded corners and more spacing, such as we see some patterns that we also see on iOS these days. So let's talk about some app design components this time with the navigation and list. And some list effects. So for the app navigation, what I wanted to highlight here is the existence of this component on iOS that has been there since day one, the UI tab bar that allows iOS users to do the basic navigation inside of the app. Of course, they don't look the same, especially from iOS 7 on, but the specifications are basically the same, and I put here some reference to the Apple guidelines, where you can see it's been available since the very first versions of iOS. And it doesn't say iOS 1 here because there wasn't an SDK for iOS 1. The SDK only came with iOS 2, or better saying, iPhone OS 2. On the Android side, not at all the same battle. We had so much more going on with top bar or tabs, top tabs navigation right here. This 2x3 grid navigation that Twitter and Facebook had on their very first versions of their apps. More tab navigations here. The appearance of the action bar on Android. Some tabs as well, some different tabs here as well. I'm not going to be talking about the dilemma between up and back on Android, which is kind of complicated. So this was supposed to be an up action behind this arrow right here, but I'm not going to be getting on that dilemma right now. The appearance of the navigation drawer on Android 4, and its revamp with the material design here on Google Play Store with Android 5. But we still see some basic widgets that have there's some basic components that still survived for basic navigation inside of a screen. And then for Material 1, Material 2, and Material 3, I put here only the reference of components that can be used for doing app navigation. So navigation drawer, bottom navigation bar, which is basically the main component that a lot of apps are using today. It's really hard to show you all those patterns. I wanted to highlight a last thing on the app design that we see everywhere on iOS is the overscroll effect. When you reach the top of a list, you have this gap. If you continue scrolling, you have this effect that has been there since iPhone OS 1 and is still available on the latest versions of iOS, which is kind of remarkable. On Android 1, no effect at all. Then on Android 2, we had this orange hue that became blue on Android 4 and then became like this with Material Design 1 and 2. And now on Material Design 3, the overscroll effect is separating the elements of the list as you overscroll your screen. So some evolution there. So in summary, you can see with these rectangles I have put for every aspect that I have talked about where things have changed basically. So for everything that I talked about. So what can we conclude from this is that, well, basically iOS hasn't changed a lot those last years. Android those past couple of years hasn't changed either. But what we can see overall here is that things are slowing down and things are getting more stable, if we can say it like this. Okay, so we saw a lot of Google and Apple applications. What about the ones in real life? I wanted to highlight and show you some screenshots of apps that I use maybe on the daily or on the weekly on iOS and Android. So here there are two apps, iOS, and Android. And let's play a quick game of finding what I call the silly differences on the design. Like why this color is different, I don't know. Why the height is slightly different here, I don't know either. The wordings that are different. The design of this floating action button here that is not the same for some reason. Yes, you know the reason is because those are two different projects that have come apart. But those are not reasons to respect the user. If you take a quick look at those apps, they look the same. All the controls are the same on their essence. Here is the same, the design. It's a little bit different, but let's take a quick look and they're exactly the same design. Here I actually have a Flutter app where the controls are exactly the same. The size is not the same because the size of the phone is not the same. You can see the hour here. It's really different. It's a really different font because this device here is much taller. But yeah, so with Flutter, we can have exactly the same experience on both devices. Strava here, for some reason, has chosen to make a different app bar color for Android and iOS. Sure, but the basic body design is the same. The navigation bar here, it's not present on Android for some reason. And on YouTube, so a Google app right here, we have some silly difference as well. This is not present here, but otherwise they look exactly the same. So some takeaways on the iOS versus Android evolution is that navigation, for example, it's almost the same now as I showed you with the video. Our iOS always looked nice, still looks nice, and now I didn't show you, but it has become more power user friendly with more settings that are available to users, more tweakings that are available to users, the file system that is available, and so on. Android was ugly back then and is way more beautiful now. And one thing that I didn't say, but it's really, really true, especially for me that switches a lot between Android and iOS, switching back and forth is so easy because those devices look so much alike. Those OSs, sorry, they look so much alike and they feel alike. Still, the guidelines are different. They are different. Yes, they differ in a bunch of aspects, especially on the UI. on the design of elements, but there is common ground. There's so much things that are the same on both guidelines, and I really encourage you to take a look at those guidelines. But what we saw is that 99% or a lot of the third-party apps, so apps that are not made by Google or Apple, they look and feel the same. So my advice for Flutter devs is basically just going with the material design, which is a really good library on Flutter. Use adaptive widgets, take a look on how those work. And you can always customize if you need to. So check this documentation right here. And one final thought or a final question is, how much does a team need to know about the underlying platform, about Android and iOS, but also about Mac, Windows, Linux, and so on? I don't have a precise answer to that, of course, but what I can say on this is that every team must have at least one person that can advocate for one platform and for each platform that your app is supporting, and that can really explain how the user experience works and what users are expecting for such platform. So with this, I have finished. So thank you very much.
Thank you a lot, Elaine. So it's amazing to get this presentation by you and one of our amazing GDEs in the community. And one of the important things I want to mention about the conferences like this, we just can't do it alone. And I would like to give it a shout out to our sponsors. So Akansha, can you please introduce our sponsors back again?
Yeah, let's quickly take a minute to thank our amazing sponsors: Invitate, Showbird, FlutterEngineering.io, FlutterFlow, Codico, and Widgetbot. Without their support, organizing Flutteristas Conference at such a level would not have been possible. So thank you very much. And let's quickly move on to the next talk. So why not introduce the next speaker?
Definitely, yeah. Thank you so much. Very excited for this next presentation where we have Sylvia sharing how to integrate Palm API into a Flutter app.
Hello, everybody. My name is Sylvia Diekman. I hope you all have a good time. And I'm here today to talk a little bit about generative AI in the context of Flutter and the Palm API. And I'll introduce you to a slightly goofy experiment I did. In case you wonder who I am, I'm a mobile app developer. I currently work as a freelancer. I haven't always been a mobile app developer, to be honest. I started in the back end, did quite a bit of enterprise work, and eventually moved towards the front end, some Android work. And for the last 3 or 4 years or so, I've been doing almost exclusively Flutter. I divide my time between South Africa and Germany. That in the background is Cape Town. In case you want to visit, I can highly recommend that. I'm a certified Google developer expert as of this year, with the focus on Flutter and Dart. I'll have a look at MakerSuite for the prompt design, and then at the Palm API in the context of Flutter. And then in the end, I would like to spend a minute to talk about kind of the results we are generating. So let's have a look at some key definitions here. First of all, generative AI. What this means is any form of AI that kind of takes, knowledge about the existing world, processes that, and then uses that information to draw new conclusions and basically create new original content from this. This can be images, videos, sound, music, but it can also be text. So in our context, we are focusing here on text mostly, and that means we will be looking at large language models. Now, these large language models are kind of the latest version of kind of implementing generative AI. These models are usually huge, and if you have played around with ChatGPT or with Bart, for example, you have been exposed to a large language model. Palm 2 is currently the state-of-the-art large language model LLM by Google. It's actually a family of models with different sizes of different interpretations of this model. And then there is the Palm API. That's the API that Google developed to allow developers like us, like me, to interface with a large language model. So most developers, when they work on AI solutions, words, rephrasing your query, you can really have a huge influence on the result you're building. So prompt design or prompt engineering becomes kind of a very important discipline. It also is a bit of a black art at times. MakerSuite, luckily, is one tool that helps with all of this, and we'll have a look at that. It's a really cool thing. To be honest, I can't really cover in detail today what an LLM is, and I'm not exactly the expert on it either, but I want to scratch the surface a little bit because I think it's important to understand kind of the basics in order to interpret the results we can accomplish with these models. An LLM basically works with statistics only. So here, this is a slide I borrowed from Google, and what they actually did here is they took a common phrase, "It's raining cats and it turns out that the model calculates probabilities for each word and probabilities for the follow-up word. So if you have this combination, "It's raining cats and," there is a very low probability that the next word is fish, and there's a very high probability that the next word is dog. So that's really all it does. There's no super magic in these LLMs. It's people call them like really sophisticated autocompletes, and you can see why. And now in this particular example that Google used here, they're using a very, very common phrase. "It's raining cats and dogs" is so common. So you could think like maybe it just completed the sentence because it has encountered this sentence so often in reality. So I did a little experiment and I asked Bart to complete the sentence, "Burgers need ketchup, like Snook needs something." I assume that at least some of you found the sentence really puzzling. And I don't think you find a lot of examples in the literature where this phrase shows up like this. If you live in South Africa, you know that South Africans love snook. It's a local fish. They typically braai it, so barbecue, and they swear that snook is best with an apricot glaze. And sure enough, Bart responded to this question like I expected, and it said apricot jam. So this is an example where the model really managed to draw conclusions that it probably did not have in its knowledge base. And there are many examples like that where you can get an LLM to, for example, do simple math questions, so to kind of extrapolate and draw new knowledge from existing facts. Right, so that was a very quick tour of AI. Now let's look at my app. So the app I wanted to develop, I lovingly called Wine Snob. Wine Snob is not an insult, it's just that how my family refers to people like me who care about wine. So this Wine Snob app should generate tasting notes, I thought, wine tasting notes from very basic information about the wine. And I actually built this app. You can try it out later. You can follow the link here and try it out and play around with it. I want to stop very briefly here and just explain that I will be talking a lot about alcohol now, and you might not be comfortable with that, and I get it. However, what I'm really talking about here is the fact that kind of, describing sensory experience in the real world in English words and through AI. And that, that works with wine, but it works just the same with chocolate, tea, pastries, whatever. And in fact, I did try this out. You can use all of my examples. If you just replace tea with any use of wine, you get the same results. I'll stick with a wine example just because I live in the winelands here and I'm really familiar with these terms. But hey, your mileage may vary, and that's your choice. So let's get back to the wine. Let's look at how these tasting notes look in real life. So this here is not AI generated. It's an actual extract from a website of a very well-known wine farm called Meerlust here. Their flagship wine is the Meerlust Rubicon. And they have this description on their website. They talk about violet, ripe plums, cedarwood, dark fruit, spiciness, all these kind of taste-related adjectives. And that's typically how a wine expert would describe a wine. So if we want to build our app now, the easiest way to get started is with MakerSuite. MakerSuite is a browser interface, and it helps really, it's really powerful in helping to prototype the prompts you need to interact with an LLM. So let me see, I have one prepared here. So this is the MakerSuite website. First of all, for any experiment, the first thing you need to do is get an API key. These API keys are quick and easy to get. But they should be treated like a password. You should protect them. You should not check them into your public repo. So as a result, I won't show you my API key, but I'll let you generate your own if you want. It's very easy. And then from there on, we can start playing with a prompt. So we have 3 choices: text, data, and chat prompt. And MakerSuite gives you a little bit of guidance of which one might be most suited for your problem. So they have this prompt gallery, for example, where they contain, they have a lot of different examples of prompts. And so most likely the problem that you want to solve kind of corresponds to one of the examples in the prompt gallery. In my case, I am sticking with the simplest one, with the freeform text prompt. And so here, for example, let's say I asked the model, greet an online audience. And then I can run this prompt. Okay, that is a fairly chatty greeting. I was expecting something shorter, but I should have added like in one sentence. But this looks pretty good. All right, but I didn't want to write a greeting here. I wanted a wine specification. So I have prepared a little prompt. Let's see here, okay. And so what I wrote is, I said, write tasting notes for the input. This is the parameter that I'll give later, the wine. The tasting notes should be in the style of a wine critic and should mention the wine style, taste, and production process. Keep the result to 1 paragraph. So this is my instruction, and it's basically more or less in English words. I played around quite a bit with the end, the result in 1 paragraph. Sometimes it worked, sometimes it didn't, and you can change some phrasings. But by and large, this works. So let me see if I can try this out. Let's say 2020 Byers Curve Pinotage. Byers Curve is a famous wine estate here that specializes in a South African grape Pinotage. All right. And here's my wine description. Looks pretty good, actually. I can do this again. Let's say Le Riche Chenin Blanc. This is a white wine. Let's see if it came up with a bit of white wine description. All right, that looks actually really good as well. So it seems like my prompt is working. It's doing what I want. And now I want to generate code. And once again, MakerSuite comes to the rescue. I have in the top right corner here my Get Code button. And what this gives me is a bunch of snippets. Python, JavaScript, JSON. No Flutter in here, but it has curl. And curl, if you aren't familiar with it, is a small command line tool that allows to do HTTP requests from the command line. So a curl command in the shell would consist of the command, and then the parameters are URL, a header or a bunch of headers, and the body. And that's pretty much all I'll need later. So my entire prompt is coded in here. So I would copy this and then move on to the rest of my project. And that's what I'm going to do here. Now it's time to write Flutter. But unfortunately, I don't have that much time left. So I'm not going to write an app entirely from scratch. I'm going to cheat a little bit. And I'm going to use some prior work. It turns out that the folks at the Flutter team published this really awesome code lab, which is basically a haiku generator. And so the code lab in general is really well written. I can really recommend that. You go through a bunch of steps and in the process generate a haiku generator, build a haiku generator. Now, this is the finished project you're developing. You start with a pull-down menu with a bunch of Google products. If you pick one of these Google products and say generate haiku, the request gets sent off to the LLM, and then the response is like 5 different haikus, in this case about Android, and they're actually really cool. I had a lot of fun with this. So that's kind of the haiku generator. And you can probably already see that, I said at some point the request, the product that you picked here gets sent off to the LLM and the response comes back. And that's exactly where I can start modifying the code to my liking. Most likely not two people will come up with the same tasting profile or the same description. But there are certain established flavors or groups of flavors. So, for example, a Pinotage from South Africa is kind of a local red wine grape, is very, very often associated with coffee and chocolates. So if I read, a Pinotage description that has chocolate, I wouldn't be surprised. On the other hand, I would never expect to see chocolate in a description about a white wine. It just, it would be completely unusual. So you can't exactly argue with these descriptions, but you can still, they can feel off or slightly off. And then the last group of phrases and descriptions in these wine tasting notes are basically the poetic fluff, stuff like linear acidity. That's not really, you can't really go in and say like, oh no, this wine has no linear acidity or this does. I'm not sure the winemaker who came up with this term really knows what exactly he means with this. Maybe I'm a bit cynical here. But anyway, so with this knowledge now, let's look at a tasting notes that was generated by my tool. And I used the 2018 Jostenberg Baccamat for this. And I did this somewhat intentional because Baccamat is kind of a trade name. It's a blended wine. There is nothing in there that indicates a certain grape. So, that already means that it's unlikely the tool will come up with similar flavors for that grape. But, there's also nothing in there that indicates it's a red wine, which it is. And the tool actually picked that out. It said the 2018 Joostenberg Packermat is a full-bodied complex red wine with aromas of blackberries, plums, and cherries. It has a smooth velvety texture and a long lingering finish. This wine is made from a blend of Cabernet Sauvignon, Merlot, and Shiraz grapes, and it was aged in oak barrels for 18 months. This wine is perfect for enjoying with grilled meats, roasted game, or hearty pasta dishes. So I don't know what you think about it, but I am blown away. I think the general style and tone was absolutely beyond my expectations. It sounds, and I could not distinguish this piece of write-up from something a human has written. No, I think it's absolutely perfect. So that's kind of for the general style. In this snippet, we find a lot of the kind of the subjective terms: full-bodied, complex, the food pairing, grilled meats, game. All of that kind of sounds believable. I can't exactly say, if the winemaker would come in and say like, oh no, my wine does not have blackberries, I wouldn't argue with him. But, blackberries, plums, and cherries are such common attributes. Why not? The rest gets more interesting. The hard facts is where I can really say there is something wrong. So I looked up this particular wine on the website. I know what the winemaker said he used. And so, for example, the grapes are slightly off. It says here Cabernet Sauvignon, Merlot, and Shiraz. In fact, it should be Cabernet Sauvignon, Mourvèdre, Shiraz, and Touriga Nacional, I think. Same with the oak barrels for 18-month ripening, maturing. This wine is matured in oak barrels, but for 20 months. So this is kind of where we reach the end of what AI can do. It gives me a lot of very interesting facts, but also, slightly off at times. So to be absolutely honest now, I'm kind of tearing apart here the work of a really fantastic tool, and it's not completely fair. I did discuss this work with some machine learning experts, and they all thought I wasn't giving the LLM enough of a chance. LLMs are not designed to kind of completely draw information out of thin air. I'm meant to give it more information. So, for example, if a more fair setup would have been to give the LLM a list of 20 attributes related to a certain wine and say, like, turn these attributes into a paragraph of tasting notes. So I accept I was a little mean here. And on the other hand, it's still a very interesting experiment, I think, because I have to say the result is so much better than I had anticipated. I did not expect to come up with these absolutely flawless tasting notes, but I also got a little bit scared when I looked at the results. So I know that, AI, people talk about hallucinations. I know that AI is prone to make up facts. And I kind of thought I would spot it. The first time a travel site explains to me that Cape Town is a beautiful town in Europe, I will spot that. But here it actually turns out that these factual errors are really small and they're really well hidden in beautiful ad copy. And I find it actually quite hard to spot and kind of distinguish the fact to do. And I'd like to stress again kind of how interesting kind of our interaction with AI is going to be from now on. you know, we see more and more examples where AI is incredibly good and also incredibly mean. Like it just lies without shame. And it becomes so difficult, I think, to distinguish the differences. So my conclusion is we all have to stay on our toes really well now. And yeah, that is it. That's my contact information. I would
All right. Thank you, Sylvia, for your amazing presentation. We can also get my co-host, Akansha. And now we are switching to the Q&A session. And in Q&A, we also have Elaine and Sylvia with us. So, hello.
Hello.
Akansha, I think your webcam is closed, but it's fine. Welcome. How are you? It was an amazing presentation and quite interesting with Palm API and everything. I'm sure everybody is so hyped now.
Thank you.
It's amazing. To give it a start with first questions, I'm going to start with Elaine. We had her presentation just before. And Elaine, what do you think about the people don't like Flutter or any other cross-platform tech because they just want to respect the user's platform by using native? What do you think about this?
Yes. I come from native, actually. I didn't present myself during my talk, but I have several years of native development in my behind me. So I can get where these people come from. And the thing is, there's actually quite interesting with the examples that I gave in the talk. We can see that there's basically no difference. Basically, most of the apps, more than 90% of the apps, really can look alike today. And when people say they come to you, they're really passionate about either Android and iOS, and they really want to use only native. When they actually implement their apps, they're looking the same, and two, sometimes they are not respecting basic stuff. I am not going to public shame any of my colleagues, but I have seen native apps that are actually suppressing some native behavior. And I'm like, oh God, and those are the people that are actually just dismissing all the cross-platform technologies because they don't respect them. So basically, just calmly, I don't know if people here talk a lot with native developers, really stubborn native developers. So be calm with them and just show them how it works and where we and show them, for example, with Flutter, that we get so much stuff for free, like the transitions between the screens, the fact that the title is centered on iOS and on the left side for Android. Little things that really respect the user's platform, we get them for free. And so, yeah, so that's what I think about that.
Thank you. And we also have another question for Sylvia. It is more about the Palm API. Sumaya, would you like to ask the question?
Yeah, definitely. So where can developers find community support or resources when they're facing challenges with Palm API integration in Flutter?
All right. I think the technology is fairly new. So I got interested in this whole thing because Google basically put down a challenge and asked a bunch of people to be part of a sprint and come up with ideas. So that's how I got hooked. And at the time, there wasn't a big community yet. But the online documentation helped a lot. It really describes kind of the entire ecosystem quite well. And I think the communities are still building. There is quite a bit of expertise out there, and you'll find it in the usual channels. But I'm not aware of any like dedicated Palm API community yet.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
And we have also another question, again related to Palm API. And so, sorry, you mentioned about the community part and the difficulties that they are facing. And can we say that how can the developers can stay updated with the latest changes, advancements, and you also have this project and you also want to proceed in this project. So what's coming next for your project?
For my project, I think, so I just dabbled a bit in Palm API. I think I'm going to stay grounded in Flutter, and, AI work is a hobby for me. But I will expand a little more on this hobby. I think I mentioned already at one point in the talk that my experiment wasn't completely fair. So I want to make it more fair and add a component to the app that basically allows a winemaker to upload like 20 flavor adjectives or so and have a model generate a smooth text from that. But then ultimately, I'm also a Flutter engineer. So then the next iteration of my app will probably concentrate on the UI. I used very plain vanilla material design, so it all looks a bit like stale ice cream. I want to fix the design a little bit and change some of control flows and so. And that's really not Palm API at that point anymore. That's just Flutter.
It's also true.
I do have one kind of impromptu question for Elaine, but I've kind of been a bit immersed in the Flutter community. I just kind of came into app building through Flutter, so I haven't really interacted with that many native developers who are very stubborn. But do you think there are kind of maybe like would you say kind of considerations for Flutter developers who don't come from native that might mean looking more into certain things within Flutter to make sure you have a good understanding?
Very good question. Yeah. Considerations for Flutter developers. We are very lucky. People that get into Flutter first, not knowing any platform code or anything, how it works behind the scenes, actually they're fine because Flutter does such a good job doing all the hard work for us that you have to have very, very little platform knowledge. That being said, I really think some basic how at least how the build system works. If you're doing mobile, knowing how Gradle files work. On iOS, how Xcode works with the configuration files, what a plist is, stuff like that. So basically start with that, and then you can go as far as you want, but at least that how the app are actually being actually being configured, and maybe if you're really curious how it's actually being built.
Awesome, thank you so much.
I also totally resonate with this question. Also, I'm a developer, doesn't have a mobile like native development background before, but I also started with Flutter, so totally resonates with me. And yeah, like I was a Python developer before, and I just started with Flutter just right after. And once I just look you too, I also see another common point. You are both Flutter and Dart GDEs. And would you like to just mention about your GDE journey? How did it started? Why did you decide to be a GDE? And meanwhile, chat, please put a Q in the beginning of your questions, and you can leave your questions. We still have a couple of minutes to go over the things that you want to mention or you learn from our reliable speakers. So it's for you. Yes.
You mean me? Okay. So I became a GDE only this year. It was kind of a several-year journey. I started from, I have one advantage. I live near Cape Town, and there's another GDE in Cape Town who was always kind of a year or two ahead of me. She was a speaker already when I started to think about speaking only, and she was always kind of a bit ahead. And I always looked at her and I was like, oh, wow, she's so good at this stuff. And no, I could never do that. And then I was like, well, actually, maybe I can. And over the course of several years, I built up a portfolio of talks and eventually became accepted into the Road to GDE program. That was an absolutely awesome program. If there's a rerun and any of you gets a chance to apply, please do. It's really awesome. And yeah, at the end of the Road to GDE, I qualified and passed my exam. So.
Cool. On my side, I became a GD in 2018, not for Flutter, actually, for the Google Assistant. Yes, because I was really interested in that technology, and the developer ecosystem, the developer tool just came out, and I really got some content out there. I was really lucky because it was really, the stars were aligned for me, because I wanted to challenge myself by speaking in public, and I thought this subject was really nice, so I got accepted because it was really a hot topic back then. It got the attention of the good people. Basically, in my community, there are some other GDs that are very active, very close to me, and so they said, "Oh, you're putting this great content out there. You're basically, when you have to be in order to be a GD, you have to be like recognized inside of your community." And I was doing talks because I really liked the technology, and then people said, "Oh, you should become a GD. You're creating great content on the Google technology." It was the Google Assistant back then. And then I was like, okay, cool. So I went to the process and I got accepted. It was really nice. And then 2 or 3 years ago, since I am a mobile developer, so I started talking about Flutter as well, and then I'm a Flutter GD since then. But yes, if I can give one advice for people that want to become GDEs, just share your passion, share your knowledge. Don't try to become a GDE. Just go and be active in your community. Being a GDE is like a consequence of being a recognized person in your community.
That's amazing. Actually, I would like to just ask about between going to Google Assistant and why Flutter Dart part, but it's gonna just take longer. So I will just mention one question we have in the chat, and then we are kind of ready to go. So the question is, how did you go about researching the development of iOS and Android? It was incredible. Thank you. Yeah.
I love that stuff. I'm very passionate about mobile development. And I'm very, very lucky. I could put on the links. I was liking some references for my talk. I could put the links on the chat afterwards. There's some great literature out there, and yes, I can share you the links for Android. There's great research being done, and there's and articles, but there's more than 10 years of history, and so much stuff has been going on, has gone, that it was actually really hard actually picking what I was going to talk about. But yes, I just love researching about that.
And thank you both for joining our valuable Q&A session. It was great to host you.
Thank you, Ezra.
Thank you. Now we will proceed with our activity results of a Flutter map. Since the beginning of the stream, we shared QR code for you. Then you just entered your location, and then we actually got a map from where you are located and what we are doing together. As we know, we have Flutteristas around like everywhere in the world, and as I can see, we already have more than 111 items. So here we are. This is actually the data that you just added there. I can see from Hawaii to Japan, we have amazing attendees. We are literally watching the stream from everywhere, in every time zone, in almost every country. I can see it from South Africa to Sweden. It's amazing. What do you think?
Yeah, it's pretty awesome.
Meanwhile, Sylvia, we also thank you a lot for joining our Q&A, and it was actually the results of our Flutter map. And next, we will actually have a little short break. Then we will just be back in a couple minutes. Stay tuned. Bye.
Hi everyone, so welcome back after a quick break, and we will quickly jump on to the next talk. In the next talk, we'll dive into the intricacies of Flutter theming, learning how to tailor your theme to complex design systems and enhance your styling workflow with expert tips and tricks from Elvira. So Elvira, stage is yours.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining me in this session. My name is Elvira, and I work as a mobile software engineer in ING, the Netherlands. Today, I would like to walk you through the challenge of implementing a complex design system in Flutter and how you can ace it by unlocking the full potential of the theming system. So let's just start. When it comes to styling in Flutter, most probably you will stumble upon the theming concept. These refer to the process of abstracting and centralizing your styling rules so that you can then reuse them throughout your code base. your project, you can then pass it in the material app widget, therefore in the very root of your app. And in this way, the theme will be available from wherever in your widget tree. You are allowed to pass in both the theme, the light theme and the dark theme implementation. And the material people also made some prep work for us, because they also provide some default configurations for the theme through the theme data.light and dark factory constructors. Of course, these configurations reflect the material design system. Another way to use your theme in the project is through the theme object. Here, you can provide a variation of your main theme for a specific subtree. So, for example, what you will do here in the data parameter is to access to the main theme you're using in your app and providing some values to override some properties. You can do that thanks to the copy with method, which creates a copy of the object, but with the given fields replaced by the new values. Other than the copy with method, there are many other utilities in the theming world. I won't be covering them all today, but I highly recommend you to have a look at them, because they really open infinite possibilities. Okay, so we saw what theming is, but how actually the styling process works in Flutter. So when a widget builds itself, it goes through 3 steps to decide how to style itself. First step is to look at the styling parameters exposed in the constructor. In the example of a text widget, this would be the style property. So we might have passed some styling there, and in that case, that styling would have the priority over any theme. Second step is to look up in the tree for an instance of the theme object, and to understand better the concept, this is what happened when we pass an instance of the theme data in the material app, because then that instance will be inherited by the whole widget tree. Finally, for styling that were not overridden in the previous steps, the fallback would be in the default theme. So in the theme that is provided under the hood in the theme data .light and dark constructors. So far, we could already grasp the benefits of the theming system. Just to wrap up, we saw that we can abstract in styling rules, so to have more concise and clean implementation of the widgets, because we will get rid of inline stylings. We can centralize the design system in a single place, maybe in a class that will be in charge of keeping all the styling rules together. So next time we wanted to define a new style, or maybe to update something that we already defined, we already know where to look at. And finally, which really saves a lot of work, we can dynamically manage the dark mode just by passing in the dark implementation of our theme. And everything will be managed by the framework under the hood. But unfortunately, the material theming system also comes with a small problem, which is the fact that it is designed upon the material design system. What I mean to say with this is that in the theme data object, of course, we have plenty of space to define the styling for the material widgets. But when it comes to a custom widget, we cannot really provide our custom style just there. So what we can do if, for example, we would like to implement a custom typography and we would like to have it centralized in our code base. A pretty straightforward solution that we may think of is to implement the styling just as they are somewhere in your code base, maybe wrapped into a class, and then to access to that class to get the styling in your widget. The pitfall here is that, as we saw for the material widget, the material themes, the dark mode here won't be managed by the framework, and therefore you will need to provide your own implementation to manage the dark mode. This approach, of course, works, but I think you agree with me that in the long run, it is not the most scalable solution. That's why I would like to propose you two possible alternatives that I hope will make your life as a developer happier. The first one is to define a new theme from scratch thanks to the inherited widget. So let's go back to our custom musical typography and let's see how we can implement it with the inherited widget approach. First of all, we need to create an object to represent our theme, and this will require a child that will ideally be our app, and then the properties to store the actual implementation of the theme. In our case, we will just have the light and the dark theme configuration, but you of course can feel free to have as many properties as you wish. These light theme and dark theme properties will be the actual theme data of your theme and are defined by an abstract class that contains all the declaration of the stylings you would like to use. The concrete implementation of this declaration will be then defined in the concrete implementation of your theme data. Coming back to our main theme object, the musical theme object, since we are extending the inherited widget, we must override the update should notify method. This method is in charge of notify the widgets that inherited from this when something changed, so that they know that they must rebuild. And last, we must provide a static method so that it can be accessed from everywhere in the widget tree, which will return the theme data. Typically, this method is called off in Flutter, so we will just follow the same convention. And what we do in this method is to first look for the nearest instance of our theme. And then we make sure that actually an instance of that theme exists. Then we check for the appearance mode that is currently on. So basically, if dark mode or light mode is on. And don't worry, because this will be the only place where we do this check. And finally, we can return the correct configuration based on this last check. One last step, we must of course provide the theme to our app, and to do that we can just wrap our app with the custom new theme that we just implemented. We can now use our custom theme just in the same way we would do for the material theme. So we now reached a better point, because if before we were quite limited in the amount of styling that we could define in our theme, we can say that now the new theme that we defined is limitless. But especially for this reason, I would recommend to go for such a complex approach only if your app is heavily customized and you don't really want to take advantage of the material library. And I'm saying this because if you still wish to use the material library, you will most probably find yourself in a hybrid situation like this, where you're using two different themes for the same project, which feels kind of wrong. And also you are just adding up the complexity of trying to memorize and to remember which styling you defined in which theme. So again, not the most sustainable solution. But if you still want to keep the best out of the both worlds, iterable through the extensions property of the theme data object. But let's see how we can actually create a theme extension type. So let's say we want to create a custom theme for our custom music player widget. First, of course, we must create a type for represent the theme. So let's say a musical player theme, which extends the theme extension with self as generic type. Now, I know that This may sound a bit weird, but just take it as it is. And next, we have to provide the properties that we would like to use in our theme. Now, I would like to tell you that that's it, you're done. But actually, there are two small requirements we must be compliant to since we are extending theme extension. First one is to override the copy with method. And if you don't recall it from the previous slide, it is just a method to create a copy of the object by overriding some values. And second requirement is to override the lerp method, which instead is more related to animation stuff. So basically what it does, it ensures that in case you are switching theme or maybe a property of your theme is changing, this will happen through a linear and smooth animation. And we are actually done now. We can provide the instance of our new theme in the theme data, and we can finally use our custom extension. Now, I know what you are thinking. Talking of extension, we can define another extension, this time on the build context, so that we can provide a getter to retrieve our theme. And this way, next time we will need to use our theme, we can just do it in a much more easy way. Of course, we are not limited to defining custom themes for object. We can also use the same approach for typography, colors, or even for your layout, sizing, and spacing. You just name it. And this is quite obvious, but just worth to mention, we can still define and provide both implementation for light and dark mode. Okay, so we saw three different approaches we can use when it comes to styling in Flutter, each of them with their strengths and weaknesses. Now the question is, and next time you are trying to decide which strategy is better for you, try to answer to these questions. So first, is the design system of my app quite simple or maybe inspired by the material one? Then that's no-brainer, just go for the base material theme. Or is my app going to be like the craziest and the most original on the market? Then better to implement a custom theme from scratch through the inherited approach. And finally, if I still want to use my material library, but want to provide some more complex customization, then the answer is theme extension. And in the end, whatever solution you decide to choose, I just left the QR code here for a small survey, for a small feedback. I would love to read about your feedback. So thank you in advance. And of course, feel free to pop your questions.
Thank you, Elvira, for your amazing presentation. So that's actually amazing. Love that. And I'd like to thank you, Sume and Akansha, for co-hosting this part with me. It was amazing to have you here.
Definitely. Thank you so much for having me. This has been so fun.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Sume, we couldn't hear you well. But yeah, I think we will also see you next, like super soon in your talk.
Yep.
Amazing. Like, thank you both. And now I would like to invite in the next part's host, Danielle, to the stage.
Hey
Hi,
there, Ezra.
Danielle.
This has been an amazing experience,
How are
hasn't it?
you?
I'm doing well. Yeah, this has been an
Amazing.
amazing experience. I am. I'm so proud. I've been backstage watching this in between, and it's been wonderful. And I'd like to point out the fact that my CEO of my company put a comment up here, and actually, I will actually see if I can find it. I should have started while I was looking, but anyway, I wanted to point out the fact that he didn't say, go Danielle, you're doing a great job. He actually was congratulating Sume. So I thought that was
Oh my God.
pretty good.
That's
So it's kind of fun because when I was interviewing at the very beginning for this job, which I've been at 2 years as of this week, but when I was interviewing, and the Flutteristas came up, and my boss is like, "Hey, I know a Flutterista," and it was Sume. So I joked around that she helped me get my job. Yeah. So anyway, but thank you so much, Esther. I'm hoping. I know it's already really late there, but I'm hoping that you can come
It's
back on.
around 10 p.m. Let's see.
Okay, so at about when we're done in like about 4 hours, 3.5 hours, I'm hoping that you'll be able to come on and say goodbye. But if not, it's been such a pleasure sharing hosting duties with you, and I wanted to say thank you, because for anybody that doesn't know, Espero was one of the actually probably the person that was out there most driving things and saying this needs to get done. It's up to you now. Let's do it. And really, and so I don't think we get here without her. So. Valeria from her co-host for her first section is another one that was up there with that, basically saying, okay, no, this has to happen. It's time now. Come on. So thank you so much, Esra. And I hope we'll see you. I hope we'll see you at the end, but if you're asleep, that's okay too.
Yeah. Hope to see you soon. Then
Thanks.
I'm just leaving.
All right.
And
great.
Have a great
Thank you. Thanks. Now I'd like to bring up my co-host for this section, Daria. Hi,
hey,
Daria.
everyone. Yeah, nice to hear everyone today. The conference has been going great. It's amazing the effort that was put in to make it work. Yeah, I'm Daria. I'm an experienced, yeah, sure. No, okay. Yeah, Flutter developer, a Flutterista, obviously, and also Women Tech Makers ambassador. But I think the thing that I'm mostly known about is my obsession with cats, as we have already seen today, thanks to Danielle. Yes, and I'm really excited to be co-hosting this part. Which is part number 5, right? Already.
It is part number 5. It's hard to believe, but I mean, 12 hours is both forever and it flies right along. And it's probably worth mentioning again why we're putting people through a 12-hour stream. And this is actually especially because I think it's pretty late for Daria right now too, which is kind of wild given the fact that our goal here is to make it convenient for people no matter where you are in the wherever you are in the world. We should, we want to make sure there's a time for you to catch us live, have a chance to win a dash, things like that. So thank you so much for, I think you're staying up kind of late. So thank you for that. Now, can we real quickly bring up our sponsors? Because that's, as long as I'm in a thankful mood, I would like to mention them. So Daria, can you tell us about our sponsors?
Sure. We are very thankful for our sponsors who are participating and helping to make this conference so great, which are Invertase, Shorebird, Flutter Engineering, FlutterFlow, Codeco, and Widgetbook. Thank you.
Yeah, it's amazing to have such great support from all over the community. I'm thinking like with Shorebird in Berlin, we gave a panel. Actually, a lot of us were on this panel in Berlin, and the video's out there, so it's well worth seeing if you can. We were talking about kind of our lives as Flutteristas, and how our journeys may be a little bit different than other people, and it was really cool. And afterward, I said something to Eric from Shorebird, and he just said, "Look, every time I see you guys, it's amazing because Flutter would not be what it is without the contribution of Flutteristas." And he mentioned the our actual organization, but then also people like Kate Lovett, people like Nilay, people at Google that are also in the Flutterista kind of camp, and Flutter just would not be what it is without us. So it's always amazing to see stuff like that. But I think that's enough of us chit-chatting. Daria, who have we got up next?
Up next, we have Leah with a very intriguing talk, When Your Buddy Turns You into Yoda. So let's see what that means.
Hi, I'm Leah, and I'm originally a Flutter developer, but right now in a training for native app development. And meanwhile, I'm a tech blogger with a slightly psychological touch. So, I studied fashion design and psychology before, and when I had my very first web development job, I had an amazing mentor, and after a certain time, I started calling him Master Yoda. Now, in my training, I have a learning buddy. He's called Francesco. And after some weeks, he suddenly said to me, Master Yoda, how do I do that? And I was just like, when did I turn into a tiny, green, old woman? Voila. And that's what this talk is about. When your body turns you into Yoda. The advantages of the body system. So, at first, what exactly is the body system? The body system pairs an experienced person with novices or one novice, and this enhances mutual learning and support. Yeah, that's quite a dry explanation, so let's get it into real life. In my case, I am now the mentor buddy and I have a mentee buddy. And how do I guide him? Well, at first, it's mutual support and productivity. Mutual support in a way that I, for example, make special exercises for him. I'm very sorry, I'm nervous. And we're working, in the beginning at least, in pair programming and increase our productivity with this immensely. So you can say that we sometimes are twice as fast as others in our tasks. And why is that? Well, when I do the exercises for him and explain stuff for him, I have to repeat everything that I learn so much so I can explain everything to him in a way that he understands it, because sometimes he did not understand what our teacher said. Francesco has no previous coding experience while I am coming from Flutter, so it was much easier for me to explain it to him. My goal was to equip Francesco in a way that he can do the daily tasks without any issues and he can also solve bugs without me. And I have to tell you, I have a 99% success rate in that. Well, almost 100%. He is now doing the daily task without my help, and also his graduation project, he did it almost completely alone. His graduation Android project. We are not finished yet. And yeah, so the question is, when can you use a buddy system? Regarding studies, you can use it especially in school from elementary up to university, but especially in remote adult education like Francesco and I am in. But it's also recommended for remote onboarding scenarios. I will later tell you what I think is also a good way, or when you can use the buddy system also. So, what is the purpose of the buddy program? It is especially to enhance your satisfaction as a person. For you and your buddy, you can get much more motivation, you get a feedback every day, and you have someone to turn to when you're not feeling well. And whenever you solve a task successfully, you get immediately someone who is giving you a feedback and who's also encouraging you. And it's also meant, as I already told you, to increase your productivity. But if it's used in a remote working environment, for onboarding, it's to integrate you perfectly in a new company culture and team. So, what are the criteria to select a good mentor buddy? Because not everyone can become a mentor just because she or he is very good in her field. That is not the most important part. No, the most important part regarding studies are soft skills, empathy, communication, and really be motivated into what you have to do. So, and after that is maybe a higher level of knowledge and understanding. You don't have to be a professional in the field necessarily. I'm sorry, English is not my first language, but you get what I mean. Francesco and I were completely new in Kotlin, and still I was able to guide him because I had a little bit of previous coding experience. A little bit. Well, some years. And he was completely new. So you don't need to be a professional in the field. You just have to maybe have some advantage in understanding. And yeah, the other thing is you have, because of your prior knowledge, the ability to know what is most important for your novice to learn. And you can guide him or her through this. So now the question is, what kind of number of buddies are okay? Well, in this case, studies say usually one mentee buddy to one mentor buddy. And I agree with this. In my experience, I would say that this is the best setup. Of course, when I was in my web development job, my mentor had 2 mentees, me and the other junior, a very nice junior. And yeah, that was working, but it was more difficult. So it is recommended to have 1 mentee per 1 mentor. But in some scenarios, 1 mentee needs more mentors. For example, you're coming into a company and you might need to connect different departments. So you need mentors from all of these departments so you can do your job better in long term. Now the question is, how long does a buddy relationship stay? Well, usually it's a set period of 90 days at least is being said. I don't really agree with this. I am a big fan of an ongoing relationship. Why? And this is also why I recommend it for remote setups. Well, this is something that I will tell you later. A little bit of cliffhanger for you. The conclusion is, at first, would I recommend the buddy system? And I say yes. And now let's solve the cliffhanger. The reason why I recommend an ongoing buddy relationship is because we're humans. Especially in remote scenarios, there's also often the criticism by companies that people don't really create a bond to the company and quit must quicker. And you can prevent that at first also by recognizing that people are no islands. We need emotional stability, and the bond with a buddy is giving you this. A buddy is not only a mentor, but a friend. This is very important, which is often neglected. And I can tell you that this is giving you superpowers. Firstly, a buddy because of the friendship and the emotional stability, is reducing stress. With this, you're reducing heart diseases, strokes, diabetes, and much more. And I can tell you, for example, a friend of mine, Christiana, she started a buddy system without the knowledge of the management in her company, and she got so successful. Not only she, also her buddy and the others who were in it. They suddenly got called by the management and were praised by the increase of the productivity, but also the overall atmosphere in their teams. So the buddy system is giving you and your body power. So, and now I asked Francesco if he might maybe write you a letter, and he did. So, how did the buddy system help Francesco? I'm very sorry. Well, I marked you the things which I thought are most important. At first, he learned how important it is to learn in a team because it increased his progress, but also it helped him at a personal level. Because I created customized assignments, he was learning much faster, but also how we encouraged and motivated each other was helping him on his journey and made it much more happier. So he really recommends it. And now I encourage you, become Yoda by being the mentor you always wanted. If you really liked this talk, you can also check out the resources which I used for this. And I wish you a beautiful day. Thank you for taking your time for me.
Thank you, Leah, for bringing up this very important topic, and this was a very inspiring talk. I hope everyone finds their buddies who can help them become Yoda. Okay, and what do we have next?
Well, give me a second here. I wanted to actually share this because Leah's not going to be able to make our Q&A. So I just wanted to pop this up here and just show you some of the appreciation she's getting. So hopefully she can see this before she heads off. But absolutely, I think it's a very important talk too. And when she mentioned that, English is not her first language, I mean, I'm in awe. I mean, English is not Daria's first language either. And it's like, I've been trying to learn Turkish, and I'll say something to people in Turkish. They'll say, how many languages do you know? And I still have to say only one, just English. That's the only one I know. So anyway, I think our next talk is very interesting. It's building a fast and simple chat app with Flutter and Firebase. And I'm very interested to see how she does because, our speaker, of course, is Kauser, but I want to see how she does because we're only giving her 15 minutes. So it is all yours. Take it away.
Hi everyone, my name is Kausar Moshood, and today I'll be showing you how to build a Flutter app, a chat app using Flutter and Firebase. This talk is meant to show you how easy it is to get started with Flutter and Firebase, and it's not meant to teach you some bunch of dense information. So just sit back and relax while I build the greatest chat app in the next 15 minutes. So here is an example of what you'll be building, and I'm very excited about this talk. If you haven't built a chat app before, please stay tuned while I walk us through how to build a chat app using Flutter and Firebase. Here's what we'll be discussing: what Flutter is, what Firebase is, how to set up Firebase and Flutter projects, how to add Firebase auths, how to add Firestore queries, how to display Firestore data, and also write to Firestore. For those who don't know, Flutter is a cross-platform UI toolkit that allows you to write app once and deploy to 6 platforms using iOS, Android, web, macOS, desktop, and Linux. Firebase is a Google's app building platform. It offers database, authentication service, storage, web hosting, and more. Today, I'm going to be showing you how to make use of authentication and Firestore. I have already created a Firebase project at firebase.google.com and added the security rules. Note that by default, it's on test true. So once you want to update it, you can later update it to production rules, right? All you just have to do is go to firebase.google.com, and this is the screen it would actually show you. You have to write the name of your project, then follow the instructions, and boom, you've created your Firebase project. Next, we can set up our project with these three commands. We have to initialize our project using these commands. Flutter create chat app would actually --empty would create a Flutter project without the counter app boilerplate. Then would run Flutter file configure at the root of the project. This command would connect our Flutter app and the right Firebase project, that is the Firebase project we created earlier on firebase.google.com. Next, we would add these dependencies to the Flutter app. Firebase core is needed for any Flutter app that uses Firebase project. It includes the API to connect to the Firebase project. CloudStore, Firestore, and Firebase Auth are the packages that implement Firestore and Firebase authentication. Note that the generic social widget is a small UI package created by Eric that includes widgets like chat bubble. This package adds styling to reduce the amount of code you might actually want to use when you're creating your app, so it doesn't include any functionality. And also, don't forget to run the Flutter pub-get once you add your dependencies to the pubspec.yml file. Next, this is the code that will be added to the main function in every app that uses Firebase. Widget Flutter binding ensure initialized is a blocking function that ensures your Flutter app is connected to the native platform before moving on. Firebase uses platform channel to talk to native platform asynchronously, so we must ensure those platforms are there to talk to before we try to call them. Firebase initialize connects our Flutter app to the correct Firebase app. The default Firebase ops.current platform comes from the generated Firebase underscore options.dat file, and it returns the configuration for web or iOS. For example, depending on the platform Flutter is running on. Well, we would run the Flutter file configure, and it will generate a file called firebase underscore options.dat. This file includes the configuration needed to connect your Firebase project from any given platform, such as web, iOS, Android, and macOS. This slide shows an example of what the web configuration could look like. This information is not a secret, right? So it's okay for me to show my API keys. I don't want to have something like API keys. Kind of looks weird if I just write API key. So it's safe for me to display my API key. Next, we need to add the material app to the top level of our Flutter app. The pass chat page to the home property, which doesn't exist yet. Now we are going to add the authentication to the app with Firebase Auth, and this type is anonymous authentication. We would create a new stateless widget called the chat page and a scaffold and app bar. In the app bar, we would pass an elevated button to the action property. This is where you would add the logic needed for a user to log in or log out. In the elevation button.onPressed callback, we need to add this if statement, which checks if there is a current user attached to the Firebase Auth. If the property isn't null, they must already be signed in, or we call the auth.signout. Otherwise, we'll call the auth.signin anonymously. An anonymous sign-in sign-in creates a temporary auth credentials for Firebase, which allows a user to interact with the direct hidden behind security rules, even if the users haven't signed up for the app. Later, if the user decides to sign up, you can link the credentials to the new account. This chat app is going to have just an anonymous sign-in, which means it is protected by the Firebase security, but users can still post messages. Next, we'll add the chat app widget, which is the body of the chat page widget. This is where the interesting part of the application comes up. This is where the user can send any message and read messages. So you just need to make sure a user is logged in before displaying it. To do so, we would add a stream builder. A stream builder is a Flutter widget that rebuilds its children whenever data are added to the stream. Because much of Firebase uses streams to emit data to the apps, stream builders are quite useful when working with Firebase. The stream passed from the stream builder comes from the Firebase auth, and it is called the auth stage changes. This will tell the app whenever a user logs in or logs out. To ensure this works, we would add this widget. The children of the colon is where the rest of our app is going to go. This text widget will display the currently signed in user's UID or null if the user is not signed in already. Next, we'll add the code needed to read from Firestore. Firestore is a NoSQL database that gives real-time updates when data is changed. We are going to use Firestore to store all the chat messages data in the app. Trust me, we have just a few more steps to go. So yeah, before we can query Firestore properly, we would make a data class called the message. Now this represents the data in Firestore which our Flutter UI will know how to use. This class is very simple. It has a message property which is the text body of the message, and the UID which is the ID of the user who wrote the message, and timestamp is the time the message was posted to Firestore. We would also add the factory constructor to the message class, which will take a snapshot of the Firestore data and turn it into a message object. Now, snapshot is a terminology used by Firebase to describe the response from Firestore at any given moment. Here, a document snapshot represents data from a single message in Firestore. We'd also need to add this to Firestore method to the message class. This knows how to return a message object into the type of Firestore expects the data. This is very similar to adding to JSON method on your data classes. Once these methods are added, we can write queries to read and write from Firestore. Next, we'll add the queries so we can read and display all messages from Firestore. First, we'll call the collection and pass the name of our Firestore collection. A collection in Firestore is basically a list of documents, and documents are basically individual objects. So here we would have a list of all the message objects saved in Firestore. Finally, we would add the order by so that the messages are in chronological order. Note that this queries hasn't been executed yet, so no call has been made to Firebase. Now would have to create a Firestore query. We can add the Flutter code to execute the call, receive the data, and then display it. Recall the chat view. This is where we left in our Flutter code. Like I said earlier on, this is the rest of the representation that will be added to the colon's children. First, we would need to add another stream builder. Now, this stream builder would call the method snapshot on the message query that I just wrote, which returns a stream. That stream will listen for any updates to the document in the message collection in Firestore. Whenever a message is added to the collection in Firestore, our stream is notified a change, and therefore Flutter rebuilds this widget's children. Next, in the body of the builder callback, I'll first add this code that will make sure the stream builder is connected to the Firebase streaming object before we can do any operation. When connection state is waiting, it means it is trying to connect to Firestore. So we'll return a circular progress indicator widget while it sets up. Finally, it would connect. If the connection is successful, then that means the stream builder is listening for data from Firestore and can safely display the data. I would add a list view here to display the message. For item count, I'll pass in the size of the data in the snapshot, which represents the number of message objects in the message collection. Then, in the item builder callback, I'll pull the message from the snapshot data and then display it using a chat bubble widget. A chat bubble widget is one widget from the generic social widgets package. So it's just a text box with a fancy styling. And yeah, this is the moment we've been waiting for. At the moment, the app would be blank, right? That's because there are no actual messages to display. So let's fix that by adding a functionality to write a message to Firestore. This is the last bit of code and that will be added to the columns children underneath the stream builder we just added. Now the chat text input is another widget provided by the generic social widget, and it includes a text input field and a button. The important part is that we can just pass the onset callback. Now this callback is called would pass a message which is a string. In the callback, we'll gain grab of references to the message collection and then use the method add to write a new message object to the collection in Firestore. Finally, let me prove that this all works. I am going to deploy this to Firestore hosting now so we can all chat. First, we'll need to tell Firebase where to find the built web version of our app. This is where the web directory is. We would add this code to the firebase.json file at the root of our project. Then we would run the Firebase command firebase deploy. This helps us to deploy our app. And yes, I would show us how our apps looks like, more like a demo of how our app looks like. Here's our chat app and let's chat with it. So I'm going to just say hi. This is a chat app. You can connect with me. And yeah, this is how our chat app looks like. Thank you very much. I hope you've been able to get something from what I've said earlier on. If you're looking forward to also build a chat app, you can connect with me on Twitter. If you have anything you have to tell me, a feedback or anything, you can just connect with me on Twitter. If you have any message, just drop it in the chat box. I'll be here to reply your messages. Thank you very much. Bye.
Wow, she did it. Less than 15 minutes. That is amazing. That is wonderful. I absolutely loved that.
I think this just showcases how powerful is actually Flutter and Firebase together, and this is really a game changer for every developer.
That's very true. Now, by the way, just something I wanted to point out to all of you who may not notice the style game that Daria is playing, but she's wearing a Firebase earring in honor of that, and of course, because it's Daria, she's wearing a cat. So any of the stuff we talked about earlier was 100% true about her and her love for cats. I saw her getting dropped off at her hotel room one time in Istanbul at 2 a.m, and she had to stop to pet the cats.
No cats go unpetted from my side.
All right, great. Well, who have we got next?
Next, we have Akanksha back, actually. So first of all, let's bring Akanksha. And I wanted to point out that she has done a lot to make this conference happen, as well as co-hosted the previous part, and now is also giving a talk talking about powerful. So let's listen to Akanksha, who will show us the power of the combination of Flutter, Firebase, and this time also with machine learning.
Hi everyone, welcome to this talk on unleashing the power of ML in Flutter with Firebase. Let me quickly introduce myself. So, my name is Akanksha Singh. I'm a software engineer at JP Morgan Chase. I'm a Flutter developer and I love doing hackathons. I'm a community builder, mentor, and a speaker. So, let's start with today's talk. So, the agenda of this talk is to know what is machine learning, why is it required, and the ways you can integrate ML in your Flutter apps, some common use cases. We will also look into how to integrate custom models in your Flutter apps, and then we will finish the talk. So, let's start.
Generative AI, generative AI, generative AI, AI is AI, 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 AI. It uses AI to.
Yeah, so you must have seen that video on internet a lot of times, and if you watched the Google I/O this year, you must have seen that as well. So Pichai and other presenters mentioned AI roughly 143 times over the 2-hour presentation, which is quite a lot. And AI is today's word, like it's revolutionizing what we do and how we see things. So before we dive into the talk of how to integrate ML in our Flutter apps, let's look into some buzzwords. So basically, everything is part of artificial intelligence, and artificial intelligence basically is the ability of a machine to imitate intelligent human behavior. Machine learning is a subset of AI that allows system to automatically learn and improve. Deep learning is a subset of machine learning that uses complex algorithms and deep neural networks to train models. So, why should we use ML? Machine learning algorithms revolutionize mobile apps in several key ways. Firstly, they enhance efficiency by automating tasks, like simple tasks like removing background from a photo, which can be done using Adobe Photoshop, but that requires a lot of work. Having AI in such tasks can just simplify the task and also save users time. ML's expertise in pattern recognition ensures higher accuracy seen in translation apps, providing precise translations for global communication. Personalization reaches to new heights as fitness apps adapt workout based on user experiences, creating tailored fitness journeys. ML driven financial apps analyze spending habits, offering insightful money management suggestions and a lot of recommendations. Scalability with ML is effortless. For example, ride sharing apps optimize routes during peak demand using machine learning algorithms. Importantly, machine learning offers a competitive advantage by providing superior personalized experiences essential in the data driven app development landscape. Integrating ML not only transforms your app into an indispensable, smart, and efficient tool, but also gives you a competitive advantage in this market. So now that we looked into why ML can improve the user experience, how ML can improve the user experiences, let's talk about some ML features. So mobile apps employ a lot of machine learning features such as face recognition for security. We use iPhones, they have Face ID, we have Touch ID, sentiment analysis is used in a lot of apps for recommendations and suggestions. Natural language processing is used in chatbots to give us answers. These technologies enhance user interactions and provide more personalized, efficient, and secure experiences. And I'm sure a lot of you will be interested in learning how you can leverage machine learning in your Flutter apps with or without knowing too much about machine learning. So, with machine learning, Flutter apps can create some really cool magic, and adding machine learning to Flutter apps can totally revolutionize your user experience. It enables seamless integration of smart features like image recognition, language translation, and personalized recommendations. ML enhances app efficiency, accuracy, personalization, and gives you a competitive edge. So, how can you add ML in your Flutter apps? Let's find out. That's where Firebase ML comes into picture. Firebase ML SDK allows us to use Google's machine learning expertise in our Android and Apple applications, and it's very easy to use. And even without any knowledge of deep learning, machine learning, you can simply integrate these APIs with just few lines of code. And there's no need to have a deep knowledge of neural networks or model optimization to get started. On the other hand, if you are an experienced ML developer, Firebase ML provides convenient APIs that help you use your custom models in your mobile apps. So, the core features of Firebase ML SDK is the production ready for common use cases. So, there are a lot of common APIs that can be simply used. They are production ready, and there are a lot of APIs like language translation, smart reply, scanning a barcode, and things like that. And also, you can host and deploy custom models. So, these are some of the core features of Firebase ML SDK. The common use cases are text recognition, image labeling, object detection, and for these, you can use MLKit. So, Google's MLKit is a powerful mobile SDK that simplifies integrating machine learning into Android and iOS apps. It offers ready to use APIs for tasks like text recognition, face detection, image labeling, and the common use cases I earlier listed. So, developers can enhance app functionalities without deep ML expertise and make it accessible and efficient to a wide range of applications. So, Google MLKit, this is the plugin that is available for Flutter. This was built only for mobile platforms, that is iOS and Android apps. The plugin is not sponsored or maintained by Google as of now. The authors of this package are just machine learning enthusiasts, and they want to expose Google's native APIs to Flutter. So this plugin was developed, and it's pretty new and has a lot of features and support for a lot of APIs as of now. This package actually uses native APIs. So you can see the Vision APIs and the support for Android and iOS. And there are natural language APIs that you can use. And basically, how these plugins work is the messages flow asynchronously to maintain a responsive user interface. And in this setup, no machine learning processing occurs within Flutter or Dart. Instead, calls are directed to native platform using method channel in Android and Flutter method channel in iOS. So Google's native APIs handle the processing. The plugin acts as a bridge connecting the app to Google's MLKit APIs, clarifying the importance of understanding this setup for debugging potential errors related to ML models or the app. So it's really important to know basics of meta channels and how things work, because to debug the apps and the errors that you might encounter while working with these plugins, it will really come handy. So yeah, this is how basically the plugins work. Since the plugin use platform channels, you may encounter issues with the native APIs. So you should just do good like research on your use case and how you're planning to use, and also have in-depth knowledge of using native APIs. That will be really helpful. Now, the use case that we're going to look into today is barcode scanning. So we're going to use the barcode scanning API from MLKit. And with that, we can simply read the data encoded in like most of the like QR codes and barcodes. And MLKit will be really handy. It's just few lines of code, and you will be able to integrate this feature in your app easily. So to do that, the first thing that we always do to use any of the plugin is to add it to our dependencies. So here we are using Google MLKit barcode scanning plugin, and we're not using Google MLKit package as a whole because that will just increase the size of your app. So it's better to use a specific plugin for your use case. So here we are using Google MLKit barcode scanning plugin, and we are also gonna pick image picker package because we will be adding images from files, and also from we can also get images from camera. So for that we can also add camera package, but here we are just using gallery images. So yeah, so after adding dependencies, you need to import it in your Dart file, and you can start using it. So the requirements for the barcode scanning API, the minimum SDK version in Android should be 21, and for iOS, you should be using minimized deployment target to be 12. So these are some basic requirements. You should check their documentation to get more information, because it's important to have these settings. So, and also it's important to know these basic requirements, otherwise you might encounter some errors, and it's better to have a look at them before you get started. So the first step in this process is to create an instance of barcode scanner. So we have already imported the barcode scanner package. Now we will create an instance of barcode scanner. The second step is to create an instance of input image. So this will tell us like where the image is coming from. Is it we need to put it in, like if it's coming from file, so how it's gonna get processed. So we will just we just define the path for the input image. The step 3 is getting the image and processing. So if we are taking it from camera, like image picker package we are using, so we can also define the source as camera and pick image. We can simply click the image of the QR code or barcode, and we get the image. Now we just need to process it. So using barcode scanner, we just use the function process image, and it processes it, and you can display the value as text, and this can be displayed in the UI. So this is basically how it's gonna look like. You click a picture, and it will just scan it and give you the value. So this was about barcode scanning API, which is part of MLKit, and that allows on-device machine learning. So it's not making any network calls, it's on device. So without any internet connection, you will be able to scan barcodes or QR codes, and you will be able to get the information from them. So now that we have looked into using MLKit, which allows us to use a lot of ready to use APIs, and makes our work easy. But a lot of times we want to work with some like custom models. We have a very specific use case and want to use custom models. So how are we going to do that? So to use custom models in Flutter, the steps are, first step is to build a custom model, and that involves multiple steps. It also involves the knowledge of machine learning. So if you are a machine learning developer, or you have somebody in your team who knows or has good idea about machine learning, they can develop a machine learning custom model, and you can simply convert this machine learning model to TF-Lite format, and then you can use this in your Flutter apps using the TF-Lite Flutter plugin. So that's what we're going to look into in the next section. So the use case that we will be considering today will be like in machine learning, we are considering binary classification. So binary classification in machine learning involves categorizing data into two classes or outcomes. So it will be either yes or no, true or false. So here you can see it can be either cat or dog. So we have a binary image classifier model. So if we pass it the image of cat, it will tell us if it's a cat or a dog. So that's what binary classification is. And in our binary classification example, we will focus on renowned Silicon Valley hot dog and not hot dog app. So it's a popular case where app distinguishes between hot dogs and not hot dogs. It's very silly. It was a very silly app, but yeah, we're gonna just illustrate how binary classification works in that way, and how we will make a custom model and add it in our Flutter app. So that's basically the app does it. If you take a picture or scan like with camera, or you upload a picture from gallery, so it will just tell you if it's a hot dog or if it's not hot dog. So yeah, the first step in this process would be training a convolutional neural network. So that's basically for training a model that can identify if it's a hot dog or not a hot dog. And I won't go very deeply into the code, because you can easily find that on Kaggle and a lot of other open source platforms. And it will take a lot of time if you don't have machine learning knowledge to explain what really goes behind the model. So the database that has been used, I picked it up from Kaggle as well, and it had 1500 hot dog images and 1500 not hot dog images. So basically what they looked like is there were hot dog images, and there were just some random image of like animal or just anything apart from hot dog. It was labeled as not hot dog. So that's what our database our data looked like. And after we had our ML model, so you can look into the machine learning model here in the code link and the dataset link. You can check that. So here you can see the dataset link and the code link. You can go through the code, but after you have the machine learning model, the step 2 is to save this model and convert it into TF-Lite format. So TF-Lite format makes it easier for us to use it on device in the Flutter apps. So this is basically the command that you will use. So if you are on Google Colab, you have your machine learning algorithms written there. So you just simply need to convert your model to TensorFlow, and then TensorFlow model can be converted to TF-Lite format using these commands. So now that we have our TensorFlow Lite model, we want to use it in Flutter. So for that, we will be using TF-Lite Flutter plugin. And this plugin was developed 3 years ago, but it was recently migrated to Google's official repo and is now directly maintained by the Google team. TensorFlow Lite enables running TensorFlow models locally on diverse devices, including mobile and embedded systems. Its cross-platform capability and on-device optimizations make it valuable for Flutter developers. The plugin facilitates a seamless integration of TensorFlow Lite models into Flutter mobile apps, and the ongoing desktop support is in the development phase. Users can access pre-trained models from repositories like Kaggle, and they can also create their custom TensorFlow Lite models. So now we have our TensorFlow Lite model that was trained on the dataset of hot dog and not hot dog images. The step 1 now is to import the packages that are needed. So after importing the packages, the TF-Lite Flutter plugin, we need to add this model to our assets folder, and we will also have a labels.txt file. So labels.txt file has the labels, so a label of 2 classes. So we have hot dog and not hot dog, so those are the labels of 2 classes. And we will also add our model.tflite model here in assets folder. So after we are done with that, we need to load our model. So for loading the model, this is the function that you will be using. So what it basically does is it loads model from the asset and makes it available for you to use. So after loading the model, the next step is to load the labels from asset. So you can get the labels from asset that we have in the labels.txt file. And after doing that, we need to perform the inference. So this function will basically execute the TensorFlow Lite model and will check if the image that we passed is a hot dog or not a hot dog. So this will basically make all the predictions. And Yeah. So this is how it works. So you will upload an image of mushroom. So you can see the not hot dog, it is 0.97. And if you upload hot dog, so it says 1, which means the prediction is that it is a hot dog. And for mushroom, it was not hot dog, which had higher uh, score. So 0.97 for not hot dogs. So basically, that's how you can integrate custom ML models in your Flutter apps. And to conclude, I would say Firebase ML Kit and TF Lite plugin empower Flutter apps with seamless machine learning integration. They provide pre-built models for tasks like text and image recognition, enhancing ease of implementation. For custom needs, TF Lite allows us to have tailored model integration, ensuring flexibility. So both tools support real-time processing, guaranteeing a responsive user experience. Additionally, they enable offline data processing as well. So MLKit is basically works without, it is on device. So it works without any internet connection, so it completely offline, and also handles integrate ML task without sacrificing speed or responsiveness, which is amazing. So whether implementing common task or specific custom models, developers can leverage these tools to create versatile and efficient applications. And expanding the possibilities for machine learning integration in the Flutter apps. So this will definitely elevate the user experience and take your Flutter apps to next level. So that was all about integrating machine learning features in your Flutter apps. Um, that was all. Thank you so much. And you can connect with me on Twitter. My Twitter handle is coder_Jedi, and you can find the code on my GitHub account. So yeah, that was all. Thank you very much.
Wow, thank you, Akaksha. That was amazing. And that's our in recent times. That's our second Star Wars reference. We coding like Yoda, and then Coder Jedi. That's pretty cool. All right, everybody, we're gonna have a Q&A now. I think Akaksha is gonna be able to stick around with us, and we're gonna bring Elvira on. And so if you have any questions for either of them about their talks, or I guess in general, you can ask them now. Please just put a Q in front of it. It's sort of like Hump Day if you've seen that on here. We can do that. And anyway, welcome back up here. Thank you so much, both of you, for great talks.
Oh, thank you for having us.
I love the fact that we are, at least in some circles, we are appointment TV. So I just thought I'd show Akaksha. This came up while you were talking. So it's always nice to have people let us know that they were waiting for it. And anyway, all right. I think we had a couple of questions come in offline. Daria, can you ask them for us?
Yes, can we bring up the questions on screen? Or I can just ask them?
I guess just read it, yeah. Because they didn't come in through YouTube, so I can't click on them.
Okay, so the first question we have for Elvira, and it is, do you have any considerations about performance implications for the theming approaches that you showed in your presentation?
Yeah, so personally, I didn't notice any differences in terms of performances among the different approaches. What I do think actually makes a difference is more related to how the styling and the themings are implemented, and also how they are actually used, and how your widget tree is structured. So as for the material theme, of course, you don't have much power on the implementation side, but you do have that for custom themes. But for all of them, it is important to actually optimize your widget tree. And what I think are the pain points in terms of performances for stylings and themings, probably that can be how many times your widgets rebuild. So it would be good to optimize your widgets in a way that you avoid unnecessary builds. And you can do that in many ways. For example, by using constant constructors when it is not meant to have to update your properties, or more in general by preferring the use of stateless widgets, sorry, over stateful, and improve your build methods so that they are not too big, and better to like split into multiple pieces that are more manageable. And another pain point is probably about how heavy your operation are. So for example, from the Flutter framework, there are some operations that are a bit heavy. For example, opacity or also clipping are heavy operations, so better to be careful with using them. And in general, from the Flutter side, if some operation is heavy, most probably it is mentioned in the documentation, so always have a look at that.
Thanks. There were many insightful tips in that answer. Awesome.
Yeah, it feels like. Yeah, actually, Daria, I think you've got access to the questions there real quick. If you could, if you could bring us up another round, people get them in now with your queue in front of it, and we would love to help out with that. But otherwise, we had some sent in by people. I'm not sure if they're still here or not, but this is recorded. It will be on the several YouTube channels, I think, by the time we're done. So anyway, Daria, do we have another question?
Yes, and next question is for Akanksha. And also, are there any limitations or considerations when using Firebase machine learning with Flutter?
Yeah, so in terms of considerations, a lot of things to be considered as a developer, or if you are considering it as a team. The first thing would be the use case. What kind of ML model you're looking for, if it's something which is pretty common and has been widely used. So those kind of machine learning models can be easily found, and they're already trained on large data sets. So if you're able to find an efficient machine learning model for your use case, then you can go ahead with that. But if not, then building a customized machine learning model is a lot of work, and it requires a good amount of knowledge of machine learning. So if you have some knowledge about machine learning, or if you have somebody in your team who knows machine learning and can build a machine learning model, then that's definitely something you need to consider. Apart from the use case, you also need to look into the device compatibility. There are some in terms of like, there are a lot of plugins for machine learning, as I talked about. MLKit is there, and there are a lot of APIs that you can already use, but some might not work on iOS, some might work on Android, so you need to look into that as well. Apart from that, checking the documentation would be really helpful if you are looking for more information about the API that you're planning to use, or the machine learning model. And if you're considering a machine learning model that can run on device, then MLKit is something that you can look into. There are a lot of APIs that are already there, and you can customize them and use them. But if you want to deploy some custom models, then you can go ahead with Firebase ML and deploy your custom model and use it in your apps. So yeah, there are a lot of things to consider. So a good research on the use case, having knowledge of machine learning, and looking into different platforms and APIs would be something to get started with.
Awesome. I guess
awesome.
all of our goals for 2024 should include learn machine learning, because future is AI, AI, AI. Okay, awesome.
It sure seems to be. By the way, I just want to point out that we just crossed 9 hours so far. So I don't know how many of you have been crazy enough to be on the whole time, but this is amazing, and we've still got quite a bit more to go. So that's awesome. I've got a question, kind of for I guess for both of you. I would kind of like to ask, and we'll start with Elvira. Is how did you get interested in the Flutter styling? What motivated you to come up with that and give this talk?
Yeah, so I think I didn't mention this during my introduction, but I actually have a background as a designer. I was a designer before starting my career as a software developer. So that's why I think I have this interest, and I actually like to interact with designing stuff. And I also think that for this reason, it is kind of natural for me. But also because of this, I feel like I have a sort of responsibility when it comes to communication, between my fellow engineers and the designers team, into leveraging the communication between them, because sometimes it's not the easiest thing. So I guess that's why I am interested, and also try to always look for better ways to integrate the designings, to translate the design and the stylings into code, so that it will be easier to use the stylings in the project.
That's great. And kind of I got the same question for you, Akaksha. What led you to? I mean, I know AI and ML is everywhere now, but why now for you?
Yeah, so AI, I mean, it's the future, and there are a lot of things you can do with it, especially in terms of when I started like learning about machine learning. I had the course in university like everyone else, but the real use case when you actually do some hands-on work, and that happened when I was participating in a hackathon, and I was building an app for visually impaired people. So something that's where I explored some Flutter plugins for machine learning, and I was really motivated to look into them and explore them further. There are a lot of like APIs that can be easily integrated, and depending on the use case, they come really handy. So yeah, I mean, it's nice that we have so many resources already on machine learning and AI, and if we keep on learning, we can definitely improve the user experience and build apps for the future. So yeah.
That's
Awesome.
great.
Also, before we go on to the next question, I wanted to ask, do you think we're close to the point where AI will be writing apps for us, so we don't even need to learn programming that much?
Well, not right now, but I'm not sure about the future, but at least not right now. They definitely cannot write the code for us. Uh, Even ChatGPT, like if you ask ChatGPT to write simple snippet of code, I mean, it can easily do that. But if you ask it to make an app, then that's not the thing that it can do. That's not possible for it. And maybe in couple of years, not in couple of years, maybe 20-30 years later, maybe. I don't know, the way it's going, maybe, but not right now.
That actually, I had taught a boot camp on Flutter at my alma mater, and I went to watch the it was remote, so I went to watch the my kids basically graduate and give their final presentations. And yeah, that was the question, and it was asked, I think, with fear in their eyes, saying basically, what do I think the future is with that? So for sure. And while I agree with you, it's going to be a while. I also play chess, and in chess, in the starting the mid '90s, it was still decades away, and And then all of a sudden, a couple years later, it's beating Garry Kasparov. So that's a kind of a. I mean, it's a little bit of warning there that it's going to feel like it's a long ways off. It's going to feel like it's a long ways off, and then all of a sudden, boom, it's going to be there. So that'll be interesting to see what happens there.
I guess we need to start learning prompt engineering sooner than later, just to be on the safe side.
Well, I'm going to retire at some point, so I'm hoping I can get there. I guess the benefits of being old.
Okay, so you're competing against time with AI.
Yeah, exactly. I'm Dari, do you have any more questions?
Yes, we have one more question for Elvira. So can you still handle dynamic theming at runtime with custom themes?
Yeah, you can definitely do that. So with theme extensions is more easy because with material app you can specify what theme to have on, and you can of course change the property that you pass in there at runtime. With the custom theme from the inherited widget approach, it is a bit more complex though, because you must provide the implementation for that yourself. And also the tricky part is more related to how the animation when you switch from a team to another is implemented. So with theme extensions, we saw that we have that lerp method that we can override, which allows us to provide implementation for the animation when switching themes. But for inherited widget, yeah, you need to provide the implementation for the animation yourself from scratch. So it's a bit more complicated, but definitely you can manage to do that.
Well, that's amazing. And I want to thank you both for coming on and handling a little bit of question and answer there. And thank you so much for your talks. Oh, we do have another question. I'm sorry.
Yes, we have one last question for Akansha. Sorry.
Of course, let's do that, please.
Yes. Okay, yes. So last question for Akansha is there some alternative of training or getting machine learning models for someone who has no knowledge of machine learning?
Yeah, so the easiest way to get a machine learning model is to use teachable machine that allows you to get image classification model, post detection model, speech recognition. So that's something one who has no knowledge of Flutter and wants to train a machine learning model and use it in their app. So it's the best way to get started. But yeah, if you want to look into the customized models and more complex models, another way would be to look into Kaggle and see if there are some open source models that you can use and customize. So that can also be a good alternative. Yeah.
Awesome.
Okay, that's perfect. Let me take one more. Yeah, it's perfect to pull that up. Thank you. And I'm looking here. I don't see any new questions. So I think now I can say thank you to both of you. And I greatly appreciate everything you guys do for the Flutteristas, and I always look forward to seeing you wherever I can, whether it's online, in person, or any of that. So thank you very much. And I think probably where we're heading into now, if we could pull up the sponsor slide again real quick, I think that would be good.
Thank you, girls.
Thank you again.
Thank you both.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
I think I put, that was a little bit of a surprise back there. So if we look at our sponsors, we've got Shorebird, we've got Flutter Engineering, widgets, but we've got FlutterFlow, Kodeko, who's coming up later, Widgetbook. But right now we've got Invertase, and Invertase is once again been such a good friend of the Flutteristas. They've got Flutteristas on their staff. They've got, they ran F3. They made sure that we had a healthy representation there for speaking and stuff like that. So that is pretty amazing. And so now we've got one of our Flutteristas here that happens to work there that's going to give us a little bit of a talk about Invertase.
Running the Dart around the globe. Let me introduce myself. I'm a Renuka Kelkar. I'm a developer advocate at Invertase, Google developer expert for Flutter, founder at the Tech Powerhouse community, organizer for the GDG London, and along with this, I'm a Woman Tech Maker ambassador and Flutterista. So, as I mentioned, I work at Invertase. So, Invertase is a developer tooling and integration specialist. If you know about Flutter, then you definitely know about the Invertase. Our team is working behind the monorepo. If you are using monorepo, then it's Melos, then Firebase extensions. If you are using Zap, again, then Fire. If you are using anything, this product, our team is behind that. So let's talk about the today's topic. It's deploying your Dart server application around the globe. So what is a globe? So I will take you through all the steps so you can understand what is a globe and why you need that. So as you know that, like now you can develop your front end application as well as your back end application with the Dart. So I know that when I started learning Flutter, and that time I started learning API integration and how to integrate APIs and do the push request and then pull, and then again I want to integrate the post request and all this stuff. So I always wonder that if I know backend, how to develop my own backend, that would be really great. So I can create my own application, I can play around that. So I think this is the time I can create my own backend. So I'm the happiest person on the earth right now. So see why Dart on the server is a good choice. First thing is that the same language, as I can more comfortable to work on the Dart and develop my front end application. And if that language I can use for the backend, then why not? Again, the second important thing is that Dart is a null safe and type safe language. So because of that, it reduces the error at the runtime. You won't get any surprises while doing your production deployment or anything. Like it compiles the error efficiency, and because it's a very smart and compiler efficiency, it know how to optimize your compiler. So the it build the low binary, and that's why it's having a portability. So all these points are great. The another important point is that is the growing ecosystem. As you know that, like a Flutter is growing and very fast, but but for that the community behind that is a very strong. And similarly for the Dart as well, like you can see here, like many people are experimenting with the Dart and come up with that again innovative solutions. Like you can see that right now, that Dart Edge, Dart Frog, Server Pod. So these are the people, they are using, trying and creating a new packages, new products around that. So this growing economy is really strong around that basically. So these are the some advantage, or these are the some points you can definitely use the Dart on the server side. So okay, now the I know the how I can write the backend with the Dart. What are my options, that I already know. But is that is enough for me? So say no, because I should know how to deploy my application, right? So what are the choices for me? Because I don't know anything about that. So here you can see that you can use the Dart on the edge. You can use the Dart in the cloud, which is like a traditional practice, and something else. So what is that something else? We are going to see it here. So Dart on the edge. So what are the edge functions? It's a serverless function that run on the edge networks. So I'm giving you the like a simple example. What are these edge function here? So my life before the Uber come in our picture or come in our life was different. Like when I want to plan my journey, I always think about that when I call any cab or anything, like that person come to my place to start my journey, it takes some time. Okay, so I always consider that time when I plan my journey. But now the case is completely different, because the when I click on the Uber app, right, that time I can see there are so many cars near to my location. So when I click it, so within like a 1 or 2 minutes, that person at my place, and I start my journey. So this is the same technology. In simple way I can explaining you that the edge functionality is that it runs close to your user, and because of that it decreases the latency. So again, it's a minimal or no code cold boot times versus traditional practices. And again, similar to the Dart, it's having the growing ecosystem that you can see the Cloudflare workers, Vercel Edge, Techno Deploy, or Super Base function. these are the main player in this space. So how these are the benefits when you deploy your application on the Dart edge. But there are some kind of drawbacks as well. So what are that drawbacks? Because these are the players, we have seen that, but all these players are working, they're using the JavaScript, and we want to do everything in Dart. So what's the solution for that? So you can use to Dart to JS, like you can compile your application in JavaScript, but again it will not give you all the feature what we are getting through the Dart, because it doesn't have the hot reload functionality, it is slow, it is creating a big binary, so all this stuff is coming with that. And again you can use this app, option, but again these uh, systems are they are written in the JavaScript. So whatever APIs or caching or storage or anything, whatever you want to use it, you have to add an extra layer in that. And that again the another extra thing you have to do it. So this is the option, but let's see what is the traditional option we can use it. So for that, Invertise has come up with the solution, that is a Dart Edge. So here is a link for the you can use CLI, Dart Edge CLI, or you can use the package from the popped up day. So here is a QR code. You can go and check this thing. And right now we are supporting the Dart Edge for the Vercel, then Supabase, and then Cloudflare workers. But we are there are many things in our pipeline. So you can go and check this option definitely. So the next thing is that the traditional way. So what is the traditional way? That like a you can create here you can see that it's a simple shelf application, which you can convert you have to convert it's a containerized, and then you have to start the process. So you can use the cloud build tool, which you can use, and then you can make it containerized and ship into the artifact registry. But again how you can go and ship this image to the nearest to the user. So you can use, again you can use, maybe create your own Kubernetes clusters, or you can use the Cloud Run. But let's see, I am going to select the Cloud Run. But if my application is really big, I have so many users around the world, and my application already deployed in the, let's say, in Europe. So how I can ship my application to the nearest to the user? So because we want to use the edge technology here, so how it works basically? Okay, then there is option, you can use the different providers, you can let's say copy the clone, and you can clone it for the different regions. And it's a big task, right? And you are not going to use write everything from the code itself. You can use the load balancer, which is using to manage the traffic, manage the load and everything. But hang on, I am talking for this last 5 minutes about the whole process, how you can deploy your Dart application, which is very easy because I know the Dart already. It is too many steps I have to go through, right? And I really don't know about all this stuff. If I am thinking of that to deploying this application, so I should know about the GCP or Amazon Web Server or any other technology. Again, I have to familiar with the tool as a Docker, Kubernetes, or Terraform. And it's a critical component such as like a scaling, load balancing, or SSL certification. So I think I need to understand so many things before I'm thinking of deploying this application, right? I think just knowing the Dart is not enough for me. So I was very happy at the starting, but at this position, I feel that I didn't know anything about that. And what should I do now? So if any Dart developer wants to deploy their application, how they can manage it? So let's say again, uh, Invertise has come up with a solution, and they have developed this platform. It's called the Globe. So Globe is a deployment platform for the Dart developers, where you can deploy your code without the need to think about the server and any other things. You just need to deploy it without take care of anything. So globe will take care of all the things which I have mentioned from last 5 to 10 minutes about that. Everything is just bypass. Okay, and again, because we are thinking of the edge functions and all this stuff, it helps you to reach your user with the multi-region, because it's have a multi-region availability. Again, it has so many features like a GitHub integration. So when you push your code or anything related to that, it you can get the you can upload, or you can just deploy your application to the server. It will give you the direct preview of what you have updated. Again, it will give you the custom domains to check your output. Instant rollback, which is really important feature, that once when you have put something and you think that it's not working, so you can instant roll back to your previous version. So all this stuff, all these things are the features for the globe. So let's see how it works. So whatever I'm talking right now, it's already in our documentation, so you can go and read the documentation definitely if you want to try the globe basically. So I'm just going to the documentation. So first thing is that you can use the globe CLI. So you can use the Dart pub global active global CLI command on your terminal. Then you can create the globe account. Right now we are in the private preview, so you can register with us and we will give the access. There is right now big queue. Yeah. Again, you can create a simple Dart project. You can use the shelf, or you can right now use the Dart frog as well. We are working on that. We will support many other applications. uh, then you can add the shelf package on your application. And here is the sample code, like if you are a first time trying to globe, then this is a sample code. You definitely copy paste and go through all the documentation instruction. So I'm going to give you the demo here. So because of the time availability, I have done the recording for that. So let me show that. So as I mentioned in the documentation, this is a simple shelf application. You will get the I'm going to change my Flutterista file to the main.dart, which is the endpoint for my project right now. So what code I mentioned before, that I'm just copy pasting that code here. And after that, if you can see here, I'm just adding the Dart pub and shelf, just like I mentioned before. And then I log into the globe account. So just bear with me for a few seconds. Yes. And then the next command is just like a globe deploy. That's it. It's that easy. So when I have tried this first time, and my answer is, wow, this is so easy, right? You can create a new project, or you can deploy whatever project you already created. It's your choice. Then you have to give some answer for some such questions, and then it's done. So let's go. Just wait for a few seconds. I think I am able to wait for a few seconds, because I am not going through again that 5 to 10 minute slides, right? And just learn all the learning curve, like for the to learn the GCP and all this stuff, right? I have that much patience for a few seconds, and I can deploy my application on the globe. So just wait for a few more seconds, and then I can show you what's magic for me. Like if I'm a just start developer, I don't know anything about the backend, I don't know anything about the or like this is the kind of like right now everything is related to the AI, right? Like everyone talking with the fast technology, fast thing. We did all the answers in like within a second with the chat GPT. And in that all the things, I think globe really works very fast. So see, your application is successfully deployed, and you will already got the domain as well, and you can go and check your output. Yes, it works. Okay, so this is how simple it is. And you can deploy your first application on the globe. So that is what I was just I want to share my knowledge about the globe with you guys. So thank you so much for listening to my talk, and thanks all Flutterista, and I hope you can learn from my talk. Thank you so much. If you have any questions or anything, these are my social media handles. You can reach out to me, or our Invertase team is very much active on the Twitter, LinkedIn. You can reach out to anyone from our team. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Renika, for telling us about Invertase. And we actually have a couple of things coming up here that are sponsored by and anyway, so that's awesome. So I think we've got, if we can pull up the Kahoot so people can get kind of signed up, we'll get that going, and then we're gonna so we've got a Kahoot coming up. So go ahead and get signed in now, and we will then we're gonna show you the winners that we have so far from our coding contest that we did, and then we'll come back and we'll play the Kahoot. So all right, I think we're ready now for the coding contest. Now we didn't have enough winners yet, so we're planning on actually going ahead and we're planning on we're gonna have, by the way, I guess I should say this, we're gonna have a Flutteristas extended. We had more people that were ready to talk than we actually had space for that we could fit into our 12-hour conference. So because of that, we're going to start having some Flutterista extended stuff going out. So we're actually going to extend this competition a little bit to go coincide with that. And so there's still going to be a couple of more winners of our Invertase bags. So here are the winners that we have. Okay. So and by the way, these are all in Dartpad. And look at that run.
This looks beautiful.
That is very cool. That is very cool. It's neat stuff to do. That's Geometric Euphoria by Nahel Geiselmaria. And so that's one of our winners. And if we can, so that's awesome. I don't know how long it's going to take for backstage. We got, by the way, Simon. Everybody knows Simon. Everybody loves Simon. And today he's actually backstage helping us out, letting us have a kind of our moment. Which thank you again, Simon. It is so appreciated. And anyway, so I don't know how long sometimes it's going to take him to get the next one up. So thank you. All right. And here's another cool one. And this one is African-inspired generative art by Nanga Amadine Chi. And I bet I butchered that. I'm so sorry. But I'm trying with that. And does that run, or was that running? Okay, perfect. Yes, great. Okay. And our third one is yes. Our third one is Snowflake Canvas by Ivana, who's one of our speakers. And I think that's just amazing. Look at that, generated with Flutter code in Dartpad. And now is this Flutter? This is all running in Dartpad.
This looks amazing. Right. It's so cool to see all of those creative things that people can create with just Dart and Flutter in the Dartpad. Wow.
That's right. And we have one more. We have one more here. And this one's going to be Colorful Confettis by Nicholas Goulot. Goulot or Goulot? I'm going to guess Goulot. And again, I apologize. Okay, this may not be running. Okay, then maybe that's why. Okay, that makes sense then. So Nicholas did submit, but we can't run it right now. So I'm not sure what's going on there, but I guess that's what's going on. So we plan on having two more. So those first three all get I'll get an Invertase goodie bag, and we plan on giving out two more of those. So create your art and get it in, and we'll have more details on social media, stuff like that. And yes, absolutely. And one more thing, I want to see. I look down here and see that we've now got posted in there the actual links to the code, so you can take a look at the code and run it yourself and play around with it. And this is amazing stuff. So, Coder Jedi, I love that name. Thank you, Akanksha. All right, now let's get on to our quiz. All right, we need people
All right,
signing
so I
up here.
already have 2 people.
That's right. We need more people to sign up. Come on in. I would do it, but I would also kind of be cheating because A, I know the answers, and B, I get, I don't know, about a 10-second lead on you. So I suspect I would win
Wait,
if I
I
played.
think
So I can't play.
I've seen Freya already today winning something, right? So I guess he
Oh,
wants to
absolutely,
pick up
yes.
all of the prizes.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So, all right, we're getting a couple more people in.
Okay,
Come on,
we'll get into
people.
some competition.
Yeah, we've got our game pin here. So get on over to it and let's do it. You know, my favorite Kahoot name I've seen so far was in Berlin, and it was one of our longtime Flutteristas we love is Matab, and so her husband signed in as Mr. Matab. It was pretty cool.
Yeah, that's really nice.
All right, well, I mean, people, we've got prizes with this, so I guess let's
you can get
give
some
ourselves.
goodies from Invertase, and they're usually very good, so don't miss your chance.
Yeah, so let's give maybe another one more minute to get in. I'd like to see more people, but hey, right now, hop on in. Your chances are good if you take a look at this. Your chances are good. All right, now we're getting a couple people in. That's good. All right. Maybe part of this is the 10-second delay. So from when I start talking about it, you guys see it. Yeah, I one of the things I'm thinking right here. I'm looking down there. But the pin is in the chat, so you can grab it from there. But yeah, why don't we bring up the map real quick and let's just see where everybody's coming from while we're letting people join in. And once again, the pin is in the chat if you need it. And if you take a look, we are. I mean, that is a pretty good, a significant chunk of the world. I think it looks to me like we've still got a couple places we could do better with. I don't see anybody from Australia, but other than that, pretty much all the way across. North America, South America, Hawaii. Including the Big Island there. We've got Japan. We've got Taiwan. We've got heading down there. Actually, I'm an American, so my geography's bad, but that's down in Malaysia, I'm sure. And then
Can I quickly jump in with something? I see a comment on YouTube saying I'm not ready for Flutter questions yet. So good luck, everyone. I want to say that you can try out your luck and don't know anything about Flutter and just try to quickly press the answers and maybe you can win that way anyway. So yeah,
absolutely.
Don't miss it out.
Please. Yeah.
You don't have to be an expert or anything.
So yeah, I mean, we've got lots of Europe here. I mean, this is amazing. All these places around here, Africa. I think that's a big difference maybe from last time. And I know that's the Flutter team having a Flutter forward there was amazing. So yeah, I mean, hey, my home country, we're lagging here. We need more people in. So if you want to get yourself in before the end of the conference and let us see where you are, go ahead and hop in. It's pinned at the top of the YouTube chat. So you can hop in there and do that. So why don't we hop over to the quiz now?
Let's do it.
Let's do it. I'll let Daria read the questions. And this, of course, is our Invertase sponsored quiz.
Okay, question number 1. What is Flutter? Should I read the options or?
I'll take the options. How about that? A is programming language. None of these are correct. An SDK or a CI/CD solution. And I do hope by now you guys would know that. Okay, Daria, what's the correct answer?
The correct answer is that Flutter is an SDK. And actually, I have a funny story with this because when I was preparing to do interviews for people that we were hiring in my company, and I was Googling the questions about Flutter, the first question that always popped up was, what is Flutter? So we should be asking this on the interviews, which is really interesting for people interviewing for a Flutter position.
Perfect. All right.
Okay, and which Flutter release was supported for Microsoft Windows announced?
Okay, we've got
Support for
1.5,
Microsoft Windows.
1.0, 3.13, and 2.10. I think some of us are old enough, we know this answer. We've been around Flutter long enough. But yeah, that is a good question.
Oh, yeah, the correct answer is 2.10.
All right.
Okay, true or false? Hot reload is supported by the Flutter SDK.
Right. The answers are pretty easy there, people. It's true or it's false. Or it's complicated.
Or it depends.
All right, and the correct answer is?
Obviously true.
It's obviously true.
Another true or false question. The Flutter project is open source.
And again, true or false. For the person in chat that didn't know, it's you got a 50-50 chance here. All right, I know this answer. This answer is true.
That's one of the reasons we love it so much.
It really is. It really is.
Okay, Flutter applications are developed using which programming language?
All right, our answers are C#, Dart, C++, and Objective-C.
Well, technically, it depends on how you.
I was going to say, or it's complicated. Yeah, no, it's complicated. I agree. I think everybody probably already had the right answer by then. And of course, the answer is Dart. Everybody knows that. That's awesome. But you can write parts of your Flutter programs in all of those languages for plugins. So
yeah, and not only can but also have to.
Yeah, there's times.
Okay, which platforms are stable in Flutter?
All right, our answers are iOS, Android, Web, Windows, macOS, and Linux, or iOS and Android only, or Linux only, or iOS and Android, but Web is still in alpha. All right, and again, I think everybody's got a perfect score so far. But the correct answer, of course, is all of them. That's another thing we love about Flutter.
Which is the latest version of Flutter?
4.2, 2.6, 3.13, or 1.0. And by the way, in case anybody hasn't played this yet, you do want to answer faster. But we actually caught a couple of people here. That's good. We're seeing it. Yeah. Yeah, the answer is 3.13. And actually, it's what, 3.13 maybe 8? I think.
I think it was a higher number. What is the name of Flutter's new renderer?
Okay, we've got Dart, Dash, Skia, or Impeller. And the answer is Impeller. Skia is the one that we've been using before. And so, yeah, Impeller is the new one. All right, and for our 9th question.
Okay, second last question. How is Impeller an improvement over Skia?
Impeller compiles shaders during the build process instead of at runtime. Impeller compiles shaders ahead of time. Impeller compiles shaders at runtime. And Impeller compiles shaders just in time. All right, Impeller compiles shaders during the build process instead of at runtime. This has been our trickiest question so far. Absolutely. Now, what's our last question?
And finally, the last question, last chance to win, is the Impeller runtime available for macOS as of 3.13 release?
All right, so our answers here are the team has no plans to support macOS. And yes, it's available by default. No, it's not available. It is, but you have to enable a flag to see it.
Last question.
And the answer is, wow, I would have gotten this one wrong. I thought I knew the answers. But the answer is yes, but behind a flag. So that's our quiz. And we need to, I need to figure out, so if you're one of the winners, then you need, or if you need to let us know what your code was that you had signed in with, or your unique ID, so that we can get you your prizes. So, and
Yes,
Daniel,
congratulations.
Daniel, awesome job. Makaruchi and Nehal for second and third. Way to get up on the podium. That's awesome. So, all right. So let's take a look where we are now. I was so caught up on that, I wasn't ahead of myself for the other thing. I think now we are just ready for our next talk. Who is it, Daria?
Yes, let's welcome on stage Bettina, who will tell us about UI Kit Made Easy, build your own widget package with Flutter.
Hi everyone, thanks for joining my session today. I hope you're having a great time at the Flutteristas Conference this 2023. I'm Bettina Carrizo. I'm a software engineer based in Montevideo, Uruguay. I'm a senior mobile engineer at Very Good Ventures. I'm part of the Flutteristas community, and I'm also, since this year, a Women's Maker Ambassador. And today I'm going to be showing you how you can build your own UI library on Flutter to make your widgets easier. So don't worry about getting my social handlers here. There will be also available at the end. And you can write down all the questions you have. You can send them on the chat that I will be discussing those at the end of the session as well. So let's get started. First of all, I want to share with you some personal stuff regarding programming. So this is the first example of Betty's old code. This is how I first started to approach building widgets in Flutter. So you can see this is all repeating over and over to show different icons, but with the same set of styles. And here we have a different one, but with texts this time. You can see some things change, like the style of this text is different than the style of the second one. But basically, they follow the same pattern. So this was kind of me. I brought these examples from the first Flutter project I made. And I want to discuss with you some problems I found during my Flutter journey up to this point. So the first one is I find some duplicated widgets in my app. So I wasn't able to realize they were there until I just found they were repeating. And I found it hard to know like if I was repeating code or not. Also, when you're working with designs that are just brought to you, understanding if all the designs you already created on Flutter are matching the UI kit you were provided is not so easy. You have to run the whole application and go through the flow in order to check that. And also, in the same sense, like collaborating with the design team is not really easy because, you know, they live in a Figma, let's say maybe Figma or whatever other design tool, and you live inside Flutter and maybe like VS Code or whatever, and they don't match. So designers have to maybe run the application to know how things are getting implemented, and it takes more time to them to actually validate what's been working on. and how the app is building. And also, like for oneself, creating widgets is not easy if you have to run the whole flow of the application to see how it looks on the application, right? So how it's actually looking while you're building it. And it may happen that for complex widgets, it gets more harder and harder. And if you have authentication flows or whatever flow you need to go through, it's not as easy. Then we don't always think that something will be reusable when we first start to creating something that can be componentized, because it's everything living inside our own application. We don't end up thinking, okay, I can reuse this multiple times. And with this goes hand in hand with the testing. Testing gets painful if the code is not easy and simple to consume and to use. So for this, I'm bringing a proposal to this session, which is creating a UA package that holds every reusable widget and style that our application has, and also creating a sandbox project or a gallery application to be able to look at those widgets and see how the UI of the application is being built and how it's progressing, and how everything should look when you just consume it over inside the application. So this is just a glimpse of how it's going to be looking like. You'll have a package called App UI and then a gallery application in Flutter, and we'll see most of the details afterwards. And you might be asking why, right? Can't I accomplish this same thing just by having everything over inside the lib folder? And I'm going to be showing you some benefits of this. The first one is that this, in my way of seeing, like in my point of view, it really enhances the teamwork. So it really turns easy. Same as you may already encounter when creating an API clients or repositories, that if you isolate them inside a package folder and you create packages for each of those things, it really enhances the teamwork. So you can just assign a developer work on the repository side and maybe somebody else on the API client, and they can just work completely isolated and don't create conflicts between them when they're working. So it also increases and makes better the delegation of work. Then separating the layout and the state of the application. So if you put everything inside the lib folder, you may end up with some maybe feature files or feature folders that contain a lot of code, a lot of widgets inside it, and separating them to a isolated UI package helps this to have a really easy structure on the application side. So you can see this simple layout, homepage view, nothing else. You can just build this with the widgets that are over on the app UI. Of course, you can have some other complex layout like this second example, which you can consume some widgets that are not really going to be reusable on some other places. But the idea is to keep the lib folder really simple. Also, you will have a better focus when creating the widgets. You will have everything showing up on the gallery app. You'll run the gallery app. It's easier to access the widgets you're making. You can place all the widgets, all the states of each widget in the same page, and you can see how they interact and how they behave with the data you're passing them. So you'll be also working more seamlessly with the design team, because you will have, let's say, an application or a web page that holds all the UI components you're making, the colors, the styles, everything. So the design team can just go over there or open that gallery app and check that everything looks as they expect it to be. And last but not least, you'll be able to test with this. And this is great. This is wonderful. You'll able to pass dummy data to the widgets you're creating, and they will always be there. So if you make any changes to the widget, you'll see they are working properly or not. And you can go one step ahead and implement things like golden testing. This is the example I have on the left. Basically, if you don't know what it is, you can look it up. But golden testing, what it does is It creates like a blueprint of your widget with basic sizes and colors that you're using. And then when you run the tests again after you just made some changes to the widgets, it tries to match that those widgets are looking the same way or not. And if they don't, they fail. So it's really good, and you can, as easy as it looks, you can pass the data that you want to be testing and see that everything works. So you may be wondering if there are any cons. And so far, the only one I can just let you know is it, of course, takes a little bit of extra time and organization. From my point of view, doing things right, architectural wise, always takes like extra time, extra steps, sorry. But I guarantee that you'll be able to work faster and safer than before by isolating things. So let's start with the good things. Like, let's get our feet wet with this. How can I start if my code is a mess? First of all, let's get another glimpse of how it will look at the end. As I was mentioning, this is the lib folder where your Flutter application lives. And this is the packages folder that you may have here, the API clients, the repositories, and everything. And we will now be adding the app UI package to here. And what it will contain is just some plain assets, some colors, spacing, everything related to the styles, and some common widgets. And it will also hold inside another project, will be a Flutter project, of a Flutter application that will hold the gallery app. So before jumping into the creation of this, let's just state what goes inside the app UI. Let's make it clear for you too, so you know which widgets will go over there and which will reside on the lib folder. So there are 5 rules of thumbs I want to share with you. The first is to understand if the widget you're just thinking of is reusable or not. It can be reusable directly as is, or as a children or as a child, sorry, of another widget. So you can just think of the reusability of it. Also, is this widget generic or not? And with generic, we are thinking about being agnostic of the business logic. So we don't want to have any business-related logic inside the app UI, and this is really important. If I have something that currently is specific, can I turn this into a generic one, a generic widget? Maybe I have an icon for holding the user avatar, and now it's really tight. It's called user avatar, and I don't know, it has information inside, really tied to something business related. But I can just say, okay, this is a circular image holder or whatever, a circular image widget, and you can just turn that into a generic widget to use throughout all the app. Fourth one, some widgets contain states that are only related to the widget itself, like a switch, like a checkbox, like a radio button. Those widgets can be there in the app UI and contain the state management that you are using. Maybe it's just a stateful widget, or maybe it's using block, qubit, riverpod, whatever. You can pass all them inside the app UI only if the state they handle is, it doesn't have to do with the business logic, as I was mentioning. So that is really important. So maybe you have a carousel widget that you built. That carousel widget can be generic, and all the state related to which page is currently showing, or if there is a pager showing up below that has to be enabled or disabled depending on the page. Everything that has to do with that kind of logic is going to be living in the app UI and can be handled by a state management library. And the last one is just trust on the design team. If they already provided some components that they made, like buttons, texts, or whatever, you trust them and just follow, because it will be great for them to also be looking at those widgets inside the gallery app, because they already separated them on their design tool. So that will be great to follow. So there are many ways to accomplish this. Let's get into the coding part now. I'm going to be showing the most basic things, the basic tools to be merging, like moving the code that is kind of be a mess, into something that is better, way better and organized. So the first thing will be to create the app UI package. So inside the package folder, we can use many command line tools. So you can use the Flutter command, which is the basic one. You can use the very good CLI one that, if you don't know, I'm going to be explaining a bit in the next slides. And you can also use Mason bricks, which are really powerful. I encourage you to also take a look at them. They're like the commands are really easy to use, and they will create a project straightforward. If you're really new to this and you don't want to spend much time getting to know other tools, I encourage you to go with the Flutter command or the very good CLI one. So for those who don't know Very Good Ventures, they are the top leading company, Flutter consultant worldwide. Is where I'm working right now, and they not only craft very good projects in Flutter, but they also create developer tools and resources to use in the community. So it's really good. They have a lot of tools, and one of them is the Very Good CLI, which provides a lot of starting projects. You can create packages for Flutter or for Dart. You can create Flame games. They ease the testing and getting packages when you're using, like, when you have a lot of packages inside your Flutter app. So to get the packages, the pub packages of all of them. So it's really cool. Take a look at their that site and explore them because they're really powerful. And then Mason and BrickHub. So Mason is a collection of packages that allows developer to create and consume templates that are called bricks. Basically, it's a template, a full template with code, like a full project that you can just turn into a brick. And then BrickHub is a repository which developers that created really powerful bricks just put them inside BrickHub and you can use them. So there is a UI Kit core brick that you can use to start creating the app UI package. You can take a look at this as well. Then to consume the package, what we will do is in the lib folder, add a dependency to call the app UI package we just created and pass the path, which is the packages folder and app UI. As simple as that. This will be in the pub spec YAML of the main root of the project. And we will start migrating things over. So the first thing and the easiest one I can find is to start migrating the assets, because they are like really isolated in themselves already. You may have fonts, for instance, you may have icons, you may have images, and they of course are already living outside a Dart file. So because, as I was saying, sorry for being redundant, but they are files themselves. So they're easier to find in the project and they're easy to move around. So we'll be putting them inside the app UI root in an assets folder. You can just, this can be turned into whatever architecture you like best. This is just a suggestion from my side. And what I'll be doing is putting the fonts on a fonts folder and the icons on an icons folder. And then we'll start migrating the widgets. And depending on how messy is your code, you might be doing things like synchronously. You'll start finding, okay, I have this app error widget that I want to be migrating. And inside the code you may already have for that widget, you may find, I don't know, hard-coded colors, hard-coded paddings, sizes, hard-coded text styles. So everything that is hard-coded inside a widget, we want to be putting it into their own file. And so for this, we'll be starting to create some abstract classes, for instance, and creating static constants to use. So here I migrated some colors, have the orange, purple, and everything will start to go here. Then if we find any spacing, we start to migrate the spacings here as well. There are many ways to set spacings. This is just a common structure, but you can migrate them just hard-coded, 16, 20, 30, whatever you like. And while you are migrating these styles over to their own folder and file, you start to use them and to consume them on the widgets that you are migrating. So the error view widget that I showed you before will turn those hard-coded strings or hard-coded colors and patterns over to using these ones that I am starting to migrate. Then moving over to the text styles, you can have a default one with the font family that you have, and then just change how they look with setting font sizes, colors, spacing, and everything. So all this you'll be starting to use. You'll start to set text styles as headers to some text widgets, or maybe use them in the theming. And talking about theming, you can also migrate the theme if you're already using it. So everything will start to be set into their own folder, and you'll be, I mean, it's going to be easier to go and edit them when necessary. And the last thing for this app UI package is going to be use the barrel files to export the widgets you want, the styles you want. So you can see here at the bottom right, I'm exporting colors, the colors file, spacing, the spacing file, widgets, and things. And this is going to be living in the app UI main file, so we can consume that from the lib. And then each of those other folders will also be exporting things. So this is, for instance, the image on my left is the exporting of the widgets folder. So you can take a look at how it looks. So let's move over to creating the gallery app. This is getting excited. There are many ways also to approach the creation of a gallery application. I'm going to be just showcasing some of them. The first one I'm going to be mentioning is Dashbook. Widgetbook might be most known on the Flutter community. There also, you can use Mason bricks for this, and you can make your own because Flutter is unlimited. So talking about Dashbook, this is a UI development tool for Flutter. It works for mobile and web, and it's heavily inspired in Storybook. So you can see that you can not only see the widgets, but also edit them, edit their styles. So it's really great how it looks. And you can also use the light and dark mode to see how everything changes. So it's really powerful. It was built by one of the folks here at BGV, Eric Sanardo, and some other fellows at the community. So really cool tool. You can check that out. Widgetbook is more known on the community. It's also open source. Really similar to what Dashbook was showing. It has some different tools, but the like sad part is that it only builds on web, so you cannot run it into a mobile device while you're working, let's say. But at least you can see what you are building running a Flutter web app. And it has also Widgetbooks Cloud, which is more enterprise related, but you can store your widgets in the cloud. This is a subscription, of course. Moving forward to BrickHub, you have another brick, which is called UIKit component, which allows you to create a gallery application that showcase all the widgets in the same page. This is really great. I found it really cool, and this is like way better to look at everything in the same page. So it's really cool. You should take a look as well. And there are some videos around that show how it works and how you can create the apps. So really cool. And of course, you can make your own. So this is an example of a gallery I created at work. And you can see that you can customize it the way you want. You can just show the icons. You can show colors, let's say. And if your widgets, if the packages you're using, this is really important. If the packages you're using for building your applications run well on web, so if they support web, you'll be able to, of course, also build a Flutter web, but it's really tied to the packages you're using, not really the gallery app because Flutter builds on whatever, but just take a note on that as well. So let's start making our own. This is the gallery structure in a glimpse, so you know where are we standing. This is a gallery project created, and you'll see we have some commons, some pages, and a scaffold. You can just do anything with this architecture. You can place things whenever you want. There is no static way of doing it or a standardized way of doing it, but this is just a suggestion. The first thing will be also creating the Flutter project. So we'll be now standing inside the app UI folder on the terminal, and we can use the Flutter create or the very good create. And the note here will be to set the platforms you want. So you don't want to be creating, I don't know, Windows applications. So just setting the platforms to Android, iOS, and web, if you want web, will be enough. And then for you to get a sense, it's really, all the structure is really simple. So the main application is basically a material app. It has the title, it adds the theme, and it shows a root page. Okay, this is just plain main files on Flutter. The main page, which is called root page, it has some custom list item widgets that is showing it on a list view. And you can see we're just showing the widgets, title, and the icon, and it navigates to the widgets page route, and this one to the app icons page route. So this is really simple things. Then the app icons page is just showing a grid view because I liked to be the icons to view the icons as a grid view instead of a list. And then it shows simple card with an expanded widget that shows the icon itself. I'm using a map here to match like the icon source and the name or the key. And then I just show a text which shows the name of the icon itself because I wanted to know which was the name of that icon inside my application. And for more complex examples, you can see the app widgets page here. It's not showing widgets itself, it's showing another list because I can separate my widgets into, I don't know, buttons, texts, or cards, or snack bars, or whatever. So I'm doing basically the same as I did with the root page, that I'm showing up buttons, up text fields, and I'm pointing to the route. I'm navigating to the route. So that's basically how you do it. Then you build the things. You just place the widgets on the pages and you can take a look at them. And while you're running the application, you can just hot reload whenever possible, and otherwise you just refresh your whole application and you can see the updates you made. So you remember the Betty's old code example at the beginning. I want to be showing you one of the approaches you can take with using the app UI package and the gallery one. So I can consume this app icon as a generic one and just pass the icons, the icon source I want, and it will be building the same thing every time. So this is, I mean, of course you can call this making the widget generic and componentizing it. We're doing this in the app UI package. And then the second example I made with the texts, you can turn this into, for example, this one. So this is all the container, the column, and it has an app text with a name constructor called caption, which this sets the style of the app text, and just pass the title and if it's center or not center. This can be, I mean, you can approach this whatever way, but the idea is to focus on how we are reusing our code and we are just abstracting it from the outside. So this is basically something I can be building not only on the gallery app, of course, but on the app itself, so the lib folder. I'm going to be showing you some quick tips at the end. This is how you can store your app UI in GitHub in case you want to be using it on multiple applications, which is really cool. You can point to a dependency with a tag called git, and you can say, okay, this is the URL of my repo, this is the path or the folder structure I'm taking over to the app UI package. And also you can reference branches. So it's great for not losing the track there. But if you're afraid of messing things up when you just push something to that branch, you can also use references by tag, which allows you to be more safe on that matter. So this is great thing to know, that you can reference packages on your own private GitHubs. So let's recap before wrapping up. We talked about current problems I found when approaching the widgets, like building new widgets on the applications, and I show you my old code, the old me. We've seen benefits on the UI isolation, how it can improve our day-to-day work. Also, which widgets will go on the app UI package. We refreshed that with the 5 rule of thumbs. We started to create the app UI package and migrate the styles over there. And we also saw the approaches on creating a gallery app, and we made our own using Flutter. And also, I just mentioned about storing the app UI in GitHub, which is a great thing to know if you are building multiple applications with the same base style. And before wrapping up, just 3 quick things to note that I would like for you to take is that the app UI and the gallery are not static. So you will be updating them, and it's ideal that you update them when you have new widgets, when you have to update the current design. If your app was not responsive and you turn it into responsive, adding the breakpoints for the layout. And also if it wasn't supporting the light and dark mode, you can just add that as well on the theming. So this is a living package, and it should be also a living app, the gallery. So it helps the designers also understand how things can, if they change a color, how everything will change if that color changes, or if that space changes, everything. So it's really good, and you should know that this is should be updated. Then work with the designers, decrease that bridge, that gap that we have between devs and designers. This is really important to start implementing in development cycles when possible. It really makes it easy to communicate with them. And like embrace the ability to have those widgets being isolated to implement testing. So create widget test, create golden test, anything. And that's all. Thanks for watching. I hope you have learned new stuff with me, and hope you keep enjoying this Flutter conference. I'm open for questions if you have. Here are my social handlers, so you can reach me out there. And if you have no questions right now, but you maybe, I don't know, find something you want to be asking me afterwards, you can reach me out, of course. I'm open to talking with you. And I hope you keep enjoying this. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Bettina, for this detailed and very insightful talk. So
that was definitely amazing. And here's something else that's exciting. I mean, we are well over 10 hours now of presenting our conference. We've still got a little bit more to go. And so, this is, we internally just kind of split it into 6 parts. So this is the, we have completed our first 5 parts. And so we're going to take a quick break. And when we come back, it's going to be, Steph is going to be taking back over as host. And it's going to take us all the way to the finish line. So thank you all so much. And, be quick about it, but go, refill your drinks, take whatever precautions you need to get through another hour and 40 minutes, and let's do it.
Hi, everybody. Glad to be back. I'd like to welcome my new co-host, Rona. Thank you so much. And I'm so excited that you are here. Rona and I met about 4 years ago at Flutter Interact, and that was so awesome. We hit it off really well, stayed in touch. And I just am so happy that you could be here with me.
Thanks. Glad to
So
be here.
next,
Yeah, we were actually roommates.
yes, we were. It was, I'll tell you, it was pretty weird at first, like booking an Airbnb with somebody I didn't know. And that Airbnb was really cool,
It was
but we don't
awesome.
want to digress.
No.
That was very cool. No, we don't want to digress right now. Okay, so next we have Isla Liu, who's going to be speaking on Learn by Doing, How Flutter Kids is Building Tomorrow's Leaders. You have to watch this. It's just amazing. Yeah, just
stick around.
I'm so excited to see this. Stick around for it. It's really excited. Okay, take it away.
Dear fellow Flutteristas, thank you for inviting me to join your community. My name is Isla Liu. I'm the CEO of Weal School, a kid-led learning community that my sister and I started during the pandemic, where students learn by doing real things to prepare for the real world. Joining your community has been an ambition of mine since you first met my sister Sume during the global pandemic on May 26, 2021. Sume woke me up excitedly and showed me a tweet by Tim Sneath, the former director of Google's Flutter project. It read, "I watched some of Sume's Flutter class over the weekend and was indeed blown away. Amazing." Later that week, I got to meet Stephanie Patterson. She generously spent 2 hours talking to Sume and I about Weal School, where we had been teaching many things including Flutter. Stephanie volunteered to help Sume grow her YouTube channel, just as she'd volunteered to help me present my speech today. A month later, Sume shared her vision for growing the next generation of Flutteristas. She called it Flutter Kids, a global community of kids building apps inspired by their strengths, interests, and passions. She was 11 years old at the time, the same age I am today. The story of how my sister joined the Flutteristas is a testament to how technology has changed the way we learn, grow, and create. She did not have a degree. She did not have any professional connections. She did not even go to school. But she did have a digital resume of novel and useful projects. By using her knowledge to create value, she demonstrated competence in a way that was more powerful than a degree or even a letter of recommendation. That is what we do at Weal School. We don't do homework. We don't take tests. We learn by doing real things to prepare for the real world. Flutter Kids is more than just a class. It is part of an education revolution that is happening right now. A revolution that is empowering kids and adults to take control of their education and their future. To help share my vision, I will share 5 stories, each demonstrating a principle of learning we use for all our classes at Weal School. 1. Teach to problems, not tools. 2. No grades, iterate and improve. 3. Share and learn with others. 4. Build on strengths, interests, and passions. 5. Teaching is a great way to learn. Together, these 5 principles create a foundation for an entirely new philosophy for learning. Where does curiosity come from? Such a fundamental question is rarely asked, but the answer is key to unlocking each child's natural motivation to learn. That answer is our first principle: teach to problems, not tools. When the pandemic hit, my sister and I had the freedom to explore. We watched a lot of TED Talks, read interesting articles, designed products for our 3D printer, made comedy videos, and wrote about things we found interesting. One day, my sister showed me a video titled "The Regrets of the Dying," what terminally ill patients wish they had done differently in their life. The topic grabbed my attention immediately, so I watched it multiple times. There were patterns and regrets. For example, many people say they wish they had the courage to live a life true to themselves instead of focusing so much on living up to other people's expectations. Curiosity to learn about the regrets of the dying came naturally to me. Why? Because it helped me solve a problem in my own life. So I wrote a project about it to share with Weal School. A year later, Dr. Brandon Bergman, a Harvard medical professor, found my project and asked if he could talk to me about it as a guest speaker at Weal School. Other schools try to teach kids a lot of skills like writing. But if these skills are not used to solve real problems, then kids won't understand their purpose. It is like teaching someone about hammers without ever using them to hit a nail. That is why every Flutter kid at Weal School begins their journey by brainstorming cool ideas for apps. We help them come up with a project, something they want to create, so they know why they are learning. What happens to all the work kids do in school? For years, kids do homework in order to get grades. Once graded, the work they did has no value, so they throw it all away. There's a better way, and that's principle number 2. No grades, iterate, and improve. One of our first projects was called Principles of Learning. To discover these principles, my sister and I had to learn a lot about the science of education. There was so much out there. We could spend the rest of our lives learning more about it. What grade would we have gotten for this project if we had been in school? What if we had gotten an A? What would that even mean? If we had gotten 100%, would that mean we had perfectly communicated the fundamental principles of learning? Of course not. That is why we have continued to iterate and improve on these principles over and over up to this very day as I share them with you. Grades imply that there is a limit to how good something can be, and that there is no second chance to make it better. In contrast, the principle iterate and improve reflects how value is created in the real world. Why are the Flutteristas sharing together as a community? Because we are stronger together. That is the power of principle number 3. Share and learn with others. Weal School builds communities for kids who share and learn together. Each week, they come together to present their projects, in effect, becoming teachers to their peers. This is the process that rapidly helps children build a strong sense of confidence. Why? Because they know they are doing something valuable and meaningful, all contributing to their learning community. Everyone is a student and a teacher, growing from each member's strengths. That brings me to the 4th principle: build on strengths, interests, and passions. When Sume started Flutter Kids, she was teaching more than a dozen kids simultaneously, despite her students all being different ages and experience levels. How? By motivating them through projects built around their strengths, interests, and passions. Once motivated, all Sume had to do was organize resources to help them build their apps. Some of these resources she made herself, but a lot of them she found on YouTube, GitHub, Medium, or projects on Weal app. This saved her a lot of time and made it easy to personalize each student's learning experience. Everyone had project plans tailored to them. Everyone could make progress at their own pace whenever they wanted. The result was amazing. We all worked really hard, sometimes on weekends, sometimes even on holidays. No one needed to tell us what to do. We were all motivated because our learning experience was built around us. You can watch some of Sume's Flutter kids share their apps on YouTube. A few parents gave them permission. We published our presentation on May 15th, 2021. I had just turned 9 years old and had 3 apps to share, including an art museum inspired by my favorite artwork, my first Flutter game, Tic-Tac-Toe, and a tool to help kids build their own pictures. Building an app is hard, but it doesn't feel hard in a class built just for you. That is the power on building on strengths, interests, and passions. The last principle I will share with you all today is that teaching is a great way to learn. Last year, I gave a lecture at a university on fixed versus variable costs. The funny thing was, I didn't know either of these terms 2 hours before giving the talk. The professor had learned from our YouTube channel that I was running a company called Weal, so he invited me to share how I applied economics to my business. What he didn't know is that I was actually starting a new business called Blend and Mix because I was tired of making Weal wands. Weal wands was a very simple business. Using a glue gun and paint, I turned chopsticks into magical wands in 30 minutes for $30 a piece. That's $60 an hour. Blend and Mix is a Flutter app that allows users to create their perfect smoothie. My plan was to partner with kids at Weal School to make smoothies for our neighbors using my app for 10% of the revenue. So there we were driving to the university, Sume by my side explaining the terms fixed versus variable costs. As we were pulling into the driveway, I was still piecing it all together. Weal wands was a variable cost business. Each wand cost me more time and money. In contrast, Blend and Mix was a fixed cost business, mostly the time up front to build the app. I was nervous as I walked into the auditorium filled with over 100 college students, but I was also confident because I'd been teaching and giving presentations every week since the pandemic began. So I walked up to the podium, pulled the microphone down, and asked a simple question. What type of business would you rather build? Then I explained my dilemma. Should I continue focusing on Weal wands, a company that already made money but required me to work for every dime, or build Blend and Mix, an app that, if successful, could scale and make money without much additional work at all? My presentation then switched to more of a discussion, with me fielding questions and comments from students. Towards the end, I concluded that pursuing software solutions like Blend and Mix had more potential, especially for me, given my young age. I have a lot more time to fail, so I might as well aim high, I concluded. After my presentation, one of the college students yelled out, "Can you take my economics test for me?" She was obviously joking. I never took an economics test or class, but I knew that my presentation had been a success. My audience understood what I had been trying to teach them. They also understood that I was able to articulate to them in a way that was simple and easy to comprehend. That is why teaching is such a powerful principle of learning. It forces you to really think deeply and really internalize knowledge. That is why every student at Weal School is also a teacher. The last Flutter Kids class was in September of 2022, just before my house caught fire. My family woke up in the middle of the night. There was already smoke around us. We ran out just a few seconds before the flames reached the stairs to our beds. The only thing I saved was my stuffed bear. Everything I owned was gone. That was the first time Weal School had ever been closed since the start of the pandemic. It was a very traumatic experience, one that no one ever hopes to go through. But losing everything created an opportunity to reimagine ourselves, our future, and what we hope to achieve. Until then, Sume and I had been running Weal School all by ourselves. But why? Why not use Weal app to support a global school of classrooms led by anyone that supports our mission and the power of a passion-led, personalized education? How many more Flutter kids could we help to learn, grow, and create? Dear Flutteristas, I invite you to join us as we relaunch Flutter Kids 2.0. now one of the many classrooms in our global school. You can teach what you want, how you want, and when you want. You can charge what you want and serve whom you want. You can use whatever materials you want and even showcase your own apps and tutorials you create. Join the education revolution, and together we can empower kids everywhere to use the magic of software to build solutions that scale.
Thank you, Isla. That was so awesome. You inspire me. I wish when I was your age, I was that brave. So amazing. Did an amazing job.
Yes, excellent.
Next we have Isla's older sister, Sume Liu, who's going to be speaking on personalized apps for the personalized economy. I want to give a content warning. The presentation mentions subjects that may be triggering to some, including suicide, self-harm, and gun violence.
Please welcome Sume.
Hi, I'm Sume, and today I will be presenting From Consumers to Creators, the story of Weal app. During the global pandemic of 2020, in the bustling city of Nagpur, India, there lived a 13-year-old boy named Abhinav with an extraordinary dream: to build amazing Flutter apps to share with the world. His dream brought him to Weal app, where we helped him become the primary breadwinner for his family. Abhinav is one of many innovators I am grateful to have in our global community. A community where kids and adults are empowered to personalize their path to success, leveraging their strengths, interests, and passions. A community for creators. Technology has forever changed how we can learn, grow, and create. The Flutteristas are a testament to this change. A global community with no shared genetics or geography, joined only by shared values and a passion for digital creation, building apps and other digitally shareable projects to anyone in the world with an internet connection. Digital tools, social media platforms, and artificial intelligence have revolutionized how humans can connect and collaborate. But the possibilities for a better tomorrow are far from realized. Social media, all too often, magnifies hate and misinformation, choosing deeper divides over creative communities, choosing content to consume and cast away over creative solutions and truly valuable projects. Nearly every post, tweet, and video created each day is never viewed again. Nearly every connection, follower, and friend is eventually found to be serving some ulterior motive. Our world has never been more connected, but the result has been communities never more divided. School shootings, depression, self-harm, and loneliness have all been rising since the year I was born 14 years ago, a time when many believed in a brighter future for kids like me. Today, I wish to share my journey with you, a journey that began by helping other young girls learn to leverage technology, a journey that I hope you will see as our journey together in our community. I was 8 years old when I first heard the word suicide while listening to a podcast with Professor Jonathan Haidt. He explained that more and more kids were hurting themselves, especially young girls. This tragic trend began around the year I was born in 2009. Self-harm rates for girls just a few years older than me tripled by the time I was 6 years old. What happened 14 years ago? No one knows for sure, but Professor Haidt laid the blame on social media. How could an app cause such harm? Why had I not learned about this at school? It didn't occur to me 6 years ago that such questions were not normal for an 8-year-old. I didn't know what normal was. What I did know back then, and believe strongly to this day, is that such a tragic problem is anything but normal. It needs to be solved. Today, young girls are in a tech-enabled world fighting an uphill battle against stereotypes and our own inner demons, telling us who we should be, how we should look, and what others expect us to say and do. Now, at age 14, I can see the problem more clearly, a problem that extends well beyond just young girls, a problem with causes magnified by technologies designed to hijack emotions to sell ads and fake relationships. Innovators turn problems into opportunities to make the world better. And that is why I built Weal app. What do you tell kids who want to change the world? Someday, I hope to have kids of my own. When they share their dreams, I want to look them in the eye and tell them, I believe in you. Looking back, I must admit that I didn't know how hard my journey would be. If I had known, I may never have tried. To innovate, to solve big problems in the real world, is the hardest path we can take. When I told my parents that I wanted to help save girls from social media, they listened. They didn't pat me on the head while filling it with false hopes that I can be anything. They didn't crush my passion by projecting their own opinions about what I should do. They told me the truth. One truth my parents told me is that if I wanted to solve such a challenging problem, I would need to learn. A lot. Not just about how to build apps, but about everything. Like a doctor diagnosing a problem before writing a prescription for the cure. I started reading. A lot. By leading minds in app building and technology, like Paul Graham and Naval Ravikant. I started writing. A lot. About everything I was learning so I could structure my thinking and not forget. My learning was purposeful, a concept I call learn by doing. I applied my knowledge in real time, even if only to write and teach to my friends and family. Learn with intention. Learn to create value. Teaching is a great way to learn, so I started Code Academy, a $10 an hour tutoring service for friends. Money was not the main goal. Teaching helped me learn faster. Running a business also gave me real-world work experience outside the structured environment of my elementary school. With the support of my parents, I also got my first smartphone and created my first social media accounts. Not to consume content, but to create. I was acutely aware of how these platforms had been designed. Not with the goal of helping people, but instead to maximize engagement. I had also witnessed my own friends change into very different people when engaging digitally. While in person, my friends were all kind and considerate, but the first time we engaged in a digital group chat, many became jealous and mean. Sometimes they would message mean things about each other to me, as if trying to win a popularity contest. At the time, this was very confusing. Nothing like that had ever happened before. The year was 2018. I was still just another kid in school. But more and more, I felt like I was on the outside, looking in, at a world full of young people, unaware and unprepared for what was coming. A year of running Code Academy gave me enough confidence to try and build my first app. So my sister and I spent the summer of 2019 learning Flutter. That's when I first told Isla about the struggle I saw with girls at school that were only just a bit older than she was. It was the first time Isla had ever heard of anyone wanting to hurt themselves. When she asked why, I said, well, no one knows for sure, but some people think apps like Instagram are unhealthy for girls. So she said, well, maybe we should build the Girls' Health app. That is how the Girls' Health app was born, the first iteration of Weal app, the solution I'm still building to this day. Our solution was simple, or so we thought. We wanted to create an alternative to Instagram that helped girls to connect and build relationships around healthy interests. We were excited, ready to launch, but summer had ended, so we went back to school. I didn't know it then, but that year would be my last. 9 months later, the pandemic hit, and my life would change forever. The pandemic gave many kids freedom for the first time in their lives. Schools provide structure. Everyone knows what to do. But schools don't help kids learn how to take responsibility for their lives. My sister and I had learned how to learn the previous summer building the Girls' Health app. We decided our own schedule, we made our own food, we had a meaningful project that gave us motivation to learn. So when the pandemic hit, we didn't waste any time. We got right to work, building our own school. We called it Weal School, a kid-led learning community where we create projects to share with each other. I made a Slack group and invited all of our friends to come join. I made a website where we shared all of our projects. Every Monday, we met over Zoom to brainstorm ideas. Every Friday, we shared our creations with each other. 2 months later, my sister and I were interviewed by a company called GoGuardian to share how we had created a virtual school without grades, homework, or tests. I was a little nervous, but excited to share how we created a school personalized to each student's interests, where kids were motivated by curiosity instead of fear of failure. Fast forward to today, and we've helped create over 2,000 projects from over 500 students in more than 20 countries. Every day, kids and adults use Weal app to personalize their learning experience, creating novel and useful projects on everything you can imagine, including essays, stories, clubs, classes, videos, games, apps, and small businesses across our global school. When I had first met the Flutteristas over 2 years ago, I had just started building Weal app. I had only just begun my journey as an innovator, learning to leverage the power of technology to help solve a real-world problem. I didn't know how hard it would be. If I had known, I don't know if I would have had the courage to keep going. But I do know that I could never have done it alone. I also know that by channeling my strengths, interests, and passions to innovate, to create something novel and useful for the world, I unlocked something powerful deep within myself. We all have this power if we have the courage to try, to overcome our fear of failure, to overcome rejection, to reflect on what makes us uniquely beautiful and use that strength to make the world a better place. No one knows for certain why children are suffering, why the rise in social media triggered a parallel rise in suicides, self-harm, and school shootings, tragedies of such an epic proportion that many seem to have given up hope. But I can share what my journey building Weal app has taught me, and what I feel is true in my heart. The year I was born marked the beginning of a world connected. Platforms like Facebook grew from obscurity to near universal adoption. Many more would follow, each with their own unique twist on content creation. For Twitter, it was 140 characters. For Instagram, it was photos. But they all had the same business model: maximize engagement to sell ads. The goal of these platforms was never to create novel and useful content, lasting, authentic relationships, or healthy communities built on shared values and principles. It should therefore be no surprise that these platforms tend to create cheap content and users that are more likely to feel depressed. Weal app will never have ads. We win only by helping our members personalize their path to success, generating revenue from novel and useful projects born from their strengths, interests, and passions. Projects that can be anything from a fictional story to an app scaling a solution. Who are you? What is your passion? How do you want to change the world? My sister and I have been asking kids these questions since the beginning of the pandemic over 3 years ago. Now I am asking you, my fellow Flutteristas, to share your dreams with me too. Where do you hope your journey will take you? Share your direction with us and we can help you build the solution. Weal app can support any business, career, school, community, and content you wish to create, personalized solutions to each unique person. Dying are the days when humans had to live like machines, suppressing their individuality to find success in the industrial age. You can now learn just about anything for free and demonstrate competence to anyone in the world. Together, we have the power to set a new trend, one that brings young people hope over fear for their future. A future where technology helps us face our inner demons by helping us discover who we can be. Fellow Flutteristas, we have an opportunity to lead by example for young girls everywhere. How to create our own journey with courage, confidence, and curiosity. Together, we can help change the world for the better. Stronger together in our community.
Wow.
Wow is right. Yeah, great talk.
Yeah, great talk.
They're doing amazing things over there at Weal.
They are totally doing amazing things. And I sit here and I think about what I was doing at 11 and 14.
Wasn't
And
that?
yeah.
I was a troublemaker
Well, okay,
at 14,
granted,
especially.
I'm old. When I was 11 and 14, we didn't have YouTube. We didn't have Instagram. We didn't have the internet. So,
Thank God for that, if you
anyway,
ask
okay.
me.
Yes. Okay. Who's up next?
Up next, we have Nicole Manson. She's our last speaker, and she's coming to us from one of my favorite places on earth, Kauai, Hawaii. And she's going to be talking to us about bridging technology and wellness with a case study of Kupu Kupu Kamali'i, a culturally resonant scheduling and mindfulness app for Native Hawaiian youth. So we're going to welcome Nicole, and we're going to see in her talk if I said that right. Crossing my fingers.
Aloha. Thank you for joining me for my talk, Bridging Technology and Wellness, a case study of Kupu Kupu Kamali'i, a culturally resonant scheduling and mindfulness app for Native Hawaiian youth. I'd like to start by telling you a little bit about myself, Liliuokalani Trust, and the story and motivations behind Kupu Kupu Kamali'i. I'm Nicole. By day, I serve as the VP of Mobile Engineering at Nervelli, but by night, I'm a human at Flutter for Humans, a YouTube channel where we are setting out to demystify Flutter widget by widget through imaginative exploration and creative play. While I'm not directly a part of Liliuokalani Trust, I had the incredible privilege to collaborate with them on a project that sought to blend technology with the cultural significance for the betterment of Hawaiian youth. Liliuokalani Trust, established in 1909, is a foundation dedicated to the well-being of orphan and destitute children, with a special focus on Native Hawaiians. They serve thousands of kamali'i through both direct services and collaborations with community partners. This organization is driven by a mission to provide opportunities for Hawaiian children to realize their utmost potential. They aim to see these children live healthy, joyful, and prosperous lives, making positive contributions to their families, communities, and the world at large. Before delving deeper into the solution we've developed, it's crucial to understand why it's necessary in the first place. Let's take a moment to highlight the story of Native Hawaiian youth. Many statistics showcase the extent of the challenges faced by Native Hawaiian youth. They are overrepresented in the juvenile justice system. They experience high dropout rates, wherein 1 in 6 students don't make it to graduation, and many even face homelessness or the uncertainty of foster care. In understanding the challenges faced by Native Hawaiian youth, it's critical to consider some telling statistics. Even though Native Hawaiian and Pacific Islander students make up just 29% of the student population, they unfortunately face a staggering 56% of all law enforcement referrals and nearly half of all suspensions. Further emphasizing this disparity, when we look at the judicial proceedings, Native Hawaiian juveniles faced a petition rate of 43% after arrest. This is markedly higher compared to their white, Filipino, Japanese, and Chinese peers, which ranged from 9 to 23%. Concerning confinement, 3% of arrested Native Hawaiians ended up in the Hawaii Youth Correctional Facility. This rate is the highest among all major ethnicities in Hawaii. In the realm of foster care, Native Hawaiian children represent a concerning disproportion, accounting for nearly half, 45%, of all children in the system. Turning our attention to Oahu and its youth homelessness crisis, a staggering 79% of homeless children accompanied by families are Native Hawaiian. Furthermore, when we look at unsheltered, unaccompanied youth, 47% are Native Hawaiian. This rate is significantly higher than their 30% representation in the general youth population. These statistics underscore deep-rooted issues affecting the Native Hawaiian community, further emphasizing the urgent need for supportive interventions. To fully grasp the depth of these challenges, I recommend exploring two pivotal resources that provide invaluable insights. Liliuokalani Trust offers an extensive section on research and evaluation, and Kamehameha Schools has a dedicated research section on their website. The main takeaway from all this? Native Hawaiian youth desperately need a support system that caters to their unique experiences. This is where the importance of a culturally grounded framework comes in versus a Western deficit-based framework. A culturally grounded framework resonates with their identity, provides a sense of belonging, and has a foundation built on their values and traditions. In contrast, a Western deficit-based framework focuses primarily on what's lacking without recognizing the inherent strengths and capabilities they bring to the table. Our goal? To build an app that is more than just a tool, an app that understands and honors their history, their struggles, and their dreams. Kupu Kupu Kamali'i is Liliuokalani Trust's innovative well-being app for youth. At its heart are balance and insight. Engage in wellness activities while observing your emotions for a holistic life balance. Seamless task management. An intuitive calendar and habit tracker ensure tasks roll over so nothing's overlooked. Reflect and personalize. Chronicle your journey with guided prompts embellished with unique mo'o emojis. Hawaiian-rooted well-being. Take assessments, tap into resources, and find your ho'opono, all grounded in rich traditions. Originally crafted for Native Hawaiian youth, the app's foundational principles resonate universally. All young individuals, irrespective of their background, can benefit from this culturally rich framework, embracing a holistic approach to well-being. Kupu Kupu Kamali'i is available for everyone, free to download and use on Android and iOS. Laying the foundations. As we all remember, in the year 2020, the world found itself amidst an unprecedented pandemic. Everyone faced unique challenges, but in this storm, our youth particularly felt the turbulence. Isolation from friends, the complex switch to virtual schooling, and the unsettling global atmosphere weighed on them. For Native Hawaiian youth, a historically disenfranchised group, these challenges were multiplied. Their well-being and the continued deep connection to their culture became a priority. During that period, our homes were filled with a persistent buzz of mobile notifications. The youth were ever engaged in the digital realm. It became evident the digital space was their refuge. This led to a realization. Why not leverage this digital engagement? Why not meet them where they are and offer a platform that ensures their well-being and gives them access to the profound resources and support from their culture? From this thought, the Kupu Kupu Kamali'i app was born, a sanctuary of mindfulness and well-being, firmly rooted in the Native Hawaiian worldview. Today, I'll share the journey of how, by embracing collaboration and navigating the ambiguity and always prioritizing our youth, we brought to life a vision that now stands as a tangible, impactful, and cohesive digital solution. In the quest to support Native Hawaiian youth, it's pivotal to recognize their distinct needs and to be deeply in tune with their feedback. Before starting our design process, we held focus groups that shed light on a few key observations, which in turn shaped our app's development. First, there was a striking digital divide. Many Native Hawaiian youth struggled with limited internet access, with homes often sharing a single device. This realization prompted a major decision for our app to function seamlessly offline and be compatible across various platforms. Moving to the core, one powerful theme resonated: the Hawaiian practice of kilo. Kilo is a profound cultural practice that teaches the youth to observe their internal and external weather, fostering a robust sense of identity. Given the historical deficit messaging around their culture, reconnecting with such practices is not just an act of remembrance, but a way to build self-worth and resilience. Last, the Kamali'i expressed a desire for meaningful content. Our youth craved depth. They aspired for an app that wasn't frivolous, but one that echoed the legacy of Queen Liliuokalani and the rich tapestry of their heritage. Their feedback became instrumental, directing features and the text, audio, and video resources we incorporated. Navigating the development voyage. Our journey to craft the ideal solution saw an orchestra of diverse voices come together. From youth development specialists and cultural practitioners to social workers and our esteemed kupuna, every facet of our organization brought its wisdom to the table. Our kupuna, guardians of Hawaiian tradition, emphasized equity and access. Their message was clear and resonant. Prioritize our youth. This became our North Star, especially when our staff, buoyed by their excitement, envisioned the many ways the app could enhance their workflows and services. Diverse ideas were floated. Family task managers with reward systems, a unique social media platform for Native Hawaiian youth, immersive VR experiences celebrating Hawaiian culture, and even an Apple TV app and a voice-enabled chatbot echoing Queen Liliuokalani's wisdom. But among these innovative ideas, we made sure our youth weren't just another voice. They were the centerpiece of our discussions. Their insights shaped the app as they actively participated in beta tests, feedback sessions, and even engaged in in-app scavenger hunts. At the heart of this initiative, symbolizing endemic resilience and commitment, was the mo'o, our chosen guardian for the app, embodying the enduring spirit of Native Hawaiian resilience. As we delved deeper into the app's creation, we found ourselves navigating a sea of technological challenges. Imagine having to shift our database from Firebase to Hive midway, turning what could have been a setback into a unique privacy feature. Moreover, the tens of videos that we had to package within the app rather than streaming them, and ensuring compatibility with older operating systems, tested our adaptability. In our quest for meaningful features, the idea of journaling presented itself as a contentious point. Some questioned its value, noting that the youth might as well stick to their phone's notes apps. But here's where our guiding principle shines. Drawing inspiration from a kilo journal developed by Liliuokalani Trust and blending it with the rich tapestry of Native Hawaiian culture, we transformed journaling into an engaging Mad Lib-style activity with mo'omoji, our indigenous emojis. Yet what truly sets our app apart is its rootedness in Native Hawaiian values and our commitment to prioritizing youth voices. We leaned heavily on cultural experts, incorporating a well-being framework that goes beyond the superficial. It emphasizes connections to the land, spirituality, and other dimensions crucial to Native Hawaiian youth. The framework not only informs but also acts, guiding youth to resources based on their personal assessment results. And let's not forget the technological backbone, Flutter. Its flexibility allowed us to reshape the app's design, integrate features, and refine the experience, all with a nimble team of just 2 developer designers. The adaptability of Flutter mirrored our own journey, continuously evolving while staying rooted in our core principles. In essence, crafting Kupu Kupu Kamali'i was more than just app development. It was a harmonious blend of tradition and technology, always with the Kamali'i at heart. Building Kupu Kupu Kamali'i wasn't without its challenges. The first version of our app took inspiration from Animal Crossing, believing that a kid-friendly approach would resonate. We found ourselves in a cycle, letting UX/UI design drive our feature development and thus engineering features to match a gamified design. As teams poured in their creative energy, we realized the need for clarity. To achieve this, we conceptualized our features as ladders. Each ladder symbolized a distinct feature, evolving in complexity as you ascended. This not only allowed our stakeholders to envision the growth trajectory of their ideas, but also fostered a sense of ownership, understanding that not every feature can be at the pinnacle, but that all valuable inputs have their space. Realization struck. We needed a design that didn't just follow a trend, but truly represented our mission. The outcome? A design that feels futuristic and cutting edge, yet deeply rooted in Hawaiian traditions. Our aim was simple: create an app that the youth would find captivating, all while ensuring the features we developed genuinely met their needs. Youth at the heart. True collaboration doesn't stop at brainstorming. It continues through every step of creation and evolution. With Kupu Kupu Kamali'i, our journey became a shared experience with the youth we aim to serve. Through a blend of surveys, direct interviews, app analytics, and hands-on sessions, we placed the youth at the heart of our feedback loop. This wasn't just a token gesture. Their insights were crucial in shaping the app's features. Take, for instance, the inclusion of the mo'o mascot animation, reciting affirmations rooted in Native Hawaiian practices. This idea emerged from a youth's passionate collaboration with a youth coach. Requests for an enriched calendar brought us to integrate intricate moon phase explanations and commemorate Hawaiian cultural days of significance. As designers and developers, it's easy to get lost in our vision. We believed in our mission, yet we had underlying apprehensions about the app's reception. The youth's feedback was not just validation, it mirrored the very essence we strived for: providing reassurance that our efforts resonated genuinely. Our feedback sessions varied. For our older participants, it involved deeper dives over extended periods, while younger ones were more instantaneous explorations. Looking ahead, we're excited about the app's evolution. Our commitment to climbing those feature ladders remains steadfast. The prospect of revisiting some ambitious features like the Queen Liliuokalani chatbot entices us, especially given the dynamic and ever-evolving Flutter landscape. In the end, co-creation isn't just about making an app for the youth, it's about crafting it with them, ensuring that every update echoes their voice and vision. Throughout our journey with Kupu Kupu Kamali'i, there's one thing we've learned above all else. Embracing collaboration and ambiguity, guided by the principle of putting youth first, can transform a nebulous vision into a tangible, impactful, and cohesive digital solution. This wasn't just the creation of an app, but the forging of a bond, a partnership between technology and tradition, past and future, developer and user. This bond reminds us every day why we started on this path, to uplift and empower our youth. As we look to the future, our vision remains clear. We see a world where Kupu Kupu Kamali'i continues to evolve, driven by the voices and aspirations of our youth. There are so many more stories to be told, lessons to be shared, and connections to be made. And while the tech space is ever-changing, our dedication to putting our youth first will always remain constant. We began with a dream, fueled by passion and collaboration, but dreams are only the beginning. Now we invite you, our audience, to join us on this journey. Let's co-create, co-innovate, and together make a lasting impact on the lives of our youth. I'd like to leave you with a quote from our queen. Listen to the voices of our youth, for they are the future leaders of Hawaii. Thank you for joining me today. I invite you to contact me via email and ask you to subscribe to Flutter for Humans if design-centered app development piques your curiosity. Mahalo.
That's so cool. Great way to end the presentations. Now we're going to have some Q&A, and Rona and I are going to be joined by Sume, Isla, Nicole, and Bettina. And if you have questions, please post them and put a Q in front of them. Hi, everybody.
Hi.
Hello. Hello.
So great to be here.
Nice to see you
Okay.
all. Great talks.
Yes.
The last Q&A session, wrapping it up on a high note. I love it.
Yes. So let's see. Questions.
We do have
we
a
will
few
have
activities. Yep, sorry. We've got a few activities after this, but first we're going to pick your brains. Do we have any questions coming in from YouTube?
Yes. I'll let our producers pop them up. We have Simon behind the scenes. Couldn't do it without him. So this is for Sume. What do you recommend for my two younger sisters of your age other than traditional ways? What do you think I could provide them to give them full freedom to make waves for Sume?
Well, thank you so much. I think everybody's journey is different. So, of course, I can't necessarily speak exactly what you should do, but I think that there were a lot of great principles that Isla touched on during her speech and that I kind of touched on during my speech of just how you can really support young people and adults, of course, as well, in finding their own personalized success in the world. Now there are just so many more ways to make your way and find out what you want to do. But I think it really starts from understanding yourself, who you are, who you want to be, and learning about how you can really scale that digitally, especially using technologies that are available now, like Flutter. And I think there's just a ton of opportunities, and to keep your eyes open and to also understand what you don't know that you don't know. There are so many things out there that you might not be aware of, but to really trust yourself and trust your emotions to guide you where you want to go, to leverage your own specific knowledge to find success in whatever you're doing. But yeah, of course, everyone has their own answers to this. So I'd also be curious to hear what you guys think as well. Great presentations. Thank you so much for having me.
So we also have some congratulations that are on the people have been putting. So we can also bring that up for other questions. Look, here we go. So more questions. Rona, I think you said you had some questions.
I do. Let's see. Let's start with Bettina. So you work at Very Good Ventures, right? VGV,
Yes.
which is, for those that don't know, a very well-known Flutter shop in the States. Maybe you
Yes.
have offices overseas. I'm not sure. I'm aware of you all being in the States.
No, yeah, we're all remote.
Oh,
Currently,
lovely.
yes, currently
In
there's
fact, aren't you in Brazil?
What?
Where are you, Bettina?
Uruguay.
Uruguay.
Oh,
Okay.
Uruguay. Okay.
Right. Yes.
So my question for you, you started as an Android developer and then you shifted to Flutter, and I'm curious what, if any, challenges you had making that shift.
Well, what a wonderful question. So I believe the only major challenge is for those who know Android development, like native Android, it's super structured. So if you don't do things as the way they should be, everything breaks and doesn't work. So moving towards something that is really, really free in terms of the I don't know, the architectures you would like to approach. You like your code might be a mess or might be the most wonderful code, and both should work, could work, let's say. So when I started getting to know which would be the best architecture and how to structure the code and what was possible, in terms of isolating, creating packages, now creating the app UI. So this is also something new for me. I've been practicing with it for a while, but before that, everything was on the lib folder and all there. Architecture is the best way I could, separating things, but that kind of separation of isolation of the UI code wasn't in my mind. So I believe that is something I really like, because you start to grow with the technology. So I started to grow on Flutter and apply new practices and get better. And you don't have to be just better from the start, because otherwise it won't work. So that was something, it wasn't painful. It was just a switch of mind, just understanding that, okay, this worked different. And I'm really liking it, but for somebody that is new, and don't have um um a standardized way of doing things, might be a pain, because it's okay, what should I do? Where should I put my code? Where does this go? Does this go on the state management? Does this go on the UI side? Does this go where? So might be a pain for those who are new, but it's it's getting better. It gets better over the time. So yeah, that's the most I have to tell.
Yeah, I mean, Flutter is certainly forgiving in some ways, which is great. But then sometimes that flexibility can also be kind of paralyzing. I don't know. Tell me the exact right way to do it, please.
Yes, exactly.
So Nicole, you are the VP of Engineering, and that might be the highest level I've seen come rolling through the Flutteristas. I love seeing the Flutteristas at such a high leadership role. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you guys for having me.
Yeah, thanks. So I'm curious about your what went into your decision to use Flutter for your application, because I assume it wasn't just I like Flutter, let's use it. You've got to have some kind of rubric for deciding that that's the way to go. So could you tell us a bit about your decision making process?
Of course, and I'm happy to answer the question. I mean, I think that the thing is, so my background has completely been in startups. And when you're running a lean team, Flutter is the way to go. And it's just so performant, cross-platform, essentially native. Like, I don't think that there's a better solution. And especially in a startup environment, when you're running like a frequent CDCI, right, continuous integration, when you're constantly beta testing internally, and then eventually opening that up, to maybe investors, to maybe a larger external beta test group. In my current role, we're going to be doing clinical trials. I don't think that there's a better solution. And, even with just one developer, wink, wink, I'm the only developer. I'm also even with just one developer,
still counts.
It's still doable. It's still doable, and it's within, something that's within like an achievable frame, for one developer and such a lean team. And even, when working with a team of designers, it's a great feedback cycle that you can have if you're doing something like agile development. For them to have the app in hand is like just incredible. It's just an incredible way to kind of create that loop of, design, reintegrating ideas, reintegrating feedback. So that's kind of why I always go with Flutter. Of course, loving Flutter as well. And the community is a great, bonus.
Yes, indeed. Do we have any other YouTube questions? Because I can keep going. I got so many questions for these ladies.
Let's see.
But I don't want to stomp on people coming in from YouTube. Okay.
We don't have any more questions. We've just got comments.
Okay. Okay, cool.
That's okay.
I'm going to keep going.
Keep going.
Get ready. Isla, loved your talk. I'm very curious. I'm going to give you a softball, but then I'm going to give you a hardball question. The softball is, I'm so curious about Weal and how you all came up with that name.
All right, so Weal is a bit of a long story. So, not only do we have Weal School and Weal app, but there were a lot of things. Weal is kind of like an umbrella for, it's like a philosophy that we have a lot of things stemming from. But if you would believe it, it originally was a marriage blog. And so
I love where this is going.
Not from Isla. Isla was not writing the marriage blog.
Right. So my dad was writing the marriage blog because he is from Iowa and my mom is from China. And so here they are from two sides of the world coming together. And so he was writing about all of those things, but in the real world, everything is connected. Marriage is relationships, right? And relationships it's just everything is webbed together. And so a lot of the things he was finding out about like philosophy and all those things can be applied to so many things. And so that sort of, so me and my sister started publishing the projects we were creating and things like that also on the blog. So it became more of like a family blog instead of just a marriage blog. And then that sort of grew into this whole thing. And we ended up, it used to be called East-West Equilibrium. But that was shortened into Weal.
Oh, I love that. What a great origin story. I don't think we've heard that before in any of your talks. I love it.
I've never heard that before.
Yeah, that's
We've
great.
talked several times.
How much time do we have? Should I keep going? I'm going to keep going. I got one more question. Okay, we got a couple more minutes. I'm going to ask Sume and Isla about your 5 principles, which I love. And I'd love to know more about, you mentioned that they keep evolving. And so I'm curious about how you make sure that you're staying on top of having the most up-to-date, valuable principles kind of guiding Weal.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think that this is not just something that we're doing by ourselves. We're lucky to have so many amazing members in our community. that are all just so passionate about education, and especially how like technology is shaping the way we view education and the possibilities for children. A lot of this was coming from kind of thinking about ourselves. How do we optimize our own education, our life experience? How do we grow as individuals? And we discovered a lot of things from that, because I myself noticed a big shift in how I was learning when we were during the pandemic, and just kind of experimenting to see like, how do we deal with this global pandemic and everything that comes with it. And so I think that we're definitely, this is not something that we just came up with ourselves. We're learning from the best, the experts out there on education and technology, as well as everybody in our community who is supporting us and continuously providing feedback, suggestions. So that has been really amazing and a great question.
Yeah, I think I can also add on to that because, well, the thing about Weal School is that we're doing our very, very best to revolutionize education, not just because, not just to revolutionize education, not just because, but because we really want to prepare kids for the future, and we really want to show the best way to learn. And the thing about preparing kids for the future is that we can't know the future. And so the principles that we have developed over years are all targeted to always stand out and always be true, no matter how amazing ChatGPT gets, or no matter how much data Google gets, or all those things. And that those can still be true, and those can still prepare you for the future. And so that's something that's very important, because if those don't stay true, then we're in trouble, and we're going to need to do even more innovation. So, yeah.
That's awesome. So we now, if there aren't any more questions, I don't think we have any.
I think we're out of time. I could keep chatting with you ladies for
we are
a much longer
yeah.
time, but thank you so much for joining us.
I know. Yes, thank you so
Thank you
very
so
much.
Thank
You guys did a great job.
Thank you.
Next, I'm going to let you do the map check-in. I always mess up.
Okay, let's see what we've got here. We got some more dots, I think. I know
like
we have
it.
people in Australia who follow the Flutteristas. We have a Flutterista in Australia, but not on the map. So disappointing. But look at all the folks we've got in Africa. We've got Europe. We've got just pretty much every continent except maybe Antarctica.
Oh, that is true. We have a Flutterista, yes, on every continent except Antarctica. So if anybody out there has any connections and they want to be a Flutterista,
the 20
just
people
let
who
us
live
know.
on Antarctica, we need somebody to come fill out the
You
map.
never know.
Yeah.
You never know.
Cool. So it's truly a global reach we've got. It's great to see all these folks.
Yes. So next we are going to do our final Kahoot quiz. And this one is sponsored by Codeco. Some people, they're formerly known as raywenderlich.com. And we will talk about them a little bit after we get done. And the prizes that are for their Kahoot, there are 5 books, each valuing approximately $60. There are 2 Flutter Apprentice, 1 Dart Apprentice, 1 Data Structures and Algorithms in Dart, and 1 Real World Flutters by Tutorials.
Great books, folks. This is a great time to join, win some prizes, learn some stuff about Flutter. And these are like really quality books. I mean, they do they have like editors on staff that go through everything and test everything. And
as the tech editor for Flutter Apprentice, I can 100%
right,
agree to that. Or yes, we put a lot of effort into it, and we're currently working on the fourth edition.
Fourth edition. Yeah, so they're even keeping
Fourth
up with
edition,
tech.
and yeah, we're not. Hopefully, I don't pull my headset out of my ears. So we're not talking this, tiny little book. This is Flutter edition, Flutter Apprentice 3rd edition. So
yeah, that's hefty.
Yes.
Don't drop that on your toes.
Yeah, or your dogs. I try very hard to. Simon, is that you? Oh, see, I haven't been able to participate because
you know all the answers.
I've been running these, and with Codeco, I have all the books, so I don't need to participate. So let's see. Here we go.
All right, looks like we got a good group.
We've got a good group. We're ready to start.
Here we go.
I'll give you 5 more seconds. 5, 4, 3.
Oh, one more coming in.
2
more coming in.
Here we go. Here we go. And we're starting.
All right.
What does SWOT stand for? I'm going to let you read the answer.
Sure. Social, world, organizations, trade, or sales, web, outreach, teamwork, or strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, threats. Last but not least, strategy, workforce, operations, technology. All right. The answer, strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. Well done. 10 of you rocked it. Jigglypuff in the lead.
How can I start my own project on Weal app, and what kind of support can I expect from the community?
Ooh, were you paying attention, folks? Can you create a room on Weal app to market your app and connect with core users? Or you should keep your project ideas to yourself to avoid criticism. Possibly you should expect immediate financial support and resources from the community. Or only seek support from experienced professionals within the community. Boom.
I love that everyone got that one right. People were paying attention.
Well done. Oh, Jigglypuff's still in the lead. Who's going to knock him out?
Yep. Simon's clearly not participating. How can I become part of the Flutter Kids initiative?
I'll need to purchase a premium subscription and pay a monthly fee, or Flutter Kids is only available to participants who live in Virginia. Have a formal CS degree and experience in software development. Or luckily y'all read it ahead of me because I'm slow. You can join and teach Flutter Kids class through the Weal app.
Yes.
Some of these are wordy answers, y'all. Oh, Nicole stealing the lead.
Oh, Nicole. Yeah. Okay. When designing a youth-focused app like Kupu Kupu Kamali, which design techniques ensures it resonates with young users?
Using vibrant colors and graphics, incorporating popular trends in app design, integrating values and storytelling from the target audience into the UX, or focusing exclusively on cultural elements. Winner, winner, chicken dinner.
Again, you guys are doing great.
Yep.
Okay. Number 5. What can large language models, LLMs, generate?
Can they generate text? Can they generate music? What about speech? Or possibly art? What can large language models generate? Text. Well done. 11 of you rocked it.
Yes.
Oh, Jigglypuff up in the lead again.
Okay, here we go. Which widget overrides theme properties of a subtree of a widget tree, ignoring the ones defined by the material app?
Is it the scaffold? Perhaps it's the container, or maybe it's theme, or maybe it's card. Boom. It's the theme. Well done.
Yes. If you haven't take a look at material 3. Okay.
E, taking over.
What cannot be placed in the app UI library?
Individual widgets or sub-widgets, theme configuration, complex widgets, widgets with business logic. What do you think?
Still totally loving that dash on that piece of luggage.
I know, so cute.
Need a giant piece, yeah, to stick on it. Oh, look at that.
Don't be putting your widgets with business logic in the app UI library, folks. Oop, he's still up there.
That one. Unless who is one of the newest Flutter Apprentice authors?
Would that be Steph? Would it be me? Is it me? Is it Ezra? Valeria, you've met all these folks today. Who do you think it is? Can't wait to see the guesses. Oh, 6 of you got it. It's Steph.
I am authoring in edition 4. 4 chapters.
I'm honored that 4 of you thought it was me, but no dice. Bet's in the lead.
Okay. How can you build a gallery/sandbox app with Flutter?
Only using Flutter packages available. Only using widget book package. Crafting your own or using Flutter packages that are available. Only using the Dashbook package. It's from one of the talks earlier today. What do you think? Crafting your own or using Flutter packages available. I love seeing how many people have been on top. Like it keeps rotating. We got Bets up there.
Yeah, it keeps rotating.
We've seen E.
Yeah.
Fluff
Oh,
Puff,
last
or whatever
time.
that one was. Oh, here's a good one.
Hot Dog Not Hot Dog is from which TV show?
Startup, Silicon Valley, Mythic Quest, or Westworld? Which show featured the app Hot Dog Not Hot Dog? Again, from one of our talks earlier. Silicon Valley, one of my favorites. I missed that show. It was so good. All right, I think that was it. That was 10.
That was 10. Let's see who our winner is.
Bets came in 3rd. Han came in 2nd. Who's number 1?
And we're going to have to get the others because remember how many books I talked about. So,
oh, yeah, there's 5 books.
Yeah.
So we've got 5 winners. Looked like
There's
we had
6.
Jigglypuff down there and Nahal,
Isn't
I
it
think, was
6?
the other one.
Oh, no, it's 5. You're right. Sorry. Wait. Yes, I can't count.
Well done, everybody. That was a fun quiz. I like that one.
Oh, excellent. Okay, so what I am going to share is a little bit about Codeco. So ever since the beginning, over a decade ago, when they were called RayWenderlich.com, Codeco has been dedicated to helping modern mobile developers gain the skills they need to succeed and grow in their careers. It started out with programming tutorials. That's how I started. That was how I found them before I joined the team, to help developers solve common problems in their code. As demand grew, Codeco started writing books, then videos, then subscriptions, and that combined both. However, as demand grew, we created more and more resourceful resources for developers, and our offerings became more complex and difficult to navigate. Learners became confused about where to start, how to learn in a cohesive manner. The same topics were taught in different formats, such as books, videos, articles, and didn't always cover the same points or getting updated at the same time. This led to frustration and wasted learning time and effort. Now Codeco is entering a new phase. We're calling it Codeco 2.0. We are updating our content to shift away from separate books, videos, and towards multimedia courses. These will offer a cohesive learning experience. They will be modular, so it will be easy to find the exact lessons that you need and easier to keep up to date with the latest technologies and best practices. we're making it easier for developers to find out what they'll learn in any given course and match their study to the individual needs by using a structured educational plan with learning objectives and competency targeting. We're offering non-technical advice as well that developers need on every subject, getting them from their first mobile app to becoming a great leader or even entrepreneur. Additionally, we're giving learners new ways to achieve their goals, such as boot camps. I was a boot camp mentor last year. It was awesome. And on-demand boot camps and workshops. Codeco is now over a decade old, and we're still dedicated to our primary goal of helping developers achieve their career dreams. And we're finding new and better ways to do that day by day. Reach out to us to find out how you can join our community and start learning today. If you are a member of a development team, we can help you make a compelling case to your bosses about why Codeco's enterprise plans are a strategic investment for your company's success. Not only will your team benefit from the extensive resources and learning assessments we offer, but your company will gain a competitive edge through a highly skilled development team. As a token of our appreciation, we're offering those thank you gift to anyone who successfully introduces their organization to Codeco Enterprise. And if you go to codeco.com, or you can reach out to any of us. They're also on Twitter. But yes, Codeco 2.0, we're in the process of rolling it out. So Flutter Apprentice Edition 4 is going to be our last book for right now. We're going to have other resources that are going to be available.
Very cool. And so Codeco is going to be giving away thank you gifts, but we should be thanking Codeco because they are one of our amazing sponsors. So
yes, they are.
You,
thank you so much, Codeco. Very much. And we other sponsors we definitely would like to introduce, and I think we should bring Ezra and Danielle, and I suspect we have Dorian as well.
Oh,
looky there. Yep, Dorian's here.
Here we are.
Wow, we did it.
Yes, we sure did. I mean, this has been an amazing 12 hours, but it was a lot more work than that coming in. And people, I mean, so many people helped out behind the scenes to get this going. We had, yes, and congratulations, Frey, and yeah, of course, you know, Kanksha, and thank you.
Yeah.
I think he
Dorian's
is too.
getting compliments.
That's right. Thank you. Yeah, but I just want to say that this was a lot of work for a lot of people, and I think we had a blast. And thank you all so much, whether you watched it live, whether you watched part of it live, whether you're going to watch it later. I want to say
if you're going to come back and watch it again.
Exactly, watch it again, rewatching it. Absolutely, yeah. So I wanted to say,
and we will
thank you to everybody.
Oh, and the videos will we will have each individual video will be on the Flutteristas YouTube channel, as well as this full conference will also be available.
Give us a little bit to get them up, though. It might be a few days.
Yeah.
So yes, thank you.
I forgot what I was going to say. Oh yeah, flutteristas.org. Oh, okay. Flutteristas.org. We did a complete rebuild on that. I had a great team working with it. It was originally, it used to be on WordPress for our last conference and even a couple of months ago. And now we are using Jasper, Dart, and take a look at our website. Farah has done an amazing job with the website, and then the back end, Kushbu did great. Yes.
So
I mean, there-
what I can add to that, while I'm checking the time, I can see that it is 11 hour 42 minutes. Like we
Yes,
are
I know.
streaming
We're like, okay,
12
we've got to wrap
hours
up.
straight.
And Ezra, is it
And
like 3 a.m. your time now or something?
1:46 yet?
Yeah, getting there.
I'd like to say, like, thank you all for joining us for the second Flutteristas Conference. And from our initial steps to grand stage, like it's been a journey for us to learn and grow. Our amazing team, dedicated organizers, producers, thank you, Simon, Majid, Scott, and many more allies and generous sponsors who made this event extraordinary with us. And I just can't skip without saying, our first time speakers, you were amazing. Like you truly
Fantastic
rocked the
job.
conference. Hmm?
I would also like Simon to come on board because we all need to give him a round of applause and he needs to be seen. Thank you for everything. We had other background producers who aren't here. So Scott and Majid, we couldn't have done this without you guys.
Definitely.
At all.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Welcome.
And
thank you.
Yeah.
And thank you to all the people who watched and had thoughtful
Yes.
questions
Yes.
and lovely comments, and congratulated the ladies who put themselves out there and gave great talks. Often, many of them, English wasn't their first language, and boy, I cannot imagine doing something like that. So, well done to everybody.
So what do
I'd
y'all
also
think?
like to say kudos. Oh, sorry.
I was going to say, so what do y'all think? Should we do it again next year?
Oh, absolutely. Oh,
Wait till this one's over. Wait till this one's over. Yeah.
Okay. I think I should remove Simon from the screen.
Oh my god.
Oh man, he got booted.
No, you are back.
I know. I was going to mention, yeah, for those that there was some difficulties in the stream, so for example, the videos, there's some skips. Sorry about that, but the videos when they go up, they'll be perfectly fine, and you'll get to watch them all over again if you miss something. So, yeah.
Yeah, we got to get everything all together. I want to say thank you to everyone who watched and participated in the questions and the comments. It was really great. As I was watching, I didn't see any offensive or anything like that. The Flutter community is amazing at the support, and I absolutely love how much the Flutter community supports the Flutteristas, and I am very proud to be part of the Flutteristas.
Yes, thank you. Look at all the love rolling through.
Yeah, we definitely have love coming through, and I don't want to run out of time, so we're going to wrap this up. Thank you all.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ezra, Danielle, for helping me with hosting. Rona as my co-host today. Thank you. Oh, Rona, I'm supposed to ask you, who do you work for?
I work for Ardley.
Who's that? I've never heard of
Who
them.
do you work for at Ardley?
Danielle's my boss.
I don't care about that part.
My boss
I just,
lady.
I just want to get the name out there.
She
I say it every
forced me
time.
to do this today. It's the only reason I'm here. I'm kidding. I love working with Danielle. We have an awesome team over there. There's 3 of us rocking the Flutter all day, every day.
That's right.
Great time.
That was also in the script, right? Yeah.
She told me to say that. You're right. No.
Yeah, you're good.
No,
Yeah, I
Ardley's
even had a
awesome.
note,
We have a
but
great
I had
team
to
all
make
around.
sure that I had to make sure that I mentioned I had to have Rona. I had to ask her who she worked for. So anyway, thank you all very much. We are going to wrap up. So thank you again.
Have a good night.
Thank you for
Go
joining
to
us.
sleep. Ezra, Simon, it's so late for you guys. Have a great rest tonight.
Fine.
We'll
That's
see you
right.
later.
We will. Yeah.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.